You are listening to From the Ashes, Book 6 of the Wildfire Hearts series by Savannah Cade. Published by Griffin Inc. All rights reserved. Please subscribe to this channel so you'll know when new books come out. It also lets me know that people are listening, so I can keep getting you more great audiobooks. Remember to like and comment on the videos too. This helps the channel keep bringing you more great content.
Chapter 1. The car lurched forward, the sharp movement making Talia wonder if she'd been hit. But as she looked around, she saw, sure enough, she was alone on the dark street. Who would be out at 4 a.m. besides her? The dashboard lit up, as though every system was suddenly failing. This could not be happening. Her car needed to be okay. The only warning had been a series of gurgling sputters a few blocks back. She already figured she'd have to take the car into the shop tomorrow, but then it had seemed to drive just fine. Now it didn't matter. Lurching and sputtering one last time, the engine simply cut out. "No," she yelled into the dark interior. "No." Though she smacked at the steering wheel, the small vehicle slowed to a roll despite her yelling. She'd overslept, floating her way through a dream featuring one hunky firefighter she openly referred to as a friend. She should have known when she opened her eyes alone that the whole day would go downhill. Quickly, she realized she needed to use whatever remaining momentum she had left to get to the side of the road. There might be no traffic right now, but there would be soon. There would be no tow truck at this hour. Not in a small town like Redemption. She had to get the car out of the way. Looking over her shoulder frantically, as though there might have been anyone in her blind spot, she fought the wheel hand over hand. Maybe if she wanted to pay someone to come out from Lincoln, but she didn't even have the time to think that. The power steering had cut out too. Even just the simple act of turning the wheel to get one lane over and park it was proving to be too much. She sucked in a breath, as though that would give her more energy. It didn't. There was never any extra energy. Everybody rationed something, Talia knew. For some people it was their money, for others it was patience. For Talia it was how much she could get done during the day. This was spending out her energy way too early. The frustration and the tears would eat it up even faster. So she blinked it all back. Finally, she had managed to come to a stop on the side of the road. Though she hadn't been able to accurately park it, the car was small. There was no throwing it into reverse to line it up, so the butt end of the tiny little car stuck out over the solid white line. All she could do was pray that she could get it towed before someone hit it. For now, she had to abandon it. She had to get to work. Not for the first time, she regretted the jaunty blue color she'd chosen. It was a pretty enough color in the daylight. The problem was, in the dark, her car could almost disappear. The last thing she needed was an accident. Sighing into the empty space of the car, she could make out the sound of crickets now that the engine was off. Or was it cicadas? Placing her hands on the steering wheel, Talia leaned forward until her forehead hit her knuckles. She could cry for just a few minutes, couldn't she? But if she let this get to her, she'd have even more trouble on her plate. She couldn't afford that. At all. So Talia reminded herself that she'd handled setbacks before. She no longer asked why she had so many more of these than the average person. Blinking ferociously, she managed to stop the tears. She could do this, she thought, even though she knew there was more trouble waiting at the office. Reaching out, she pulled the key from the ignition. For a moment, she contemplated just how stupid it was that she'd had to technically turn off a car that was so absolutely not on. Then she checked around, making sure she had everything with her before hauling herself out. She locked the car and started down the street toward her shop. There was a sidewalk, of course, but she couldn't get onto it until the end of the block. So now, not only was her little car blending in and being a night hazard, so was she. It hadn't occurred to her that she might need personal glowing lights for traipsing to work in the dead dark hours. She was supposed to be driving. Again she tried to let it go. She would hit Tierney up for a drink at noon. She would need it. Looking around, she checked for obstacles as she held everything tightly and made her way toward the end of the block. Once there, she moved backwards a little bit to get up onto the sidewalk, where she ironically waited through a long light that allowed exactly zero traffic to pass for 3 minutes before she crossed. The other shops that lined the street were closed. Baby Cakes was closed too. She was usually the first one in, but the way this day was already going, she wouldn't be surprised if her entire staff managed to make it before she did. Hell, some of them might even pass her on the street. Her team was likely to be the only traffic out at this hour. She was half a block away when the voice startled her. "Hey, Talia." She'd been so lost in her own irritation that she hadn't heard him pull up beside her. But as she turned, she recognized a familiar face, not one of her workers though. "Was that your car back there?" She loved that he asked. It was obviously her car. No one else in town had that model. She tried to grin at Mr. Doyle and not offer up a sarcastic number. "I just decided to abandon it and go it on my own. At 4 a.m. In the dark." "Yeah. That was me. Can I offer you a ride?" God bless him. She turned to face him for the conversation he clearly wanted. Small-town people like to stop and talk. He ran his own business, but it didn't seem to occur to him that she did too. She smiled again, even though they both knew it would be far easier for her to just keep going as she was. She told her best friend's father, "I've got this. You have a tow coming? As soon as I get to the shop, I'll leave Joe a message." Talia smiled. She needed to add Call Joe to her already too long list for today. "Why are you out this early?" "Mrs. Doyle isn't feeling so great. I headed over to the all-night convenience to get her some Gatorade." "Oh no. Please tell her I hope she feels better soon." Talia took that opportunity to remind herself that at least she wasn't sick today. Mr. Doyle asked her to text him when she got into her store, so he'd know she made it safe, and then to let him know if she needed anything. He was a kind man. Then the window went back up and the car rolled on. The cool morning temperatures were starting to get to her as she made it to the block where Baby Cakes was. The storefront was dark as she checked the time. Why was no one here yet? Chapter 2. After jiggling the key for what felt like a little too long, the door gave way and opened. Talia finally crossed the threshold into Baby Cakes. She was the first one here, which wasn't right. Pulling out her phone, she saw 2 missed texts. Crap. Of course they were from Jim. Of course he wasn't feeling well today. The second message said he'd come in later if he felt better. With a heavy sigh, Talia stopped just inside the door. She needed to think. She wanted to tell him to come in anyway, but that wasn't okay, and it certainly wasn't okay for people working around food. And it certainly wasn't okay for a bakery whose sole purpose was to serve up little bites of happiness and sunshine without sickness. Jim rarely missed a day anyway. But it just had to be today that he was sick, she thought. Pushing herself out of her sudden paralysis, Talia made her way through the wide spaces in the kitchen. She double-checked everything, noting that the counters were spotless and the supplies were all in their places. She had a great staff, which was why she'd cherry-picked them. There was absolutely no way she could be here 24/7. She was running herself ragged as it was, and burning out wasn't something she could afford to do. Turning the last corner, she noticed the note taped to her office door at eye level. Her heart zinged even though she told herself it would be something good. It wasn't. The clock hadn't even hit 5 a.m., and somehow the day had already gone to hell. Sure enough, there was another misshipped order. She knew what she would see when she opened the door to her office. But it was worse. It took a moment to maneuver around her desk. There were boxes everywhere. The office was probably larger than most bakery owners had, but the wrong orders had to be separated from the right ones, so they could be returned and refunded. One box had been left open on the floor for her to look into. The flat cardboard was stacked in the almost T-shape that would fold into a small bakery box. It was a great box but was pink with black swirly print. It was bright and cheery. It just wasn't hers. It didn't say Baby Cakes. This one said Take the Cake, and it sure as hell wasn't in her signature shade of plum. Closing her eyes, Talia let her head fall against the back of her chair. Tapping it a few times as though that could mimic banging her head on the wall, she tried to sort out yet another curveball. She still had to call the tow truck. If her car was hit, it wasn't as if she could just get a rental. But the boxes? When she'd chosen this supplier, she'd thought they were the best option. They had great prices, offered everything she needed for packing and shipping, and even for handling packs of cupcakes over the counter. Now she was questioning her decision. Maybe the cheap prices were indicative of poor service. The boxes themselves were great quality. These just weren't hers. Leaning her head back again, she mentally counted the boxes that she had, the correct ones. How far ahead would she need to order so that when something like this happened, she didn't wind up serving her cupcakes in a box advertising someone else's bakery 2 towns over? That number came out higher than what she had on hand. She could get plain white boxes quickly. Maybe even some purple ones. She had baby cake stickers on hand. But that would use them up, and she'd have to replace them over this mix-up too. Though she was confident the company would cover the costs, it was the time and the damage on a day when she was already troubleshooting 2 other big problems. Welcome to owning your own business, T. This is what you wanted. She was reminding herself these were all her own choices as the phone rang. With a quick glance, she was ready to dismiss it. But the light was blinking for her office number, and very few people had that. So she picked it up. Baby cakes? Talia speaking. Hey Talia. It's Mari. Let me guess, Talia said. You are looking at some beautiful plum-colored boxes with white print. Damn straight I am. Talia and Mari had gotten to know each other through the last time their orders had been swapped. So maybe the upside was that she had a friend who understood bakery ownership? Even if Mari didn't understand all the rest of it. She was glad she was talking to someone soothing, but Mari couldn't reduce the cost of fixing it. Have you called in yet? Mari asked. Honey, my car broke down on the way here. I just got in. Ooh, ouch. But your staff got started right? The noises in the background told Talia that Mari was already at work, and that she had at least one other person there with her. Talia had to get out of the office and get her butt to work ASAP. But she just laughed, her hand coming to her forehead. Nope. My guy is out sick. Oh damn. Then you go take care of that. I'll call the company. Explain that I talked to you. I'll get them to pick these up and swap them. You have enough spares? I'm okay but not great. Same here, Mari said, and Talia could almost hear her counting the boxes in her own shop. Take the Cake was half again the size of baby cakes, and had been around for over 5 years. Mari had seniority in this friendship, and Talia was grateful. Mari asked, Are yours boxed back up and ready to go? They will be, Talia told her, though it was just one more thing on the growing do-it-all-by-herself list. She didn't have any other option. Grabbing the packing tape, she closed and sealed the box and left it in her office. Someone else could haul them out. Then she headed into the kitchen, where she counted what she had already. She had plenty of dozen cupcake boxes left. Unfortunately, that wasn't what she needed. She was in dire need of singles, duos, trios, and sixes. She might need to order white boxes, but she'd wait and see how fast Mari could talk them into straightening this out. She just might make it, but Talia would not put another bakery's label on her hard-earned efforts. With another deep breath, she tried to center herself. Despite the extra time and effort to get here, she now needed more extra time and effort to start the cupcakes. But she wasn't going to make it if she didn't take care of herself first. Reaching into her bag, she pulled out the smoothie she'd grabbed from the freezer before she left the house. It was just starting to thaw enough to drink it, so she slapped it onto the counter and popped open the straw. As she sipped at it, Talia mentally calculated the number of cupcakes she was going to need to make right now to get through this day. Then she picked up the phone. Tierney? You awake?
Chapter 3. Rex felt his stomach clench. In the back of his mind, he could hear Chief Taggart saying, "Just do it and get it over with." But that had been a week ago. Taggart had been talking to the whole crew, but Rex heard it like a personal admonition, as if his failings were on display for everyone on a shift. He had reached the limits of his procrastination. He'd put Hannah to bed and reading to her like normal. Through the dread in his chest, he realized if he didn't get started right now, then he might miss the midnight deadline. He had to do the workplace training, and he had to do it now. The last thing he wanted was anything showing up on his record, again, even if this would just be that he hadn't completed the stupid, mandatory training on time. He did not need more education in this. He'd lived it, thank you very much. Rex considered getting himself a beer, but if that made the whole thing take longer, well, that would only be worse. So, he forced his thoughts away from his parents, as he sat at the computer and logged into the government site. Dreading what was to come, Rex softly chanted to himself that it wouldn't be that bad. It was just some video scenarios, and a handful of questions. But it stirred old memories, and he could already smell the stink from the past. He clicked into the page that let him know this task was waiting to be completed. A little red countdown clock accompanied the words, "Time is running out." "I know," he growled and pushed start. Maybe he should have gotten that beer. The training was titled, "How You Can Make Your Workplace Better." That was pure bull, but it was bull that he had to pass. So, Rex listened closely to the nearly robotic voice as it read to him about why a harassment-free workplace was important. He already knew why. He'd been there too many times before. But still, he had to watch as one actor co-worker sidled in too close to another, placing his hands on her shoulders and offering her a massage that she obviously didn't want and didn't have a chance to turn down. Rex felt his stomach churn. He was then given 3 options of what to do in this situation. And wasn't that just a pile of crap? He always made the wrong choice. So, he tried to think through what the video had told him to do. He hit B and wished he had the beer. But of course, the video didn't tell him if it was the right choice. The actors had to role-play his response and see how it went. Was the training this bad for everyone? It couldn't be. Of course, in the video, the actors thanked each other for letting them know they'd been inappropriate. Rex almost barked out a laugh, but he held it in because it would have woken Hannah up. While he could believe that there was the occasional person who sometimes said something that they didn't realize was bigoted or harmful, and that they might be grateful if they were corrected, he'd never seen it happen. And he'd been in the crap on more than one occasion where someone wasn't too happy about being told they were racist, or, as suggested here, something they had said was racist. 15 too long minutes later, he was into the section on retaliation. Legally, a person couldn't be fired for reporting someone. While that might be true in print, it was more blazing bull in reality. Getting fired would be better in these cases. He knew. Then it would be on your record, and you could sue them for retaliation. But no, that was not how it worked in the real world. Because the people who did this didn't care about making anyone else uncomfortable, and they didn't care about pushing you out of your job. They knew if they fired you directly, you had a case, so they didn't do that. Shoving it all down further, he moved to the next question. He had to get something like 80% of this correct in order to pass. It was nerve-wracking. How many had he gotten right so far? There wasn't a single good job or green checkmark to let him know. He was starting to sweat. Rex tried to focus. He hated this. He hated the memories, and he hated that he had to click answers that he knew wouldn't actually work. 40 minutes later, he clicked the last button and prayed that he got enough right answers. The screen popped up a page that said, 83% correct. But what was the percent he needed? He'd forgotten. Shaking his head at the monitor, he wanted to yell at it. Did he pass? Or did he have to turn around and do it all again? If he had to, he certainly wouldn't finish by midnight. His stomach was pure acid. He shouldn't have waited so long. With another deep breath, he clicked the button again. This time, his certificate of completion popped up, and he breathed a harsh sigh of relief. He'd done it with 1 hour and 49 minutes to spare. Hopefully that wouldn't raise any flags. He closed the system down, his shoulders sagging and his head flopping back against the office chair as his tension finally drained. Hopefully, he wouldn't have to do this again for at least 5 more years. After checking in on Hannah, he grabbed that beer, turned on the TV, and tried to do something mindless. But the barrel had been stirred, and the rotten stench of old memories was wafting around. He was trying to keep his head low here in Redemption. He did not want to get shoved out of one more place. But he had been in Los Angeles for longer than this before it had turned to crap, so he knew places he believed were good could go sour, so sour. Taking another sip of the cold beer and sinking into the couch glad that it was over, he told himself, Taggart was good. This was better than L.A., better than before. And he tried to believe it.
Chapter 4. Talia stared out the storefront window as the wall of gray came toward them. She ducked into the monogram shop as the clouds rolled in. Dark and dense, they'd moved faster than anything she'd ever seen. She wasn't used to this open, flat landscape that allowed storms to blaze through like this, with nothing like a mountain to buffer or stop them. She'd thought the flatter the land, the better it would be for a woman like her. She was beginning to think she was wrong. You don't have to stay, she told Rex. He and Hannah had ducked into the shop just a moment after she did to escape the rain. But they were standing right beside her chair. He let out a small chuckle that reached inside and grabbed at something in her. She told the feeling to go away. She did not have time for romance or even for a crush. We're going to stay right here, he said, his large hand holding his daughter's smaller one as they watched the storm roll at them from behind the safety of the window. Talia thought Hannah looked a little frightened, so she smiled at the girl. We're good in here. Is it gonna get us, Daddy? No, Hannah Bean. He crouched down to get closer to his daughter's level. We're inside. It might get noisy and dark, but we'll be fine. Plus, we've got Talia to protect us. Hannah smiled up at her, but Talia didn't know what to do. She wasn't sure how she was the protector of either of them, but she liked the idea. Still, it was not okay to get attached to this hot firefighter and his cute child. She'd finally managed to open her own damn store. Baby Cakes was working. She was earning money and covering her bills. It would be a while before she paid off all her business loans, and she was still tense every day, knowing things could change. She'd buffered the business enough for small things, but there hadn't been money for the bigger ones. For a woman who'd been forced to admit years earlier that she was going to spend a good portion of her life in this chair, achieving her dream had become an even bigger deal. There'd been a time when she thought it would never happen. But here she was, with her own store and no room for any man and any kid, let alone these two. But holding back smiles and affections to an adorable 4-year-old simply seemed wrong. When this was over, she was definitely heading over to Snafu for a drink. She must have said the last part out loud, because Rex slowly turned his head and looked at her with one eyebrow up and a sly pull at one side of his mouth. That sounds like a fantastic idea. Nope. He was her friend. Clearly a good guy, he'd helped her navigate the chairlift on the side of the building last month. He was just the hero type. It didn't mean anything. The whole week was a big hairy mess. Talia wanted to blame her landlord, Sandy Burrows, though she couldn't lay it all at the woman's feet. Sandy was the kind of woman who still had the blonde hair with frosted tips that she'd seen on TV 18 years earlier. She had a huge lipstick smile, and the kind of feral glint behind her eyes that let you know she would cut you the moment she could. Sandy was currently upstairs waiting in her office. Probably gleefully watching the clock tick past noon, and with it the due date on maybe even more rents than just for baby cakes. Talia wanted to swear a blue streak, but she couldn't do it with the child here. She shouldn't do it with Rex here. Probably noticing that her anxiety was far too high for sitting through a fast-moving storm in the safety of the local monogram store, Rex turned to her. Rent again? She nodded. Why was this happening again? When is it due? Unable to keep the complete irritation at her situation out of her eyes, Talia replied, in 5 minutes. Upstairs? They both looked out the window as the day darkened right before their eyes. She thought the storm a month ago looked bad. But it had disappeared as fast as it came in. This one looked worse, but she told herself it too would pass. Still, the day looked almost like night, and it sounded like the thunder was right on top of them. Hannah flinched and squeezed her dad's hand but stared out the window as if she could tame the storm with her will. Yes. Upstairs. Neither of them said it, but any person not in a wheelchair would have dashed up the stairs and handed in the rent already. They would have looked Sandy Burrows in her sweet powder blue eyes that also somehow managed to be shark-like and slapped down the rent, laughing. They might have been at the wire, but they would have made it. The other problem, the one Talia felt truly stupid about, was that she hadn't done this earlier. This month Talia had been so swamped with customers, an excellent problem, that she had not been able to get the check ready for Sandy when the woman came by to collect it. Now she was about to be late. She hadn't missed it last month, and she didn't want this month to be the first time either. The storm hit the front window of the store. Rain pelted the glass in a single splash, as though a hose had been briefly aimed at them. Then it was gone. But more was coming. She could see and hear it coming. The chairlift on the outside of the building was not an option now. Given that Talia had only paid rent on the place for 8 months, missing today was going to give her a crappy record. "Is it a check?" Rex asked. Talia nodded. So stupid, she'd thought more than once. Sandy Burrows was collecting her rents in actual handwritten checks, probably in the hopes that someone would fail. Talia had asked, couldn't she just do a withdrawal like any other normal business these days? Sandy had refused. "You have it on you?" Rex asked his next question with his hand out. Where was he going with this? Because he wasn't going upstairs. "It's getting ugly outside," was all Talia said. But his hand stayed out, waiting for her to put her stupid business check in the white envelope in it. "I get the feeling it's going to get ugly inside if you don't get your rent in on time." "I'm sure we'll be fine," Talia said. But he narrowed his eyes at her. "You forget. Firemen go into every home in this community, sooner or later. I know Sandy Burrows, and it is not going to be fine. It's almost going to be worse that it's just 5 minutes and not 5 days late." Talia couldn't argue with him. "It's too ugly out there. I'm a firefighter. The stairs run up the middle of the building. They're protected. I don't want to go out." Hannah protested, her tone desperate. "Not you, baby, just me. You stay here with Talia." She didn't want to be left with the child. She was already falling too hard for the little girl's father. But she wasn't in any position to hold back. There were hidden costs for the chair that no one thought about, like this. Anyone else wouldn't have to babysit to get someone else to run the rent in on time. But Hannah was just 4, and she didn't know any of that. She didn't know Talia had worked her whole adult life to open this bakery. That between her disturbing need for 9 or more hours of sleep every night, and the fatigue that overcame her sometimes, far too often in fact, she had poured everything into this bakery. So she was trying to resist the cuteness that was Hannah Bean. But the damn rent check. Talia tapped out on her resistance. "Why don't you come sit in my lap? We'll watch the storm together until your daddy gets back." Hannah looked to her father, then to Talia. Her broad grin spread wide as Talia lifted her easily, settling the child across her legs. "Give me the check," Rex demanded with a grin. "You've now got 2 minutes until deadline." A moment later, when he opened the door of the shop, she felt the wind and the rain slash in. Talia and Hannah watched as a bolt of jagged lightning cut the sky and lit him up from behind.
Chapter 5. Rex was proud of himself as he stepped out of the shower. He rubbed his towel on his head and called out to his daughter. "Hannah Bean, you all good?" "I'm good, Daddy." She was getting older. Able now to sit and watch a show in the living room without trying to climb something, or find a permanent marker and draw on his walls, or maybe herself. Once she'd even picked up the phone and dialed 911. It had taken him that many tries to learn that he'd needed a babysitter, even just to take a damn shower. But that was 2 years ago. Now, at least he thought she hadn't colored on the walls or mixed all the kitchen cleaners and called it science. Right now, she could take care of herself for a long enough period of time for him to do something. These days he was just grateful both of them had survived the last 2 years. He had not been prepared for fatherhood. Heather had shown up on his doorstep a few years ago, with Hannah in tow. Originally, she'd told him she would raise their child alone, and he had believed her. He'd paid child support and seen his baby twice. They lived hundreds of miles apart, and Heather made it clear that they didn't need or want him. But then she was on his doorstep, announcing that she needed to go to rehab. She told him he needed to watch Hannah for a month. Rex figured he could get to know his child. The 30-day clock had been part of the reason for his confidence. But 30 days had passed, then 40, then Heather had never returned. Eventually, Rex had filed for custody, and Heather hadn't even bothered to contest it. So he'd been a single dad for just over 2 years now. Finally dressed, but with his ear out for trouble the whole time, he stepped into the living room and found Hannah engrossed in a TV show. It was some weird little kid-appropriate thing where foodstuffs taught her colors and kindness and the basics of reading. "It's late. I need lunch, Daddy," she announced, though she didn't budge from the couch. Yes, it was often easier to agree. He'd read every parenting manual he could, and was still trying to sort out all the contradictory information. "We both do. Help me make it." She went from 0 to 60 in no seconds. Without turning off the TV, he didn't comment. She vaulted into the kitchen and dragged her stool over to the counter. He, of course, was the slow one. But he'd gotten used to this life, and the truth was, he liked being a dad. Though he worried every day, he was proud of himself right now because he felt that under pressure, he'd made the right decision. And he often didn't. His phone rang, and he felt the twist in his chest. His mom. She'd left a message yesterday saying she'd wanted to talk. He'd intended to call back once Hannah was in bed. But here she was now. "Hannah, take your plate and eat at the table, okay? I have to take a call." Hannah nodded and walked away, carefully balancing the plate and the sandwich, not knowing it was her grandmother on the phone. It bothered him that he thought he should keep that from her. In the other room, he hit the button. "Hey, Mom. What did you want to talk about?" "Oh, it's so good to finally speak to you." Typical, he thought. She would want small talk for a few moments. The longer it lasted, the worse the news would be. So he played along and told her how Hannah loved pre-K, though his mother seemed uninterested in that. "Are you still with the fire department?" she asked. "Yes. It's my job." But he didn't say the last part. Did she expect him to get fired, or did she think it was just a hobby? She hadn't been fond of him being with the police department either. "So," she started. There it was. He waited. "Your father and I have been talking, and we just don't think we'll be able to make it out there to visit this summer." His tongue felt like it swelled, and he couldn't talk. They hadn't visited since he had Hannah. They'd met his daughter once when he took her to see them. But they'd never been fond of Heather, and didn't seem to believe him when he'd said this was permanent. He couldn't figure them out, but he did not like what it meant for Hannah to not have grandparents. "I told her you were coming." How would he tell Hannah? "You don't want to come visit your only grandchild?" "Oh, I mean, sure. I guess we'd love to, but this summer just isn't going to work." She guessed. He sighed, not trying to hide it. But she delivered her news, and she was done talking about it. He listened through the usual bits about their trip to Europe, and their other trip to Mexico. But Nebraska was too far, he thought, the bitterness sinking in as he hung up. How would he tell Hannah? He thought again. He was not getting the hang of this part of being a dad. And he hated it. He was good as a fireman. He'd been good as a cop, too. When those situations went sideways, he handled them with his best skills and rarely doubted his decisions. But everything else. Every time he looked back, it seemed he'd chosen wrong. He'd left his baby for her first 2 years with a woman he'd not ever noticed was an addict. Then there were the times on the job. 2 different police departments where he'd made bad decisions and been forced out. At the time, he'd thought it the best or safest course of action, but really he was 7 kinds of fool. All the things that had happened to him were the natural results of his own bad choices, or straight up his own fault. But at least with Talia, he'd had a chance to help a friend. He'd taken a risk, and he'd saved her some trouble. It was small, but it was the right thing to do, and he was starting to be able to live with that. Even when things didn't work out for him personally. He and Hannah had been going into the monogram shop to pick up her team t-shirt for Hannah's Ultra Junior soccer team. Rex didn't think 4-year-olds actually played soccer. One of the kids sat down in the field and picked flowers during the game last weekend. Rex didn't want to spend his money on a uniform. But Hannah had wanted it. Then Hannah had spotted Talia in the store and wanted to say hello. She probably hadn't recognized that the woman she idolized was frustrated with something. She had simply seen her friend and tugged her father along to say hello. Not only had he gotten a chance to talk to Talia a little more, but he'd run up the stairs to be her hero. Or he hoped that's what it was. Rain had pelted him, the droplets coming hard and fast enough to feel like tiny knives. He hadn't cared. It felt great to duck into Sandy Burrow's office with 1 minute to spare. She'd narrowed her eyes at him, a scowl deep enough to make him think she had been sitting there and waiting for people to fail to make the rent. As he slung the check onto her desk, she'd asked sourly, "What is this for?" "Baby cakes." "So, you're Talia's delivery boy now?" He'd been so happy until that moment. He didn't have any issues with stealing Sandy Burrow's thunder or late fees. But that dig? He clapped back. "No, ma'am. You do own this building, am I right?" She nodded proudly. "It has a faulty chairlift and is non-compliant with ADA. You think Talia has an errand boy? What Talia has is a lawsuit." Chapter 6. Rex had both hands on the straps. Joe held the other ends as she rappelled along the riverbank below him. His fellow firefighter was moving slowly down the side of the dirt wall, above the lazy flow of the Big Blue River. Only it wasn't big, and it sure wasn't blue. And river was really overselling it. Joe looked up at him. "This feels like what y'all were doing the first day I showed up." It pretty much was, he thought. Only that day, the work hadn't just been a training exercise. Behind him, all hands on the webbing, the team slowly lowered her down a little further, but Rex kept talking to her. Leo didn't have water under him then. He grinned, thinking how funny it would be if Joe slipped and went into the drink. The river was not having a good day. Green and just a little foamy right now, it also had a bit of a smell. She would not be happy if they dropped her. Another command came from behind him, and hand over hand they lowered her further. She had to pluck a specific tag that Chief Taggart had sent over the side earlier that day. Their first job had been to locate it. Unlike people, the balls the chief wrapped in brightly colored fabric didn't cry out for help. But some people didn't either, Rex knew. The team still had to find them and bring them to safety. His hands were feeling raw, but that was part of the job some days. Even the gloves didn't protect him from everything. With another command coming from the chief, they all moved together again. Today's drill was about not using the winch or any mechanical interventions. They couldn't tell a person, "Sorry, we can't rescue you, our winch broke." The only call this morning had been from a family that said they smelled fish. When the crew had searched the home, they'd found an outlet about to spark. The family was in for some repairs and a little rewiring, but that beat the hell out of a house fire. So today was already a good day. Saving people from a disaster before it happened was wonderful. Rex went hand over hand again. They were lowering Joe a few feet at a time, but she was a few meters over from where she could effectively reach the tag. The point directly above it, however, hadn't been safe for the descent. She was finally level with the neon yellow ball of fabric, and Rex was letting out slack line so Joe could move sideways until she could reach out and grab it. Rex took the greatest brunt of her change in direction, but he held on. Joe was good, offering only a slow, steady shift of her weight. Reaching out in one fluid motion, she snagged the brightly colored lump and looked up at him, grinning like a loon. Got it. Rex was smiling right back at her, as the edge of the river gave way beneath his feet. Damn. He immediately wondered if he'd yelled it. But it didn't matter, he was falling. He'd flailed and let go of the webbing as soon as he felt his body jerk into open space, an immediate good reaction, as it wouldn't take Joe or anyone else down with him. But he hit the edge, and was sliding quickly down the embankment before he could think. Whatever root system had been below his feet, it had crumbled and was sliding with him. His brain worked in ultra-speed as he watched the dirt bounce off Joe's helmet. He saw her curl into a protective ball, the bright fabric prize dropping from her grip in an attempt to save herself from him. The sudden jerk in the line had pulled her right back under where he'd stood. If he kept going this way, he'd likely kill her. But he was moving too fast to change the inevitable. Chapter 7. Rex couldn't hit Joe. Whatever happened to him, taking her with him wasn't acceptable. In a maneuver he wouldn't be able to repeat in 1,000 years, he grabbed at the webbing and managed to hold on, despite the fact that it ripped at his shoulders. It slung him around to face the dirt slope, just before he crashed into her. Putting his hands and feet against the dirt, he pushed and let go. Rex flew through the air, his breath held, his legs tucked in, his body in a tight ball. Holding his breath, he prayed that he didn't hit Joe. Then, in the long stretch of time that he fell through forever, he waited to hit the water. He splashed with a hit to his mid-back that knocked the breath out of him. Then he spun beneath the surface, the dark, gritty river making him more disoriented than any house fire ever had. He almost opened his mouth but stopped himself, more stupidly thinking that he didn't want to swallow this river water than remembering his training. Once he oriented himself to the light, Rex aimed for the surface. His lungs felt like bursting, but his hand broke through to the air first. In that moment, he had another stupid thought that his glove was missing. But he didn't care as he got his head through and gulped. Above him, he heard cheers and clapping. That was epic, man. Another voice asked, "You okay?" The question came from Ronan, the compliment from Joe. Aside from his ego being bruised and his mid-back feeling like it had been slapped, he was fine. Chief Taggart came up to the edge, watching the placement of his feet noticeably more carefully than Rex had. "Hey, stay where you are." "What?" Rex thought, but he heard, as Taggart announced to the rest of his crew. "First, we haul Joe back up. Then Rex, here, becomes our next training mission." Oh joy. He wasn't even getting pulled out first. He could just climb the side of the riverbed, he thought. It looked like there were enough roots sticking out to grab hold of, and it wasn't that far. But nope, he had to cap this off by becoming the dummy for the next rescue training. God help him, if the FD got a real call while they were pulling him up. After Joe was up, and he was still treading water, not having been allowed to stand, 2 other firefighters came down close to him. Neither of them had to get into the water. He had to let them slip him into a harness like a civilian, and haul him wet, dripping, and with a good dose of river stink, up the embankment. On the ride back, Joe snickered at him. "You're going to have to detox the truck." "You're not so sparkly yourself," he shot back. She had splotches of mud everywhere, but Joe waved her hands up and down, pointing out how her dirt was strategically placed. Though they had both been instructed to sit on some of the mats the trucks carried, she wasn't soaking through hers. Over the truck speakers, the captain's voice came to them from his vehicle, where he drove in front of them. "We've got 3 new rookies waiting for us back at the station. Be sure to offer your best introductions." Rex rolled his eyes. Great. The captain had already told him he was going to be the point person for A Shift's new probie, and his junior partner was going to meet him straight out of the river. But the engine pulled into the bay, and Rex climbed down from the large rig with everyone else. He ran into Joe's back as she stopped dead. He was just tall enough to see over her shoulder, and what she'd seen surprised him. Chapter 8. Rex stepped into his spot in line as Chief Taggart made them introduce themselves almost formally to the three probies. The town of Redemption is growing, and the budget expansions have given us 3 new firefighters. These 3, the chief announced, are going to get sorted between A, B, and C shift. Right now, they're in 9 to 5 for 6 days to meet everyone and see how we work. I'll be figuring out which shift each fits best with. All 3 are from the Lincoln Training Department, and I specifically requested them. Interesting, Rex thought, but listened carefully as each of the firefighters introduced themselves. One of them would be his responsibility. Then Rex stepped forward and nodded quickly. He could almost hear his wet hair flopping as he did it, and he hoped what he smelled of the river water didn't go much further than him. Rex Roma. Redemption FD is my first firehouse. I've been here for 4 years. Prior to that, I was a police officer in Seattle and then Los Angeles. He stepped back, watching as 3 sets of eyes widened. Everyone else had already heard it, asked him about it, and gotten the only non-answers he was going to give. He was more interested in the rookies, standing in front of the line. All 3 were female. The first was Avery Parker, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, perfect makeup. He wanted to see her fingernails, but her hands were clasped behind her back. He figured she had a perfect manicure. But he reminded himself that she was only here because she made it through training, perfect makeup or no. And Taggart said he'd requested these 3 specifically. There must be something special about them. Gianna Ruiz was next. Shorter than Avery, her dark hair was pulled back in a bun, her brown eyes wide, taking in everything through her otherwise guarded expression. Rex thought maybe he knew the Ruiz family locally, but he couldn't say for sure. The third probie was already talking. Rhiannon Caldwell, my family is from Colorado. Why did you become a firefighter? Taggart prompted. It's in my family. My dad, oldest brother, and my sister are all firefighters in Colorado. Taggart pushed her a little more, but then released the probies, and Rex knew everyone had to be wondering. All women. Taggart didn't make them ask. I'm correcting an error. We've been too male for too long. Case in point, I'm the 7th male police chief in a row. Redemption didn't even have female firefighters until 30 years ago. And we need them. Just by the numbers, women have a much higher rate of getting information out of the people at the homes we visit. Except for Joe. Rex couldn't help but laugh as he watched Joe slowly step out of line, flip off Jordan, and slide back into her place. Taggart didn't reply directly but said, "Even Joe." To which Joe grimaced as she tipped her head back and forth, as if to say maybe Jordan had been right. This morning, at the house we inspected, the only person at home was the mother, and she immediately began telling Joe what was happening. Not any of you lugs. You're in and out, and the house was saved from a possible structure-damaging fire quickly. Though not a guarantee, women often fit into smaller spaces. Except for Joe, Jordan bust out again. This time, when Joe stepped out of line, she turned and looked directly at him with a crunched frown on her face and her hands palm up as if to say, "What even is that dude?" Though Joe was tall, she wasn't big by any stretch. Jordan was reaching. This time, Taggart gave the younger firefighter a look that let him know that that would be the end of it. Jordan nodded, but it didn't stop the grin on his face. We need more smaller firefighters on the team. Plus, Caldwell and Parker have goals of getting paramedic certified. He went on about how they would make decisions about which probie would end up on which shift before he sent Joe to the showers first. Rex had been practically leaving a puddle where he stood, but of course, Joe got the first shower because the chief needed him for a minute. He was in and out of the office in under 5 minutes, after explaining about the riverbank giving way. Luckily, everyone was waiting for him to get the other shower, so he headed that way. But as he passed, he caught voices and realized the probies were asking questions. Since he was going to be the point person, he wanted to listen. The newbies were mostly asking about the exercise they had done that afternoon. Rex peeked around the corner to see Rhiannon, her ebony skin glowing with the excitement of her first day, tip her head while Jordan explained the task. She interrupted, pointing back toward the large garage where the engines were stored. "Is someone driving into the bay? Let's go find out." Jordan and Rhiannon headed into the bay. They were followed by Ronan, his father Patty, and Luke, all of them heading in to see what the soft engine sound was. The other two probies trailed behind. Rex hung back, not sure why he did it. But as he peeked through the open doorway, he saw it was Talia in her motorized chair that she used for longer distances. A plum-colored box sat across her knees, the Baby Cakes logo in white scrawled across the top. "Cupcakes," Luke called out. Rex could feel his mouth watering, but he stayed where he was. "If you haven't met Talia Lin, she owns Baby Cakes 3 blocks over. And you're going to have to do extra exercises to burn off what you eat from there." Talia told him, "These are minis, so there's enough for everybody to have one." Then she craned her neck and looked around. "The extras are for Rex." As she finally spotted him standing back in the doorway, he couldn't fight the grin. He felt it light up his face, then disappear as fast as it came. Her horrified expression reminded him that he was wet and stank of river water. Despite the fact that he'd sat on one of the fire-resistant blankets on the way back, and was not going to actually have to clean out the rig, he was still soaked. "What happened to you?" She looked stunned and concerned. Her chair was rolling closer to him, her frown deepening as she looked at the other firefighters. Everyone else was dry. Joe had been muddy, but she was in the showers. It looked like something had happened to him specifically, which it had. Talia stopped right in front of him, lifting the box. Though she was clearly still concerned, she said, "These are a thank you for helping out yesterday." She looked like she wasn't going to quite hand them to him though. Flipping his hands over as he held them out, he agreed. "Best if I don't handle food." "He went in the drink," Joe explained from behind him as she toweled off her hair. He shouldn't be so jealous that she was clean, and he wasn't. But Talia looked even more alarmed, and Rex felt embarrassed. "I'm going to go get in the shower." He motioned over his shoulder, "But thank you." He turned to the rest of the group. "If you guys eat my cupcakes before I get back, none of you will be left standing." At least that made Talia laugh. He could only hope he didn't smell too bad. Behind him, he heard Jordan asking what he had done. "He ran my wrench check up the stairs for me yesterday," Talia told them. "In the storm, when I couldn't." "You don't have to bring cupcakes for that." Jordan's voice was soft, and Rex almost didn't catch it. "I like to say thank you. But you shouldn't have had a problem getting to the second floor in the first place," Jordan argued back. The statement was so cleanly put that Rex stopped. He was just a few steps down the hallway. She wouldn't be able to see him. But Jordan was right. The younger firefighter's voice went on, "Well, I'll help with anything you need. And we love cupcakes, but you don't owe us cupcakes. You don't owe us anything for attempting to equalize the world just a little bit." Rex practically rocked back on his heels. He thought of it as doing a favor for a friend. He'd thought he was her hero, but that wasn't hero stuff. It was easy enough for him to run up the stairs. And it wasn't for Talia. It hadn't occurred to him that the whole reason he'd run into her in the first place was because of the obstacles she constantly ran into. Somehow, she navigated well enough that he had simply never really thought about it. He heard a thank you from Talia, and a softer comment from Jordan that he strained to catch. "You don't even have to thank us at all. We just do it." There was a pause then. "My sister has MS. Hell, Rex thought. Jordan had seen something he'd been completely blind to. But just then a hand splayed across his back and pushed at him. "Stop eavesdropping and get in the shower. We're all waiting on you," Patty chastised him. As the captain, he had to be listened to. Rex moved along, but as he washed the river water away, he thought of all the things that could befall Talia that he hadn't considered before.
Chapter 9. Talia pushed open the door to Snafu. They'd probably heard her coming as the tires of her chair had crunched over the gravel on her way in, and the mid-afternoons weren't too busy. Sure enough, she saw Tierney already waiting behind the bar, smiling. She'd stopped her almost perpetual movement and looked up as Talia came in. "Hey T," she called, and Talia replied back, "Hey, back at you T." It was Ronan who had taken to affectionately calling both of them the same thing. They had adopted it at first as a joke, but as it got repeated it was beginning to seep into their everyday language. "You got my cakes?" "You know it." Talia pointed to the boxes on her lap and watched as Tierney's eyebrows rose. "3 today." Talia stood up slowly and set them on the top of the bar, the two patrons in the corner glancing over. She'd seen them before, and it seemed they liked to pounce on the bakery deliveries as soon as she arrived with them. "Yes, but..." She moved the top two off to the side. They were for the bar. She opened the lid on the third one and showed off the dozen cupcakes inside. The perfectly molded cupcake form held 12 thickly frosted confections. But the icing wasn't quite pure white, and Talia noticed that Tierney saw it. Her friend looked at her with a little bit of a side eye. She pointed at them. "Are these just for you? A thank you for the number of times you've helped me out." Talia grinned. Tierney had saved her hide the day her car had died and Jim had been out. Her friend refused to take any payment, so she brought cupcakes. "You don't have to." "Please take them," Talia pushed. Tierney reached in. "T, the number of times you've helped me out too is insane." But to Talia, it didn't feel like that many. The scales definitely felt tilted to her friend helping her. It wasn't like she could come in and work a shift at the bar. She couldn't make up for someone calling off the way that Tierney had the other day. "You saved my ass," Talia reiterated. "Well, that's what friends are for. And apparently friends are also for pumpkin cupcakes." She'd taken the first bite, and Talia watched as her eyes flew wide again. "Do these have the cream cheese filling in the middle?" Talia tipped her head and raised an eyebrow, as if to say of course they do. Because that was Tierney's favorite. "They're not in season yet." "They just got in season," Talia countered, though she wouldn't normally have served them until the fall. "And just so you know, the whole town is able to buy them because we made a Whopper batch." Tierney was hardly listening. She'd already reached in, curled her fingers around a second one, expertly peeling back the paper that Talia had so lovingly chosen without so much as a sideways glance. This time she took a huge bite. "Oh my God. I'm going to have to either hide these or come buy baby cakes and buy a different set for Ronan and Sean, because they're not getting any of mine." Talia laughed. While her friend had her mouth full of cake and cream cheese, she added, "This is slightly different than the ones last fall. There's an online network of little indie bakeries across the country. We share recipes and you're allowed to take them if you document where it came from and change it a little to make it your own. This recipe originated from a little place in Los Angeles called the Cake and Cauldron." "Well, if I'm ever in Los Angeles." Talia had barely understood her friend around the mouthful of cupcake. That was a compliment, right? But she thought Tierney might get the chance. UCLA has a great med school. While she'd be proud, she'd be horribly sad if her friend went that far away. Sure enough, Tierney laughed. "Ronan is here. I suspect I'm going to be University of Nebraska all the way." "How many days is it now?" Talia asked. 42. The answer was quick. Tierney was counting. Her friend was definitely older than the average undergraduate. But for the first time in her adult life, she had all the paperwork she needed. So she could legally check the boxes and head off to college. Medical school, Tierney's ultimate goal, was going to be a long journey. Talia wasn't sure how she'd feel about coming over to the bar and not seeing her friend here in the afternoon. So she was trying to make up for lost time before she lost it. She'd managed to come by every day, even when she was exhausted, and it cost her part of her evening to go the literal extra mile. Even when she did extra work like pumpkin cupcakes. Some days she could feel the heaviness growing in her muscles as she stayed and chatted, her chair waiting behind her as she stood at the bar, elbows on the counter. As if putting her weight there would change the rate at which her fatigue took over. "How is your car doing?" "It seems like it was just the alternator." "It's running fine." "That car is a miracle," Tierney added as she obviously debated one more cupcake. Behind them, the two at the table were watching the untouched boxes that held cupcakes for patrons today. Talia didn't have the energy to argue the miracle of the car. On the one hand, the fact that it existed, that the entire back opened up as a ramp and she could drive her chair directly into the driver's seat, was miraculous. But miracles were made of money, which made them seem a lot less miraculous. "Did you get your purple boxes?" Tierney was already onto the next topic and the third cupcake. "Yes." "Did Jim come back?" "Yes. It was a stomach bug. Took him out for 2 days, which is why I haven't done this before." She pointed to the new recipe. One of the back table patrons called out, "Are those for us?" Tierney, her mouth full still, shook her head and waved them off. "I brought y'all chocolate supreme and blackberry apple," Talia called out. But Tierney still wasn't quite ready to serve up her patrons. She was no longer staying low and trying not to catch anyone's attention. Her world had changed so much this last handful of months. Talia was just glad to find out that her friendship had been real and not a cover story. It seemed Tierney didn't even think of that possibility. "Any new problems?" "How did today go?" "Wonderful. Like clockwork for the first time all week." She pointed at the now partially empty box in front of her friend. "We even got the extra batch of cupcakes made." They talked a bit more, but Talia wouldn't make it forever. She was going to go home and stop. She'd have to order delivery for dinner just to regroup. Jim was holding down the shop until the evening crew came in. Marcy was there today and Derek would be in soon. Reaching across the bar, the two women hugged. Talia felt the exhaustion sliding in as she stepped back and lowered herself into her chair. As she headed out of the bar, she let the door swing behind her. She was trying to think about what to get for dinner. But Tierney's question bothered her. Any new problems? So many things were going wrong that even her friend expected them to happen. Was it just bad luck? Or was she somehow being sabotaged?
Chapter 10. It's Rex's turn. Joe shrugged and looked at him as if to say there was nothing she could do about it. Rex turned to give her the stink eye. Of course, she remembered. The team was moving down the street and inspecting each home that had agreed. There had now been 2 places on the block to have reported fishy smells, and a third had actually had a fire in the last 6 months. And this was Talia's house. Joe was making him go up into the attic crawl space in front of Talia. Had he really hidden his feelings that well? Talia had invited them in with a smile and directed them to the back room. Though her home had been a bit remodeled to accommodate her chair, it still followed the basic floor plan the neighborhood had been built with. Rex could practically hear the chief as he headed up into the attic. The houses were all built by one manufacturer, and all within the span of a year or so. They are all simply old enough for the wiring to go bad. Sure enough, they'd already found one house on the brink of lighting up the insulation. He could only hope he didn't find anything here. Unfortunately, these attics did not have a nice pull-down door in the hallway. No, it was a screwed-on 2-foot piece of plywood in the ceiling of the closet, and a good luck getting up there design. Rex had already learned not to take dust in the eye. But he tried again. "Joe?" "No," she countered quickly. "It's your turn." Rex had lost count of the number of odd items he'd put his hands on in the last few days. People were weird. They had weird things in their homes, and the stranger things went into the closets. But he found Talia stored boxes that looked like old medical supplies. A nebulizer, a worn and clunky spare wheelchair, and a few other devices. Also scuba gear? He might ask later. Double-checking the latter for stability, he made his way up through the small, square hole that had not been made for a firefighter in full gear. Of course, the air was stifling hot, and of course, he was wearing everything including his air tank. Rex was not willing to risk breathing in old, spray foam insulated attics. Jordan had joked about just giving up his lungs. But Jordan didn't have Hannah. Jordan was still single and acting young and full of crap. Rex crawled his way carefully along the exposed struts. He followed each line and wire. The work was hot and backbreaking, but as Joe pointed out, this was now his house. If something went up with the wiring in the next year or two, Rex could not imagine the guilt that would seize him if he hadn't checked to the best of his ability. For Talia. Far too long later, he made his way back down the waiting ladder. All clear. Joe gave him a thumbs up. Talia waited in the room next to the bed. That's good to know. The attic was good. He, however, needed a shower. He'd been cleaner after he'd gone into the river. He pulled the mask off, feeling the sweat sticking around his face, but he'd been trying to talk to Talia for days. "Hey, why don't you two take this out to the truck? I wanted to ask Talia something." Joe looked at him as if to ask what he was trying to get rid of them for, but he didn't say anything. Talia, however, looked curious. He must look like he'd just crawled through an attic in full gear. Maybe not his best move. But Joe and Jordan had cleared out, and he could hear them at the front door. Talia spoke first. "Thank you for checking this." "Oh, that's our job. And for running my check upstairs the other day." "Oh, if I'd known I would get cupcakes, I would run your check in every month." He grinned, but felt the dried sweat on his face when he did. He must have insulation in his hair. Maybe he should do this later. But if he didn't ask her out, what would he even pretend he'd needed to say? There was a commotion at the front door, just as his comm crackled. Talia looked surprised, but Rex listened even as Joe came barging back through the house. "Did you hear that?" Though he heard that there was a fire, and that all engines and the ladder had been called, he shook his head. "I didn't catch where it was." "Chicken plant," Joe answered, referring to the factory at the edge of town where a lot of residents worked. "Oh no, Jordan said from right behind her. "I'm going to need a sick day. Right now." "We have to go," Rex told Talia, his heart sinking at another missed opportunity. But they left her in the back room of her fully inspected house, and bolted out the front door. In the truck, as Rex started the engine, he and Joe looked at Jordan, again asking what his issue was. Before they could ask, Jordan told them, the chicken plant caught on fire years ago, and it was horrifying. The two older firefighters were both new to town, whereas Jordan had grown up here. Oh no! Neither of them knew that the chicken plant had caught on fire, but they both put together what it would mean if all the things that the chicken plant dealt with burned. He felt his stomach turn. But the comm was crackling again, Taggart's voice coming through as though he knew what all his team was thinking. "Suck it up and get over there." Joe hit the siren, and they wailed their way across town. Rex called out clear and listened as Jordan and Joe did the same, each checking side streets every time they passed an intersection. He cranked the big steering wheel in front of him, taking each turn as fast and safely as he could. Every fire could become the worst one in a flash. As they pulled up closer, he heard Jordan in the back. "Oh man, I can smell it." Rex could see the column of smoke heading upward. That particular shade of gray might be the most concerning thing of all.
Chapter 11. Talia was smiling as she squeezed the frosting bag, piping the last touches onto a small wedding cake. The couple was having a simple ceremony in a park just out of town. Her hands were cramping from the thicker-than-usual icing. That was necessary to keep it from melting if the temperature tomorrow was a little higher than predicted. Flexing her fingers, Talia worked out the muscles. Rock climbers and cake decorators probably had the strongest fingers. Not that she was cut out for rock climbing. It was hardest to add the last bits after she'd noticed her muscles fighting back. But she stretched her fingers one more time, only 3 more roses to go. "Oh, that's beautiful," Marcy said a few minutes later. "Let's put it into the freezer." Talia motioned for Marcy to take it. They wouldn't actually freeze the cake, but chilling it for a bit would help it stay firm. "Gotcha, boss." Marcy had picked up the phrase from Jim and used it as much as she could. The younger woman carefully grabbed at the edges of the pretty scalloped cardboard. She tucked her fingers under precisely as Talia had showed her, and balanced the cake as she started to move. She smiled broadly at the frosting, her wide-set eyes sparkling. Marcy liked it. That was always a win. Marcy was the most careful of Talia's employees, and an excellent counterworker when things weren't too hectic. Talia was grinning too, but as the younger woman turned around to make her way toward the freezer, Kelly whirled into the kitchen calling out, "Talia?" But Talia didn't answer. She watched as if life were in slow motion. There was nothing she could do. Even if she had been on her feet, even if she'd had the lightning-fast reflexes of an NBA player, even with a miracle, no one could have saved the cake. She watched Marcy jerk back as Kelly caught herself at the last moment and tried to move out of the way. The move should have saved them, but somehow the two women still collided. The cake toppled downward toward the floor. Had the cardboard caught an air current? Because it managed to flip upside down so that it went top down, splattering all the beautiful frosting and the expensive pearl decorations. A white mess splattered all around Marcy's feet. Talia felt her eyes drop closed, as if she could simply refuse to see what had just happened. Kelly screeched. Marcy hollered out, "Oh no!" And the only thing that didn't go through Talia's mind was a concern about how Marcy would be treated. She'd had one employee who'd viewed Marcy as less than a full member of the staff. An older woman who'd come across as a sweet, good worker who really liked cakes and simply wanted a job. But she called Marcy an idiot and tried to pass blame to her. The first time Talia had read her the riot act. The second time she had fired the woman. This time as she heard, "Oh no. That's my fault," she hoped that letting that asshole stay for a second chance hadn't led to Marcy thinking that things really were her fault. But Kelly quickly chimed in. "No, Marcy. It was me. I was moving too fast. I shouldn't have been moving so fast back here." Talia had to open her eyes, didn't she? The cake had managed to both smush and crack in a way that only a cake that she'd spent hours and hours on could possibly do. "It's not really anyone's fault," Talia said, and she meant it. Honestly, anyone could have done what Kelly did. Could she write the cake off as on-the-job employee training? What she said was, "We're just going to learn from it." Kelly looked properly chastised. Marcy still looked worried, and Talia was calculating how quickly they could bake the next one. It was a custom order, of course. It wasn't like the cupcakes where she could just pull extras or say, "Sorry, we're out of X today." Nope, every inch of this cake was special. Quickly, she calculated the time and realized it was going to take every minute they had to get the next cake ready and delivered on time. "All right, ladies, please start cleaning," Kelly said. "I will, but one moment. Things are behind schedule now," Talia pointed out, trying very hard not to sound judgmental. She wanted to be the boss she'd wished she had when she was first working in a bakery. Kelly joined Marcy in grabbing at the large dustpan that had seen far more fallen cake than dust. The two started scraping what had once been beautiful off the floor. It couldn't even be eaten. Talia fought an audible sigh. Had they dropped it on the counter, the staff could have at least enjoyed it. It would have tasted wonderful. Oh well. It didn't take long, merely seconds, before she had her thoughts organized enough to turn back to Kelly and ask, "What did you need?" Kelly rattled off a special order for a customer. "Now that we're remaking the cake, we'll need someone to stay an extra shift if we're going to pull off both special orders." "I can stay," Marcy volunteered. "You don't have to pay me. It makes up for the cake." Talia's heart about broke. "You don't have to make up for the cake. The store budget calculates for that. Some things just get lost or dropped. It happens. And you never work without getting paid." Then she had to add, "And I appreciate your offer, Marcy, but I'll need a baker." Marcy was not a baker, though she aspired to be. Also, it was the easiest way to put the girl off without disappointing her. She turned back to Kelly, noticing the two young women had been so efficient that the cake had almost entirely disappeared into the trash. Aside from some last wisps of white on the floor that Marcy was making short work of, it was as if it had never existed. Talia turned back to Kelly. Explain to the customer that we need a minute. Then get on the phone with Jim, then Susan if he can't make it. If we can get either baker in, we can do it. Then she turned back to Marcy. Great work. Can you head back out front? Kelly probably needs help now that we got a little backed up. I do, come on. Kelly was great with Marcy, treating the other young woman, who was actually a handful of years older than her, like an equal. But Talia's hands were already going. She pulled out the recipe just to be sure. She didn't really need it, but she couldn't mess this up. Cake first, special order cupcakes next. She tried to calculate out how many good hours she could possibly squeeze out of this day. Then, as she added the last of the first round of ingredients and turned on the mixer, she tried not to count her bad luck. Car breaking down. Then the cardboard box error. Then there was the rent check. Bad luck came in threes. She'd been telling herself that for the whole week. But the cake was number 4. Or was it number 1 again? She refused to consider such a crappy possibility. As she reached for her tools and began to work on the cake batter, she wondered what could possibly be next.
Chapter 12. Rex felt his heart drop as he heard the address come over the comm. He'd survived the chicken plant fire, though the smell had made him want to puke. Jordan actually had, so had Leslie. And the captain had been green around the gills for the rest of the day. No one had eaten dinner, and he hadn't seen anyone eat chicken since. But even that hadn't concerned him as much as this fire did. The address bothered him. He and Joe and Jordan had been helping an older man who had lit his bacon on fire. The man managed to put the lid on and stop the flames. They'd mostly just inspected it and assured him it could happen to anyone. He'd have to replace his curtains and probably the backsplash, but the rest was going to just need to be cleaned. This call had come in just as they were climbing back into the truck. Joe had muttered, "Figures. Another one." Rex had thought the same until he heard the address. Main Street. Though the town was small, they were currently on the outskirts and wouldn't be able to get into town fast enough. Rex could only hope that the rest of a shift was still in the station and would be there in moments. Joe hit the gas and flipped the switch for the siren. In just 3 turns, they spotted the column of smoke as it rose in the distance. He tried to swallow the lump at the back of his throat, as he told himself it wasn't baby cakes going up. Most calls were nothing. Cat in a tree. Old man lit up his kitchen, but they didn't need to do anything. Maybe they ferried one of the older residents into the hospital in Lincoln. But every once in a while, there was a real fire. This was the second time in as many shifts that the smoke in the distance told him it wasn't nothing. He told himself he had a job to do, and he should do the job the same regardless of who was in the building. He would fall in where the chief told him to. But he couldn't help that he felt this one in his bones. The truck bounced, and so did his stomach as they took another turn. Had Joe run them over a curb? He didn't care. The smoke looked even more ominous as they got closer, but the sound of the other engine wailing as it came from the other direction was at least comforting. He told himself it wasn't as if Talia had given him any signs or signals anyway. There was nothing between them but friendship, but he was so twisted up. The address was sending them to the 2-story Main Street building, where Baby Cakes occupied one of the sidewalk storefronts. He felt bad for being relieved that he believed the address was at the opposite end of the building from Talia's store. Feeling a punch to his ribs, Rex turned to look out the window as Jordan shoved at him. Hell! He'd not been paying attention. He finally did his job and looked out the window, watching for oncoming traffic. "Hold!" he called out. Damn, if Jordan hadn't tapped him, would he have missed the small pickup truck coming down the side road? It would have been no match for a fire engine. And an accident on the way to the fire was the last thing they needed. In the driver's seat, Joe managed to slide up to the sidewalk as Rex opened the door and hopped down. If she yelled at him, he didn't hear it. Besides, she was too busy running the horn to get the driver of the white sedan truck out of the way. They all knew Tucker, and the kid was an entitled poss. Taggart was already on the street, and he smacked a hand against the passenger side window, clearly startling the young driver. The sneer on the kid's face at least disappeared after that. But Rex was already in the lineup. Not Talia's store. He breathed a sigh of relief. Rex closed his eyes for a moment and sucked in a breath. "You okay?" Jordan asked. "Cool." Everyone could tell. Were they just giving him crap back at Talia's the other day? Rex's reaction would have been excusable if, say, he was Sebastian, and they were on their way to the old boarding house that Maggie Willis had fixed up. Or if he were Kaylin, and it were Celine's home on fire. But he didn't think anybody even knew that his little crush had been blossoming brighter and brighter, and his reaction was highly overblown. And all of it for a woman he hadn't even kissed yet. Well, except for in the fantasies he'd entertained when he stopped lying to himself. He stood there with all his gear hanging off him, as the chief rattled off his preliminary assessment of the fire. Started in the break room. They think it's the coffee pot, but they aren't sure. They'd heard that one before. Crap. Spread to the office, lots of loose paper, it's going up like kindling, Taggart continued. Not good, Rex thought, and he saw the same on the faces of the others. Even Joe looked worried as she rushed up to stand beside him. The shop employees think the unit upstairs is clear, but we'll do our own check. Captain Ronan, you two clear the unit. More instructions were rattled off, until each firefighter had an assignment. Like a well-oiled machine, they were pulling out hoses and readying the equipment, waiting for the chief's next commands. The owners of the small print shop stood outside. 2 other employees in embroidered polos stood next to them. They all looked upset, and understandably so. It wasn't Rex's job to ask, but he heard the chief ask if anyone else was inside the unit. Even he could see that the problem was the businesses had been built townhome style, almost like a strip mall. While the building was much cuter than individual units, they shared walls. Though Baby Cakes was on the far end of this string, even it could go up from this blaze, and it could go up quickly. These older buildings didn't have fire breaks in between. The tang and the smoke hit him as he pulled his mask over his face. The air from his tank was a perfect mix, and one that he'd grown used to, even if it was almost always associated with some kind of disaster. Just the scent and taste of it calmed his heart rate. Son of a bitch. He heard the voice through the comms as the chief told them. It's the same builder. Same time frame as the houses we were just inspecting. Son of a bitch. Rex agreed. He understood what Taggart didn't say out loud. As he looked into Joe's eyes, then Sebastian's, he saw they knew too. That meant it could flare up and take out the entire building at any moment.
Chapter 13. The knock at the back had been a surprise to Talia, but Marcy flung the door open wide, excited about a visitor. Talia had felt her gut clench and her heart flip when she saw Rex standing in the doorway. As she checked herself, she mentally noted that Joe stood just behind him. And Talia had no such reaction to the other firefighter. She did, however, worry this was going to be bad news about her shop, or maybe something they'd missed on her home inspection. Just behind them stood Jordan. They could have come for cupcakes, but their dirt-smeared faces and grim expressions told her this was no social call. "Why are you here?" The words were out of her mouth before she realized how rude she sounded. There was probably a reasonable answer since she'd heard then seen the fire trucks down the street. But the fire hadn't affected Baby Cakes, other than that, it had driven the gawkers into the store to grab a cupcake while they watched the firefighters do their job. Talia would have liked to step out onto the sidewalk and look for herself, and mostly gawk at Rex, but there hadn't been a spare moment. She'd come into the kitchen to calculate the need for an extra batch of cupcakes to fill in for the unexpected sales. But she saw the firefighters didn't seem to take offense at her words. Joe answered as she pushed her way through the door. "We need to inspect the wiring." "But it's fine. Her fingers were still walking down the plastic-protected page in front of her, as she tallied what she had on hand and what she could make. "We need to check for ourselves," Rex told her with a smile that wormed into her a little deeper than it should have. Before she'd rented the store, she'd shelled out for her own property inspector. Though the Burrows told her everything was fine, they weren't the ones who would lose everything if something went wrong. For them it was just money, but insurance wouldn't cover lost business growth or a broken heart. If anything went seriously wrong now, her business would likely go toes up. She told Rex. It was barely 10 months ago. Everything checked out. "That's good news," Joe assured her, "but unfortunately we didn't do that inspection and there was a fire caused by faulty wiring farther down the building." Behind them, Ronan walked by in full gear. "Hey T." She smiled and waved at him, understanding that though she didn't really want them in here now, she might be on the hook for anything that did happen. Especially if she didn't let them do the inspection. So she pushed a smile onto her face, figured out how to keep them away from the food and waved them in, wondering how they were going to manage this. Aside from the fuse box that controlled her unit, what would they even be able to inspect? There were no exposed wires. There was an apartment overhead. Someone she didn't envy had to deal with the noise of her down here in the pre-dawn hours on a daily basis, creaking oven doors and running mixers. Having dirty firefighters around her food was not okay, but she couldn't tell them no. She gave them a specific path and appointed Marcy to monitor them. Marcy would be brilliant at keeping the food safe. The woman loved cupcakes and would protect them fiercely. If the firefighters get near the batter, we'll have to throw it all out, Talia told her. Marcy was on it. Though Joe and Rex had gone upstairs into the apartment and back down several times before coming inside, they didn't say anything to her until they declared the whole unit good almost an hour later. Then Joe and Jordan were out the door as fast as they could be, but Rex moved a little slower. Taking advantage of that, Talia asked, "Can I talk to you for a moment?" Something about the tone of her voice must have let him know she was worried. Just beyond the back door, Joe turned back around to look between Talia and Rex, her eyes darting back and forth briefly, until Talia realized she had not been as subtle as she thought she was. Her little crush on Rex must have overflowed the edges somewhere. She rolled over to her office door but then stood up, not sure why she did it. Leaving the chair outside the office door, she stepped inside. The feel of her leg muscles stretching and getting used again was a reminder of her up and down life. She told herself she was simply fidgeting, but she always knew to conserve her upright time for something useful. Was this useful? Maybe she just wanted to stand tall and not have to be looking up at Rex. In her office, boxes crowded the space, so she turned and leaned against the desk. Rex followed, stepping inside and moving just a little too close before she realized he was just reaching out to make sure the door cleared behind him as he closed it. She tried to not let him see how her breath sucked in, how he'd almost brushed against the front of her apron. That would be bad anyway, right? He was still dirty from the fire. She gathered her thoughts and asked, "I know the unit on the end, the print shop, right, had a fire. But why are you concerned about all these other units? Like I said, I had mine thoroughly inspected." A look crossed his features, letting her know there was more to it than just the bad luck of having a fire on the other end of her building. There wasn't enough time for Talia to think about what it meant each time one of these random occurrences popped up. But if her extreme worry showed, Rex didn't see it. He said, "We've had more than one incident with houses made by the builder who originally contracted this building. And from the same time period as this construction." Her lungs froze mid-breath. My house was on that list. That was just what she needed. She was going to lose it if one more thing popped up. But she wasn't going to lose it now, not in front of him. Not today. Not when they just told her baby cakes looked okay. She had to count that as a win. "The inspector told me I had new wiring," she explained. "You have partial new wiring," Rex countered. So she hadn't been lied to, at least not directly. Had she just misunderstood? More important was the implication that she still had some of the original wiring, which was apparently causing problems. She paused, trying to sort it all out, and Rex stepped into the moment. He moved slightly forward, careful not to brush his body against hers, though she wished he would have. Sooty uniform or not. The tingle that shot through her spine and down to her toes almost made her forget what she was so worried about. Her breath sucked in as she looked up. Her eyes zeroed in on his lips.
Chapter 14. He'd seen her eyes flick back and forth, as if she were avoiding his gaze, despite being the one to suggest that they come in here and close the door. But when he saw her eyes linger on his mouth, it tightened everything in his core. Forgetting he was still wearing his full turnout gear, that his hair was sweaty from the straps that held his face mask into place, that he had lines of ash at the edges of where the equipment fit, Rex still leaned in. Though the pull between them was magnetic, he didn't want to push. But he really wanted to push. When she lifted onto her toes, closing the distance from inches to centimeters, he leaned forward just one more breath. He tasted her in the air, inhaled the sweet scent of sugar and woman. His lips parted, and he watched as hers did too. Then Talia jolted, as a thud and rattle came from beyond the door. They almost knocked foreheads, and her eyes no longer rested on his mouth, but zeroed in on the door behind him. "What was that?" she called out, and he remembered that her business was the most important thing to her, as it should be. "It was me. Sorry." He recognized Joe's voice and couldn't help but laugh. She must have stepped back into the shop. Likely Marcy had grabbed a cupcake for the firefighters. But with all their bulky gear, they seemed to be the proverbial bull in a china shop back here. "Okay." Talia sighed and nodded, not asking specifically what had happened. The moment was broken. She looked up at him with a question in her eyes, and Rex jumped awkwardly to fill the space. "Was there anything else you needed?" For a moment, she looked as if she'd say what he wanted to hear, but instead she asked, "Do I need to worry about anything with the shop? Anything I need to go after Sandy and Sandy Burrows for?" That would be delightful, he thought. The Burrows weren't the most upright of managers. Given the relationship damage it might cause between Talia and her landlord, his expression when slapping down her rent check last week hadn't helped. He didn't think there was anything worth pursuing. Talia wasn't his business, he reminded himself. And with her business, she probably didn't want to be his business. So he ignored the tension between them and said, "Joe and Jordan are inspecting the last of the wiring on this end of the building right now. I'll let you know if we find anything." Talia nodded. Something vague in her expression made him wonder if she thought he was saying it just to placate her. Or maybe it was more than just the fire. He couldn't tell, and he hadn't earned the right to ask. He turned and opened the door, spotting Joe standing at the other end of the room as though she'd just been waiting for him. Sure enough, she immediately opened her mouth. "One of the employees showed us the breaker box out back." He didn't like her expression. There was something she wasn't saying. Beside him, Talia stepped up. She hadn't missed the tone with which Joe said the words. Her eyes darted between the two firefighters, and then away. He got the feeling that there was more going on here than he'd realized. But that felt ridiculous. A fire in her building was certainly more than enough to make her nervous. The other end of the building had burned to almost a hollow shell. Taggart had split up his team, putting Joe, Jordan, and Rex on inspecting the rest of the building, while Kane, Smith, and Captain Kelly were still on the print shop, double-checking and dousing every possible last ember. Whatever the fire hadn't ruined for the print shop, the water had. But the FD couldn't leave a single glowing coal behind to spark another fire later, maybe when no one was watching. That could take out the whole line of shops. The print shop had been damaged beyond repair before the Redemption Fire Department had been called. Their job now, when they couldn't save anything, was to protect everything that wasn't already gone. Talia seemed to understand what he hadn't said before. If it's electrical, it could just come back at any time. Right? Rex felt his brows pull together a bit. They don't really come back. We won't leave any embers. But bad wiring could spark at any time, which is why we're inspecting the rest of the unit. The whole building might need to be rewired, but Rex got the feeling the Burrows would put that task off as long as possible. In the past, That would have simply irritated him. Now, as he looked around the back of the bakery and saw all the advantages for Talia's chair, wider than average aisles, countertops she could slide her chair under, a desk that was smaller than the norm so she could maneuver around the sides, his irritation flared into sharp anger. Maybe he could say something to them. Better yet, maybe the chief could demand something from the building owners. Maybe. "I'll see what I can do with the Burroughses," he told her casually, though it was a promise he made to himself. Joe looked at him pointedly, as if to ask if he was done here, and Rex turned back to Talia. "Anything else?" "No." But the way she shook her head told him it was a lie. "1 minute," he motioned to Joe, then pointed Talia back into her office. He could only hope that putting Joe off worked. He pushed the door almost shut behind them again and whispered, "Tell me." The words weren't meant to be seductive, but somehow he thought of it that way. He watched as she scrunched one side of her face and raised one shoulder as if to ask, "What can you do?" Talia shook her head, her eyes watering as if she were fighting back tears. Wishing he could take her in his arms and tell her everything was going to be all right, he fought the urge to be far too familiar with a woman he hadn't even managed to ask out yet. "Tell me?" With a deep breath, she blinked the water from her eyes and straightened her back and her expression. "It just seems like a string of bad luck, for whatever reason." He reached out and stroked his knuckles across the back of her hand. He regretted it immediately, as he saw the dark streak he left there. Crap. He was still a dirty, sweaty fireman in the back of a sweet, clean bakery. He didn't belong. "Not bad luck," he told her, consciously stepping back. "Good luck. Baby cakes is fine. It's not only fine. You have a line of customers out the front door who want a cupcake or a tart while they watch us do the rest of the cleanup." She nodded at that, but he knew that didn't cover everything. Then it was too late. Joe was tired of waiting on him, and she called out from the other side of the door. "Roma. We need you." Talia nodded at him as if to say, "Go," and she gestured him out the door. Reluctantly, he turned and headed out, wondering what exactly it was she'd wanted to talk about when she came in. He didn't feel she'd quite gotten to it. Or was she just aiming for that kiss as hard as he was? A kiss that hadn't quite happened. In the back room, he saw Joe near the outside door, motioning hard at him. "Jordan is outside," she said it pointedly, as if he should pick up on some clue. He didn't. "Did you find something?" "Oh yeah." Rex didn't like the look in her eyes.
Chapter 15. You need to fix it. Talia tried to use her most firm tone without being rude, but she wasn't quite sure where the line was. Frustrated, her brain slipped backward to Rex's large, slightly calloused hand touching her. She shook her head and tried to focus on Sandy's voice, but all she could hear was how the woman hemmed and hawed. "No ma'am," Talia told her. "That's not going to be good enough. I'm not sure why we even have to do anything. You agreed that the unit was workable when you moved in." Sandy Burroughs' confidence ticked up with that sentence, and so did Talia's sense of "oh hell no." Tightening her tone another notch, she reminded herself she should probably still play nice. Though she hated this sick, thick adrenaline that surged through her system, she stayed in her chair with her fingers clenched around the phone where Sandy couldn't see them. And she said, "The Redemption Fire Department discovered this. They said to get it fixed. The other option is that your building goes up in flames." "We're insured," Sandy assured her nonchalantly as Talia gritted her teeth. After sucking in an angry breath through her nose, she felt her mind flip over again to the feel of Rex's tongue tracing her clavicle. He tipped her head with a gentle tug of her hair, and softly, wetly made his way up to her ear. Talia barely heard the end of Sandy's sentence. "I mean, it's your responsibility to have insurance too." This time Talia didn't even have the time to take a breath. She was done with this "just let it burn, money is fine" bull. "Do I need to report you to the Better Business Bureau? Let's get it on record that you'd rather let the building burn. You'd rather damage all the goods and possibly the people inside than do a simple and legally necessary repair." Talia waited. Hopefully this was the ace that would shut Sandy the hell up. The burrows were the only thing she didn't like about this location, and she disliked them enough to wonder if she'd made a bad choice. She'd also tossed in the legally necessary part, not quite confident it was true. It was certain, though, that if she'd screwed it up, Sandy was going to call her on it. The line stayed silent, and Talia could almost hear Sandy pressing her lips together in irritation. A curt, "I'll look into it," was all she got, but she wasn't done. "No," Talia demanded in a lowered tone. It was just a little bit under her normal register, the way Zadie had taught her to do when giving a dog a command. "That's not good enough. You will have it fixed within 7 days. You will get back to me tomorrow, and let me know when the repair people will be here." "Well, I'm not sure when that will be. Or I will report you." Talia wasn't threatening. Reporting Sandy would be a good warning for any future renters, and it would feel awesome. The woman hadn't technically done anything illegal, but the Burrows certainly worked hard to do the bare minimum. They were assholes who didn't seem to care if people lost their businesses, or maybe even their lives, as long as the insurance money could be collected. "I'll get back to you tomorrow," Sandy reluctantly agreed. But she didn't agree to the repair, and the line clicked dead. As Talia set the business phone back into its cradle, she realized her hand was shaking. She'd never really learned to stand up for herself as a kid. She had played t-ball and taken gymnastics and dance classes. By the time she hit middle school, she needed something more organized and turned to the rush and release of soccer. But she'd never been captain, and never learned to advocate for her own needs, even though she'd apparently been good enough that her coach had talked to her about making a college team and maybe getting a scholarship. Near the end of high school, things had started to give way. Soccer practice started to hurt more than it was supposed to. In the hours after, she dealt with swollen joints, sometimes almost feverish rebounds. For a while, Talia had managed to convince her parents and herself that it was just the cost of the game, but her mother hadn't listened for long. Soon Talia had been dragged to doctor after doctor, who hadn't been able to say anything, only that it wasn't the cost of the game. Not at her age. Not at her level. It had taken a year and a half to finally settle on a diagnosis. When she'd been told she would have to limit all of her activities or lose her joints if she wanted her legs to be functional past the age of 30, she not only couldn't play, she had radical changes to make. She'd already unknowingly done a lot of damage. That had been a hard blow for a young woman who had so loved the game that was all legs and no hands. Fatigue had been another difficult new factor. But as young as she was at the time, she'd already learned the hard lesson that life didn't go the way you planned. That the very basic things she counted on, like her body being in her control, could still fail her dramatically. So here she was, 2 surgeries later, with a mother who had become an advocate and a father who helped the futures of those like her. She was grateful that she and her sisters had been old enough when it hit, that they hadn't had to have the Talia gets more attention conversations. That they had been mature enough to just be supportive, without the 3 girls working through a limbo of resentments and jealousies. Tipping her head back, she closed her eyes and tried to calm down. Her mind slipped away to the feel of Rex's hands. She reveled in the long, lazy, gentle touch of him, as he laid her back on the big bed. And then she'd woken up. That had been a major disappointment. The dream had been so real, aside from the part that she had no idea how she'd wound up in bed with a man she hadn't kissed yet. But she hadn't cared, and right now she might not care. If she got the opportunity in the real world, at least he might finish the damn job. But this new issue with Sandy was only further proof that there wasn't time for any kind of romance in her life. Though Talia would have sworn Rex had almost kissed her yesterday afternoon in this tiny office, he hadn't. Maybe it had been an impulse or something he regretted later. Maybe he'd made a move he wasn't ready to back up. Now she knew, despite the glorious dream that she'd woken up hot and bothered from, that she couldn't make a move either.
Chapter 16. The shower felt so good to Rex. The water was warm, even if the pressure was a little less than ideal. He soaped himself up, breathing in the steam as he washed everything with bare hands, and reminded himself not to think the things he was thinking. He was, after all, in the firehouse shower. He was a mess and he needed to be cleaned, not turned on. It was 4 hours later than he'd expected to be leaving, and heading well into lunchtime. Still, he'd refused the offer of a sandwich from Jose's, knowing that if he accepted, he'd be here for another hour or so off the clock. He didn't want to get roped into anything else, even just cleaning the kitchen. He turned off the water, feeling the rush of cold, but knowing he needed to head out the door. Today, he had an agenda, so he toweled off quickly, hoping his cleanliness would preclude him from getting roped back into anything else. Reaching into his gym bag, he pulled out his street clothing. Just jeans and a t-shirt, maybe just a little warm for summer. Redemption sat far enough above the equator that the winters got cold, very cold. The summers were mostly beautiful, and in the early days the huge mayflies hadn't come out yet. A walk down the street would be truly enjoyable, so he'd talked himself into taking a big chance. His nerves zinged as he headed out to his car, but he only threw his bag into the back seat. Hannah had already been taken care of. Mrs. Miller took her directly to daycare on the mornings when Rex was getting off shift. He disliked missing dropping his daughter off, but it was impossible to predict when a shift would end. A job like this never went like clockwork. It was what he loved about it. He consoled himself that he only missed one out of every 3 mornings, and that Hannah benefited from the routine more than he benefited from soothing his own need to do the job himself. He looked up at the sky, maybe stalling. He'd thought it would inspire him. Beautiful day, great time to take a chance. But the sky inspired him a different way. A dark cloud in the distance skidded closer. He couldn't linger, couldn't put this off. So he shoved his hands into his pockets and headed down the sidewalk. It was just a few blocks to Baby Cakes. A thought squirmed through him, but he kept moving straight ahead. If a man wanted something, he owed it to himself to at least try. It was something his father had taught him when he was younger. His grandfather had taught him how to try. Though the old man had been religious, he'd never been pushy. Though Rex's father thought the old man was just a little rough, it was Rex's grandfather who taught him to stand up for the people who couldn't. Then in turn, had ultimately taught Rex to stand up for himself. So now he straightened his back, thanked his grandfather though the man was long gone, and took the first few steps. As he opened the shop door a few minutes later, the little bell dinged. Most customers had lunch about now, which meant they were getting sandwiches or soups or something. Cupcakes were an afterthought, so there were only 2 people in line in front of him. Rex didn't question why he knew this. Sure enough, Talia sat behind the counter. The counter looked perfectly normal at first glance, but it hadn't taken him long to see the modifications for a wheelchair. He wondered if other people noticed, but that wasn't his job today. He stood in line as his nerves kicked in, and hoped no one would step in behind him. Talia was efficient and beautiful in her element. Her long curls were clipped up in some little hairnet with a bow that looked like something from the early 1900s. He stepped forward as she sent the first customer on his way. Rex's eyes briefly flicked around the shop as he tried not to blatantly watch as she filled an order for 24 cupcakes. The time it took made him nervous. Surely someone would come in behind him and hear what he was about to say. But then she rang the woman up, and Rex was at the counter. Aside from the couple sitting at one of the metal sweetheart tables in the corner, he was the only one there. No time like the present. "What can I get for you?" she asked. Rex tried to tell himself that the gleam in her eye and the wide grin on her lush mouth was for him specifically, and not just a regular customer. God, he hoped he was right. Or he was about to crash and burn. "I need 2 chocolate cream cheese with sprinkles for Hannah." He didn't add that Talia knew those were his daughter's favorite. "And 2 red velvet." For him. It was clear Talia also knew that, and for a moment he hesitated. Maybe she knew everyone's orders. Maybe he was mistaking her being a good business owner for interest. Maybe he was a damn idiot. But he had to ask if he wanted it. So, in a stupid high school first date kind of panic, he gushed out, "And then I'd love dinner and a movie tomorrow night." He hoped the words had come out casually, but he was certain he'd screwed it up. Watching carefully, he saw her expression change. She seemed a little confused, like maybe she was processing that the last request wasn't something she could pull from her shelves and ring up for him. He sucked in a breath. Yeah, crash and burn. Then she frowned. Tomorrow night? Crap, was it bad timing? Should he have asked for Saturday? But he'd lined everything up already, telling himself that the more things he put into place, the better he'd be at making it happen. He was trying to make sense of the far too simple to get wrong question, when she added, I think I'm on shift. But she was the owner, wasn't she? Talia wasn't the kind to take advantage of that, was she? It would be a good excuse if she wanted to tell him no. It would let him maybe save a little face in front of the old couple. He jolted from his tangled thoughts as someone appeared at the other end of the counter. She just popped up out of nowhere and must have been working in the storage space underneath. Rex had popped his question, not knowing he had an audience. Oh dear God. Marcy smiled at Talia. You should go on your date. She said it loudly enough for the entire store to hear. Rex forced a smile, hoping that his face wasn't turning red. I can work. Marcy volunteered, and he strongly suspected that Marcy was not an adequate substitute for Talia. He saw Talia hesitate, about to say no. Damn it, if he was going down, it wouldn't be without a fight. Leaning forward, he put his hands flat on the counter and just said, Please.
Chapter 17. There was nothing left to do except explain. Talia sat waiting in her living room, nerves jangling so much that she hadn't even put the TV on. She didn't want to miss it when Rex rang the doorbell. Her nerves were in knots and she had her excuses ready. She didn't like them, but it was just the way she needed to do things. She'd screwed up and would have to come clean. Talia had given up staring at the wall and was playing a game on her phone when the doorbell finally jolted her. How would she tell him? It was so stupid too. She thought as she pushed her way over to the door. She'd suspected he might ask her out. Now she told herself it was just a date. She'd done dates before. Not so many since the chair, that was true, and none since Baby Cakes had opened. In fact, none since she put her mind to making a headlong run at a store of her own. But still she heard her excuses rattling in her head, and the main one, the card she could play, could be heard loudly. The rain was coming down in sheets. Honestly, it was amazing he had even made it to the front door. For a moment she wondered why he hadn't done the polite thing to call and cancel first. There was no way she was going out in this. She could, but why? A voice in her head answered, because it's Rex. She ignored it as she headed to the door, wondering if she should stand up and walk the last few steps. But even as she moved, her arms followed the familiar old pattern, fingers gripping the smooth metal and pushing the chair forward. She didn't think about walking. Just like for everyone, it was a series of movements that happened when she wanted to go somewhere. The chair was like that now too. She was at the door before she even made the conscious decision. Pasting on her best smile, Talia leaned out for the knob and pulled it wide. The house had been equipped with everything she needed. Her parents had seen to it. The wide front door swung a little further than most, but again Talia was used to it. Rex stood there on her front porch, his dark jeans and t-shirt hugging him in a way that dried her mouth and reminded her exactly what she would be missing. She shouldn't go out in the rain. She couldn't go out on a date. She had a business to run. His hair was wet. His clothing covered in dark dots from water. Talia almost laughed at him, and the words just tumbled out with a grin. You didn't bring an umbrella? I thought I could make it without getting too wet. She could tell by the look on his face that he regretted his choices. Not a native here. He shrugged at her, and Talia found herself laughing again. She hadn't intended to let him in, but she couldn't keep him standing on the porch, gorgeous and wet, and holding a bouquet of flowers that had to be for her. What was she going to tell him? Her arm moved in a wide sweep and he stepped inside, dripping on the rug in the entryway. He stood and dripped on it for a moment. This was the new rug. The one she'd bought first hadn't absorbed enough water, and when she discovered just how the rain could come down in redemption, she ditched it. The second one absorbed fine, but the pile was too high for her wheels. Rookie mistake. This one was the winner. Now Rex was standing there as if waiting for her to say something, and she didn't know what to say. "Okay, so I don't have an umbrella," he confessed, not moving. "I didn't think about it." She nodded. He didn't have to say what it was. People didn't think about her and her chair and the water and all the ramifications. She'd already done the checking up about the places they might go. As long as he didn't take her to the little indie movie theater in Lincoln, then she should have seating for the chair and ramps and everything. Not that she was going. She'd considered leaving the chair and walking for the date. It would spend what little upright time she had. Talia had done the smart thing and decided to save it for tomorrow. "Can you?" He gestured at her chair with his free hand as the words trailed off. He seemed nervous that he had to ask. "Yes, I can. I'm not completely dry-docked when it rains. However, this," she pointed toward the window where the sky decided to grace her with an incredibly well-timed bolt of lightning, "is not my best option." It dawned on him then that she was going to cancel. She hated this, but she shouldn't have said yes. She had a business to run and didn't need a boyfriend. Even if she wanted one. Even if she really wanted this one. Rex looked awkward for a moment, and then finally held out the flowers. They had no cellophane wrap, and instead were tied with beautiful printed wax paper with a thick ribbon. There was only one flower shop in town, but Talia could say Blooms did it right. "I don't want to cancel on you," he said. Talia felt her eyebrows lift. She'd intended to do exactly that. She felt her heart swell. The hope in his eyes and the clear fear that maybe she would do exactly that ate at her resolve. Her heart flipped over, but as she took the flowers, Rex was on the move. "I can get us a movie here." She shook her head, but the flash of disappointment in his eyes had her saying, "I have all the movies on TV. I can order dinner delivered." He grinned and she was lost. Could he? There weren't many options for delivery in Redemption. Jose's sub sandwiches were not what she'd expected for this date. But Rex surprised her. He knew people. With a quick favor, he'd wrangled delivery from the nicest restaurant in town that didn't deliver. She was glad that she hadn't canceled, and also regretted that she hadn't canceled. The man had shown up with one killer shovel, and he was digging a deep hole that she was sliding further into every moment. "They'll be here in about 40 minutes, he told her after adding 2 desserts to their order. Motioning to her couch, he waved one hand and commanded her emotions. Damn. 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 She could not fall for him. But judging by the sweet tension in the middle of her chest, it was already too late for that. Maybe it had been too late Tuesday when he'd almost kissed her. He motioned for her to come sit next to him. Without hesitating, she pulled the chair around, flicked up the footrests and stepped over. When she sank in near him, he'd grinned and motioned for her to slide closer. Every cell in her lit up when his eyes did. Oh crap. She'd screwed up. Badly. She was too far gone already.
Chapter 18. I picked the middle. Rex hated telling her that. But there was something about being alone with her. The rain pattering around the house made it seem as if his confessions would get no further than the walls. He could blame it on the decadent pasta for loosening his tongue. But what would she think when she realized he always made crap choices? You didn't want the information public? Talia sounded a little incredulous. He told her how the precinct in LA had blown up the day he'd turned his partner in for planting cocaine on people he stopped. Rex's body cam held all the evidence needed. Still, he'd been sick discovering it and sick carrying through, despite it being the right thing. Here's the problem. I wound up against another officer when I was up north. Sexual harassment. You have a habit of turning in officers? She reached for the chocolate cake, as though she needed it for fortification. He'd thought they could share it, but he wasn't going to ask now. And he was wishing maybe he was across the table, instead of having pulled his chair right beside hers. They'd turned off the movie when the food arrived, and decided to be a little more formal with all the dripping noodles and fish. Maybe he should have kept his mouth shut. No, he paused. I guess. He sighed. A lot of officers are great. Wonderful people just trying to help. The problem is that we all have our own biases, and we don't even know we have them. Then, did he really want to tell Talia this? He should just get up and head back out into the pouring rain and try to forget how much he liked her. Because she would definitely not feel the same after he told her. He wasn't the hero here, just the man who did what he had to once he was in a corner. There are some officers who were the high school bullies, and they still are, only now they have a gun and the ability to put people in jail. Ouch. She took a bite of the chocolate cake. It looked good. Her mouth looked better. Rex needed to stop thinking about the things he couldn't have. Well, he wasn't going to half-ass the story. Basically, all the women in the station were ready to testify, but they wanted someone who'd seen it but wasn't part of the case. They subpoenaed me. So I got on the stand and told the truth. That's what you're supposed to do. Talia looked at him like he wasn't saying anything bad. No, what I'm supposed to do is tell him that crap's unacceptable when he says it in the locker room. I'm supposed to tell him he's being a sexist ass when he's waiting for us to laugh. And it shouldn't matter that he's my captain. True. But honestly, a lot of people are only learning that lately. It was how many years ago? You weren't expected to figure all of that out on your own. Was that a glimmer of hope he felt? So you testified? So what? You had to. She shrugged at him again. I violated the blue line. They made my life hell until I agreed to be pawned off on another station. Oh hell, her eyes flew wide. Retaliation is illegal. He almost laughed. She'd done the same harassment training? Hell, she owned her own business, maybe she ran it. They didn't do it in a way that could be legally filed as retaliation. It had hurt him. Badly. Moving to a new precinct, a new state, starting over. He was convinced his new captain knew exactly why he'd been turfed to her. I just wanted to keep my head down. This was the part that really hurt. He'd known better. He'd fought with his best friend over it. And he'd been wrong. What? Talia tipped her head down to catch his eyes. Did the blue line get you again? No. The second time I said we should deal with our bad cop in-house. He'd been an idiot. I was the blue line. He sighed. The fish didn't look appetizing anymore, despite the fact that it was smothered in lemon sauce that lit up his taste buds. The pasta was perfectly cooked, and he just didn't want it. What do you mean? I didn't want the world to know about Wilcox and make the rest of us look even worse. I just wanted it to go away. And when the room divided, I found myself standing on the opposite side from everyone I respected. In the brief moment she looked at him, he caught the shimmer of pity. Another bad decision. He hadn't learned from the first time. He'd swung too far toward keeping his head down. It hadn't been right. The precinct had blown up with the publicity of the bad cop. He'd made up with his friends, but it hadn't been the same. He was still looking at the beautiful wood grain of the dark table when he said, "Eventually, I just left. You came here and became a firefighter." He nodded. People didn't hate firefighters, not usually. A silence hung between them, filled with all his dark regrets. Firefighting suits you. Her voice was more cheerful about it than he deserved, then it brightened more. And you got Hannah. Oh God. How was it that she just found another bruise and pushed at it? He looked up, startled. From the grin on her face, she didn't know. Well hell, he was going to blow up everything tonight. Better than dragging it out and having Talia find out later what an idiot he was. Actually, I had a one-night stand with a woman I didn't realize was a drug addict. Talia's mouth fell into a perfect O. She managed to not drop the fork, but she set it down and stopped eating the cake. He didn't give her time to ask. She told me she was pregnant and wanted the child for herself. I paid my child support and saw Hannah occasionally. Then Heather showed up on my doorstep and told me she was going into rehab. That's when you found out about the drugs. Talia didn't move, other than to say the words. He nodded. Yes, that had been the first time he'd understood that he'd left his infant daughter with a drug-addicted mother for the first couple years of her life. He'd been an officer, trained to recognize the signs, and he'd missed them all. I was supposed to have Hannah for 30 days, but Heather never came back. The court signed all parental rights over to me a while ago. Talia's mouth once again hung in that perfect open surprise, as she tried to absorb all the horrible details. It seemed the appropriate punctuation to an evening that had started so well, and that he'd ruined with the truth.
Chapter 19. I can't believe I'm still here. His fingers combed through her hair, tilting her head and holding her close to him on the couch as the movie credits rolled. The words whispered softly into the shell of her ear sent a shiver down her spine. Did Rex need to be saved? Could she show him all his choices weren't bad? After all, he was here with her. Then again, maybe that was saying something about her. But Talia didn't have time to think. She felt his fingers slowly twine into her curls, holding gently, tipping her head back as he leaned in close in the dark. The only light was the glow of the now-forgotten TV screen. Her breath sucked in and heat shot through her as his lips brushed softly against hers. She could have pulled back at any moment, except she couldn't. Leaning in, she arched her spine, pressing her mouth into his. She tasted the tiramisu on his tongue, inhaled the rain still on his shirt, the soft scent of whatever cologne he'd worn for her, and the heat of his breath. There was no resisting this. Talia. It was whispered like an invocation, and she was a goner. I wanted to do this in your store the other day. He kissed her again, his mouth softly touching hers between words. She couldn't breathe. But there were too many people. No one here now. Had she meant it that way? Her body meant it. How long had it been since she'd fallen into a man's arms? How long since she'd really wanted to? She twisted around to face him, never letting her lips leave his. The soft touches driving her crazy, until she leaned all the way into him. Did she surprise him? It didn't show. His fingers clenched at her hips for a moment before he seemed to realize what he was doing and let go. I won't break. This time she whispered it against the rough stubble of his chin as she traced his jaw with her tongue, feeling him straighten beneath her in reaction to her touch. For a moment he froze, then only his mouth reacted to her. A soft moan, a rushed breath out, a sigh. Then he shifted beneath her, grabbing her and moving her where he wanted as he sat up straight. I need you. It was almost guttural, and Talia believed him. But she didn't get a chance to respond as he grabbed her and slid her close. Her knees hit the cushions behind him, spreading wider as he pulled her against him. How far would they go? He kept her just a little trapped. He pressed his mouth to the side of her neck and worked his way down. She sucked in a breath, because she needed it, not because it made her back arch. But Rex took advantage and Talia offered another gasp, this one noisier. She couldn't hold still. Talia reacted again, arching her back toward him. This time she started tugging at her arms, pulling her elbows free of the shirt. His mouth stopped moving. Crap. Had she? But as she placed both hands on the soft fabric of the t-shirt he still wore, she caught the expression on his face. She'd move. She'd squirmed to get her arms free, and she'd felt the pleasure of it herself. Now she could see the same on his face as his eyes slowly lifted to hers, asking silently what she wanted. How much she wanted. Who she wanted. Slowly she answered by shifting her hips. The heat caught in his eyes. Soft reflections of the last lingering glow from the screen. Need that ran deep. Desire that ran hot. Yes. She whispered it in her mind as she leaned forward. Talia reveled in the desire she saw reflected in his face. The way his mouth opened, but he couldn't make a sound. How his fingers dug into her hips, holding her against him, as his hips undulated beneath her of seemingly their own free will. Talia. She smiled right before he grabbed her tightly and lifted her away.
Chapter 20. He lifted her off his lap, grateful that his job kept him in good shape. Talia's sudden look of surprise was quickly changed to heat when he swung her legs over his arm and cradled her as he headed toward her room. Damn. He hadn't asked. He should have asked. But she pointed toward one of the two open doors in the short hallway, and he thought that she didn't have to point. He remembered from when he was here last time, when he was hopeful. He gently kicked at the door, thinking that now was not the time to smack himself in the face with a rebounding slab of wood, but the thought passed as soon as it came. Tightening her arms around him, she buried her face in his neck. He wasn't going to survive going 0 to 60 in no time. He didn't care. The room was dark. Light filtered in from where the bathroom door was open. Rain made a background cadence on the roof. Rex moved slowly into the room, Talia firmly in his arms until he bumped the end of the bed, grateful that she didn't have a solid footboard to bash his toes or his shins. Afterward, he didn't know how long they clung to each other before he found two brain cells to rub together again. Am I heavy? No. Though her arms tightened around him just a little, the word was muffled. Yes. He should roll over. But as he tried, she stopped him. Her slim foot, tracing a line along his calf. Her fingers trailed down his triceps, lighting up his skin again. When she reached his fingers, she changed direction, slowing tracing her way back up to his shoulder, until her fingers made their way along his scalp. His eyes closed at the heady feeling, his head tipped under her touch. He wasn't looking, just feeling, and he only got a moment's warning of her breath brushing his mouth before her lips did. Think you can show me more, cowboy? Every muscle went on full alert. Holy hell.
Chapter 21. You have to go. Talia had to close her eyes in order to get the words out. She sure couldn't make him leave while she was looking at him. I'm exhausted, she added. This had been far more taxing than her usual evening. What they needed now was 4 hours of talking through what they'd just done and what they might both expect afterwards. She personally would need about 4 days to figure out if she was really falling head over heels in love with him. She'd known him since she moved here after all, and always had a crush on him, or if she was just being swayed by a magical tongue the likes of which she couldn't pull out of her own memory. She didn't have 4 minutes left in her. She stood up out of bed, operating on sheer force of will, as if to show him everything was okay. She meant what she said. Though everything else needed to be done, it couldn't happen tonight. And if he stayed? She wasn't uncomfortable, but his expression warred between appreciative and maybe irritated or confused that she was kicking him out. There had to be a t-shirt around here somewhere. She'd not cleaned the room before he'd sauntered in here last night, holding her like he was whisking her away. Looking around in the dark as best she could, Talia spotted a shirt on the floor and one on the back of the chair. Leaning over, she felt the rush, first like blood in her head, then as if everything drained from her muscles. She'd done more than she should. She was going to pay for it tomorrow, and maybe for a few days after. Worth it, her brain whispered as her fingers curled into the soft fabric and she realized it was his t-shirt she'd scooped up. Pasting on a smile, in case he could see her better than she could see him, she held it out. What she wouldn't give to put on his shirt right now and crawl back into bed with this amazing man. But as deeply as she'd fallen, she wasn't willing to trade baby cakes for it. Her fingers reluctantly unwound from the softness of the fabric as he took it. The scent of him wafted up to her, but she forcibly turned away and reached for her own shirt on the back of the chair. Pulling it on, she realized it didn't do the job. The shirt was not long enough to have any authority when she repeated herself. Talia sat down in the chair, squeezed her thighs together and put her hands in her lap. You have to go. She had to force herself to say it again, but she tried to soften it. She wasn't just kicking him out because she was done with him. I have to sleep. I have to get up in the morning, and I'm running on empty already. She was almost babbling as if she needed to throw enough reasons at him that one might stick. His frown mirrored the sound of the rain coming down outside, but he hadn't moved yet. He looked so good. Perfect actually, in her large bed, the covers casually slung across his hips. I didn't intend to just, he motioned with one hand toward the bed and then the door as if he couldn't bring himself to say, just leave. Talia grinned. Neither did I. But don't you have to get back to the babysitter? He shook his head and still didn't move. She does overnights because of my job, and she told me not to worry. His mouth quirked as if realizing the sitter might have predicted this better than he had. Talia nodded slowly. So that wasn't going to be the argument to get him to go. She could feel the energy leaving her muscles. She'd never thought about it as a kid, so it was hard to remember what to compare it to. But now, sometimes it felt like her body just turned off. She'd used up what reserves she had and it was done. She wouldn't last much longer. The problem was she wasn't just arguing against him, she was arguing against a very core part of herself too. What would it be to have him stay over? To sleep curled in her own big bed but with Rex Roma twined around her. She wanted this. Who wouldn't? The sexy firefighter seemed to appreciate her for exactly who she was. He'd said earlier that he was upset that they hadn't gotten the chance to actually go out. When Talia shrugged and said, "Don't worry, the chair doesn't actually fit in a lot of restaurants anyway," he'd stopped her dead. I called ahead. He'd made sure that every place he'd intended to take her had wide enough aisles, that the table they needed would be waiting and not have someone else at it. He'd called the theater and double-checked. It was basic, simple kindness, and he shouldn't have had to check anyway. Every place should have been fully ADA compliant. But her heart had swelled. He'd known what she would need, and casually made sure she could have it, even if they hadn't gotten there. Next time then, she told him when he said that. Though now she didn't know what he'd expected from staying in tonight. Would there even be a next time after this? Because now she had to kick his tight ass out of her bed. "I'd love to see you tomorrow, or later when I have things back on track." She threw it out there because it was true. But her insides froze as she offered her best smile while she waited. Rex threw back the covers, exposing every inch of his skin, as if to ask if she knew what she was doing. Her mouth watered at the sight of him, and she almost missed his words. "Are you sure you want me to go?" It was soft, not cocky or arrogant despite the expert flip of the sheets. He wasn't intentionally displaying man candy in front of her, teasing her for her choices. And that was why the honest words slipped out. "No. I don't want you to go. But I need you to." With a slow nod he swiveled around and placed his bare feet on the hardwood floor next to her bed, as though the move required his attention. She too looked at the floor, ignoring that he hadn't said he wanted to see her again. It seemed it was an hour later before he stood in her living room, pushing his feet into his shoes, but it couldn't have been more than a few minutes. Was he going to answer her? She wasn't going to push. She'd put her heart out into the space between them and he'd left it there. As he finished, he grabbed her hand and tugged her back toward the bed. "I know you can lock the door from your phone, so you don't have to follow me out. Get what sleep you can." She was too dead to argue. Sinking back onto the bed, she let him lift the covers up and over her legs. The brush of his fingers against her bare skin left her both hot and cold. What in the hell was she going to do? She told him she needed him to leave, and he was leaving. But did he understand that he couldn't come back tomorrow night? Would he come back at all? She didn't have it in her to clarify any of it, as he leaned over and kissed her. His fingers wound into her hair, holding her close. She was leaned back awkwardly on her elbows, her core tightening with energy she shouldn't be using to hold herself up. Unable to fight the urge, she leaned further into the kiss, and opened her mouth once more under the gentle sweep of his tongue. She couldn't start anything more. But she couldn't stop. When he finally pulled back, he squeezed his eyes shut as though he couldn't quite reason any of this through either. But he turned away, and as he pulled the bedroom door shut behind him, he called out, "Lock it behind me." He must have stopped to grab his jacket or something from the living room, because it was a few moments later before she heard the front door click behind him. With the last shred of her power, she picked up the phone and tapped the buttons on the security system, bolting it behind him. She had to, even if she knew she would be dead to the world if anyone broke in, because he would stand on her porch waiting for the lock before he stepped off into the harsh rain. Her last thought before the exhaustion took over was that he was wonderful. His shoes would surely get soaked from the puddles that were forming in her front yard. And would he ever come back?
Chapter 22. Rex had said goodbye to Hannah, as he dropped her at daycare himself, just hours after leaving Talia's. He was running on fumes and adrenaline and high hopes. He'd not expected last night to end up that way. So even if he had no clue what they might be to each other now, he'd decided to think positive thoughts until she told him otherwise. Tomorrow, when he got off shift, he would take her flowers and beg her to actually go out with him. He would. He found that standing in line at the station for check-in was more difficult than usual. He wanted to hop around and burn off excess energy like Hannah did. But he was barely in shape for the shift. Talia had been right that he'd needed to go home. He had 24 hours minimum in front of him, and from the expression on Taggart's face, he expected nothing good. "Rhiannon," the chief started, "is going to be part of a shift now." Rex nodded. She would be his assignment. Though the chief was telling everyone, it would be Rex's job to get Rhiannon onboarded. At least he'd showered, so he didn't show up for his first day with his assigned rookie, smelling like what he'd done with Talia. Oh my God, what he'd done. He watched as she expertly fell in line at the end, after smiling at the firefighters, as if she were glad it was a shift she'd wound up with. Each of the rookies had their advantages, and Rex trusted Taggart had matched them well. But there was no time for thinking things through. The chief was briefing them for the day, and Rex realized now why the line had looked odd. It wasn't the addition of Rhiannon. It was Leslie. Leslie has agreed to stay. There are 2 more on call for the shift. Rex would never turn his head to look at the faces of his fellow firefighters during lineup. There was protocol. His job was to absorb all the information Taggart was giving, not to check reactions from his fellow firefighters. However, he could feel the change in Jo next to him. Despite the fact that she stood at attention just like the rest of them, feet shoulder-width apart, hands clasped behind her back, the way she tensed up could be felt in the air around her. On his other side, Rex's peripheral vision told him Jordan's eyes dropped shut for a moment. That kid loved fighting fires. But, despite his ability to keep it together during the training the other day, he was not fond of water. That had to be what this was about. Behind him, Rex heard the sound of footsteps as C-Shift softly slipped out the back, one by one making their way out toward the parking lot while they could still escape. Before Taggart decided, he needed more bodies on shift. "You splashed your way in here," Chief said. "So you now know what's coming. If you're not well fed, get there fast. They might go all shift without breaks." Rex didn't even respond. It was their job to show up ready for 24 hours of straight work if need be. And today of all days, he'd been up half the night doing things that were going to fight to distract him for at least the next week, maybe the rest of his life. He had to put all thoughts of Talia aside. First order of business is the new animal shelter. Beside him, he felt Jo shift again. This was relief. Though she could stone face with the best of them, and though most of the crew had believed her to be a cold bitch when she'd first joined them, she had a soft spot for animals. Taggart didn't even let her get to a smile. "The unit is starting to flood. We're not waiting for it to get bad. Zadie Sosa and her new assistant, Ash Cooper, are already making arrangements." The instructions continued for another 5 minutes. Once again Rex was with Jo and Jordan, this time with his new probie tagging along. Taggart knew they made a good team. As long as Jordan could handle the water. But Rex had faith in all of them, and 30 minutes later he found himself with a thick leash in his hand. A husky mix tugged at the other end, clearly petrified of the water seeping into his enclosure. Though the space looked more like a comfy room than a cage, that didn't change that the dogs were stuck with water rising. As much as Zadie had managed to avoid using chain link almost anywhere, and had given each dog his own place, the panic had spread. All the animals were making a racket. This must be why Taggart had given them such clear instructions before they left the station. Any attempt at communication over the din had to happen by hand signals. Joe stepped up, holding 3 carriers. As Rex peeked in, he saw large, angry cats in the 2 that dangled from her fingertips, and a fistful of kittens that he couldn't quite count in the one she'd wedged under her arm. "Move out, Roma," she told him. Or at least that's what he thought she said. In front of him, Ash Cooper stood, hands on hips, black hair disheveled, startling blue eyes matching the scrubs he wore. But the expression on the man's face was not quite what Rex expected, as he issued orders. It seemed the cat room at the back of the shelter was to be cleared first. Rex watched the rest of the team emerging with carriers and even cardboard boxes, as every feline had to be transported. Jordan and Rex, with Rhiannon right behind him, had been sent to get the dogs from the far end, where the flooding was creeping into enclosures already. The husky, now at the end of his leash, had been standing in several inches. Clearly scared, the dog had crowded himself into one corner of the unit, trying to stay dry by standing on his doggy bed. Rex felt for the guy. "We're getting you dry, buddy." "Cats," Ash said loudly to Joe as he motioned her outside. "The kittens go in a red SUV that should be here soon, and the adults go in the blue pickup truck that way." He motioned the direction and added, "Lindy Mestal is fostering the kittens, and you're meeting John about the cats. Then turn around and come right back." Rex almost smiled. That was the firefighter's job, turn around and come right back for more. But he was next. Breaking form for just a moment, Ash reached down, his eyes smiling as he stroked the top of the husky's head. "It's okay, girl." So not a buddy, Rex thought. "Put her in the gold pickup." In the cab backseat. Ash was still issuing orders. "The doors are unlocked." Rex was opening his mouth to say he didn't think the dog here was going to stay in the back seat. But this guy was a veterinarian, and Rex's job was to get the dog out safely. Ash was already turning to Rhiannon behind him, with a large pit bull at the end of her leash. Her dog at least seemed calmer than the husky. "Same for you. Follow him." He had pointed to Rex, and Rex was pretty certain the veterinarian had not learned the names of all the firefighters yet. Not that it mattered. But Ash turned around and pinned Rex with a startlingly direct gaze. "You'll be getting one more for that car. That's mine. They're going home with me." An hour later, Zadie had directed the clearing of the entire shelter. They'd had to wait for 3 local fosters to show up and claim their charges. The rain was slowing everyone down. Zadie's personal car was full with bins of cats and 2 of the bigger dogs, sitting calmly between the carriers. Ash had added another one to his own car. Then, as the supply of foster carers had grown short, he had motioned for Rhiannon to put a 5th dog into the back seat of the truck. For a moment, Rex had considered calling Talia to see if she wanted to foster a kitten or such, but he didn't. If she was lucky, she was still asleep. Then he glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past 10:30 in the morning. The sky was too gray, and there was too much rain to tell that the morning had moved on. Talia had to be at her shop already. He was an idiot to think she could take on a foster kitten. She already had a business. For the first time all morning, it occurred to him that the shelter was only 2 blocks down the street from Baby Cakes. And what was happening here was also happening at Talia's business.
Chapter 23. What else could possibly happen? Talia had arrived late, forcefully woken from a deep sleep that she desperately needed. She'd learned long ago that she couldn't fight her need for actual rest, and that her only option to get up on time with reasonable energy was to go to bed at a decent hour. She'd shot that all to hell last night. Now she was starting the day with serious caffeination, which was not a good look on her. It wasn't good for her body. It wasn't good for her mental function. And she was already stressed out before she started. Driving her little car with her ultralight wheelchair anchored into the driver's seat was normally a joy, but not in the torrential rains this morning. She'd been white-knuckled from the downpour and she'd hydroplaned more than once. Then she'd arrived to sandbags ringing the back door. She was about in tears at the idea of stepping out of her chair and spending too much of too little energy for the day to haul it over the new, too-high threshold. But Jim had been watching for her. "Stay put. I've got you," and he just lifted her in. "You could have moved the sandbags and I could have rolled in," she at least thanked him. When he pointed and said, "Then the water would have rushed in with you," she felt like an idiot. He grinned and said, "No worries," as though he wasn't wet from just stepping outside. As though she wasn't the equivalent of a drowned rat in a wheelchair. He turned back to the mixer and said only, "Storms are like this." She let him think that that was the problem. Was she a bad boss for that? But she didn't want to tell him what she'd actually been doing the night before. That wasn't anyone's business, as long as she didn't screw up today and make it their business. She considered calling Tierney but held off. She could do this. As Talia made her way around, Jim told her the water had been creeping up at the edge of the threshold, and he'd simply put out the spare sandbags from the back of his truck. As apparently Nebraskans tended to just do that. Talia didn't even know she was supposed to carry sandbags. But he looked up from the mixer and pointed to the front of the store where Kelly was stocking the front cases. What he said wasn't what Talia expected. The store is relatively flat, so the front door is also in danger. She should have thought of that. Crap. All of Redemption was relatively flat. Won't people trip as they come in? It's one thing to do it at the back door where it's just us. Jim raised one eyebrow. They live here. I don't think you're going to see too many customers have problems with it. He tipped his head, checking out the one lone window in the kitchen. Talia sighed. She was the newcomer here. She would listen to him. You might call Marcy's mother and see if they have spares for the front door. Yeah. Before the water started coming in there too. She headed out front to inspect it. The store was still safe, but the sidewalk had an inch or so. The low threshold was the only thing holding it back. She hoped the Mercers had spares. Telling herself it wasn't that bad, not like the flood pictures she'd seen when people sat on their rooftops or had to be rescued in inflatables, she made the call. The store would be okay. Just as Talia had picked her coffee back up and opened her office door, she was greeted with stacks of boxes. No. She looked to Jim, but he shrugged. She called out front to Kelly. What is this? Kelly had closed last night with Susan. Hopefully she would know something. Susan signed for them, Kelly told her. But that wasn't the problem. Talia leaned over, putting pressure on her footrest. She was grateful for her flexibility, but the pull in the back of her legs reminded her of exactly what she'd been doing last night. Slicing open the nearest box revealed panels of styrofoam. They peeked out at her, stacked Tetris style, so there were no spare millimeters. She frowned down at them as Kelly came into the office behind her. They're for shipping, right? Talia nodded. She'd ordered these. They now had dry ice and styrofoam blocks, so they could send cupcakes and fudge without having anything melt. But as she let go of the flaps of the box and looked around, her words stalled. Susan had stacked all the boxes neatly. 2 of the stacks were as tall as Talia if she was standing up. All had the barcode facing her, it was all the same barcode. She hadn't ordered this many. On the other side of the office, a third waited. With a sigh and a shove, Talia pushed the chair forward. They were the same. She finally got the words out. We didn't order this many. I wondered, Kelly said. Would they make her keep them? Talia wondered. It was the box company's mistake. But she didn't have room to store them. That company that was no longer going to be her provider. It would be so much work to find a new company, do test prints, and make sure the plum color was correct and the print right. And centered. And that they could do all the sizes that she needed without any glitches. Excuse me? Can I talk to you for a minute? Talia swung around. Kelly had left and Mrs. Mercer now stood in the office doorway, both hands clutching the bamboo handles of an old-fashioned purse. It didn't go with her slick, almost clear raincoat. Of course. Talia waved Marcy's mother in, wondering what this could possibly be about. The woman turned to close the door behind her, and Talia was instantly afraid she was going to lose Marcy. Trying to be professional amid the mess, she slid into her spot at the desk and didn't let her eyes dart around the room. "This is for you." The woman handed over a wad of bills. Talia's face was too expressive. There was no hiding the fact that she wondered what in hell this was. Mrs. Mercer answered, "It's for the cake." "What cake?" Talia held the money dumbfounded. It was not a small amount. "The cake that Marcy dropped." Talia must have blinked at her like, "What in hell are you talking about?" for a moment. Then she handed the money back. "You don't have to cover that. Marcy told us she dropped it, and if she—" "No," Talia interrupted, probably a little too harshly. "Everyone drops cakes. I suspect if I counted the numbers, Marcy drops less product than anyone else because she's so damn careful." Talia held the money back out. Mrs. Mercer didn't move to take it. "Loss is budgeted for." Talia tried again, almost shaking the money. "You know what?" Mrs. Mercer held the flat of her palm out as if to stop Talia from returning it. "Doug and I are just so excited that you gave Marcy a job, and that you pay her the same as everyone else." "Oh no." Talia shook her head. "I do that because she's as valuable as everyone else." There was something in Mrs. Mercer's gaze as if to say she knew who her daughter was. But Talia was beginning to think that she didn't. "We love Marcy. She's an excellent worker. She's wonderful at the front counter." "I'm sure she took much longer to train," Mrs. Mercer said softly. "She did. But I don't worry about her quitting. She loves it here and she's constantly anxious to learn new skills, unlike some of my teenagers who just want to collect a check." "Well," she seemed to think one way then the other. "If you need us to supplement her paycheck—" "No." Talia barked it, unable to hold back. Mrs. Mercer was a wonder. Everyone in town knew it. She went to bat for her daughter daily, and had since Marcy was a tiny baby. She'd probably watched her daughter lag behind all her life. But Talia wasn't having it. "Marcy might not be like other 28-year-olds, but she is more than good enough for the job. In fact, she's wonderful. She requires more instruction than my other employees, but she also carries out tasks to perfection, something I don't get from my other employees." Something inside Talia snapped. Maybe it was the lack of sleep, or the memory of pushing Rex out her door last night. But Mrs. Mercer, suggesting that Talia was taking Marcy on as a pity case, brought back every person who'd looked down at her in that chair. Her thoughts flashed red at the memory of 3 loan officers who'd looked her up and down and refused her. The loan that she had finally secured might just be because she'd done everything online. Her filters vaporized, and Talia looked Mrs. Mercer dead in the eyes. "The only person who doesn't think Marcy is a full and valuable employee here is you." Mrs. Mercer's eyes widened until Talia was concerned they would pop. Dread started to form in the pit of her stomach. What had she done? She wasn't wrong in what she said, but Mrs. Mercer did not deserve her anger. The woman's expression crumbled, then she burst into tears.
Chapter 24. The words crackled over the comms, and though he wasn't standing right next to the chief, Rex was close enough. Small white 4-door sedan. Mother with 2 children in the back seat. Route 41. Slightly out of town. Bridge was out. Rex felt the change even as he watched his chief's eyes glaze over at the words. Taggart moved his thumb so slightly to push the button to talk back. "Where's the car?" "Unknown. Washed away." The chief's thumb didn't twitch this time, and so the uttered word crap didn't transmit to dispatch. When his thumb did push the button, Taggart answered calmly. "I don't have the manpower for people we can't locate." "Understood. Keep your eyes open though. They're probably halfway to Sutton," Rex thought. If they were still alive, a car getting sucked underwater didn't stand that much chance unless the people got out. The worst of it was the children. Beside him, he saw Joe's shoulders sag with the weight of the thought, but he forced his attention to the briefing. They hadn't all made it back to the station to regroup. Only half the shift was here, including the 2 on-call firefighters that Taggart had already called in. The others had gone straight to rescues. Rex was used to staying tuned to Joe and Jordan, but now he had to look out for Rhiannon. Her first day on the job should have been trial by fire, but instead it was trial by flood. "You okay?" he whispered. She nodded. "Yes, sir." This was clearly not what she'd expected. Maybe an operation or two in the line on the hose, maybe checking a house for radon, or saving a kitten from a tree. Those were far more normal redemption FD days. But the summer rains came in, and the small indentations in the otherwise flat land filled quickly. Showers were one thing, but when the downpours came, they could drown crops, displace people from their homes, or leave motorists stranded. This one was looking like a killer. Grabbing his attention, the chief's comm crackled again with more directives coming in from dispatch. The 911 lines had to be full, and Rex was grateful that they were only getting the information directed at the fire department. He had no doubt that the other first responders were as inundated as they were. So he wasn't surprised when he and Jordan, Joe, and his tag-along Rhiannon were assigned to use the engine to fetch a stuck ambulance. "On it," Joe said, and the little group of 4 turned in unison. Joe was the ranking officer, though occasionally Taggart would put Rex in charge of an assignment, particularly instances that benefited from his history on the police force. Though she was a bit younger than him, Joe had been a firefighter from the start. Rex's winding journey had put his promotions behind most of the others. The team managed to park on dry ground and used the winch on the front of the engine to tow the heavy ambulance out of the rising water. It always took longer than Rex thought it should. There was setup and tear down and safety protocols. It was better to go slow and do it right than skip a step and make something worse. Luckily, the vehicle didn't have a patient inside. It was just the 2 EMTs. Moving the vehicle out of the way, so it didn't cause more harm if the water tried to carry it farther down the creek, was enough. It had been a relatively easy rescue, no cats or dogs that couldn't communicate. But before they'd even dropped the EMTs off, they'd gotten a call about a couple stuck in their car with the waters rising around them. Rex about told the EMTs to jump out while the engine was still moving, but they were off before they could get their bearings. And they didn't pass Main Street again, for Rex to just put eyes on Baby Cakes and Talia. The little team of 4 pulled up on a back street, near where the car was stranded. Any closer, and they would be in the rushing water themselves. They had to stay on higher ground and upstream. The car was stuck on something, trapped sideways with the water rushing against it and trying to unmoor it. Luckily for the inhabitants, they hadn't rushed along with the waters. They might have disappeared like the mother and 2 children that still lingered in Rex's mind. The 4 firefighters stood as close as they could and assessed the situation. The water had pooled on either side of the road until it spilled over. The couple had probably thought it was shallow enough, but they'd either misjudged the depth or the speed of the water, and it had swept them off the road. They were just lucky they'd gotten stuck. "What's holding them?" Rhiannon asked. "Unknown." Joe's eyes didn't move from the scene. "We just have to hope it holds until we get to them." The couple inside was frantic as they were buffeted on all sides, their faces barely visible behind the sheets of fast-moving dirty water. Screaming, they pounded on the windows for help once they spotted the team. Rex offered an exaggerated smile, hoping they could see it as he gave them a thumbs up. At the same time, Joe made a braking motion with her palm facing downward. If the 2 could calm down, they would better be able to listen to instructions. It took another handful of minutes to devise a plan, and every minute, Rex prayed whatever was blocking the car held fast. The couple inside was growing antsy, as if the firefighters weren't doing anything. Though they'd already discussed various options on the way over, nothing could be decided until they actually assessed the situation. One of them would go out on the harness to get to the car. There was nothing obvious to anchor the car to, so they operated on the presumption that the car might be swept away at any moment. They would have to anchor to something on the side. They have a moonroof on the car. Why don't they just use that? Rhiannon was asking. Probably doesn't work, Rex told her, but Jo was already pulling out her phone and dialing the number for the couple. They'd been given the contact through dispatch, but hadn't used it yet, not wanting to open the line until they could say, "Here's the plan." Dispatch should have stayed on the line and kept the people in the car appraised of what was happening, but there were too many emergencies today. There weren't enough dispatchers or lines to do more than say, "Help is on the way." After a brief conversation that Rex couldn't hear over the sound of the rushing water, Jo relayed, "All the power in the car is out." Then she asked something else before saying, "And no, they don't have a window breaker." Rex wanted to roll his eyes. Why didn't people have those? One good emergency would teach anyone to own a window breaker and keep it in the car within reach in case the seatbelt jammed. Though the couple couldn't do the first step of breaking it, the moonroof was going to make everything easier. The water was above the edge of the windows, and the speed of it would have made it much more difficult to get them out that way. Though the plan itself was simple, it wasn't going to be simple to execute. Someone had to get through the rushing water out to the car, then break the moonroof, lift the couple out through the top, harness them, and bring them all back to the truck safely. The car was a complete loss. "I'll go," Rhiannon volunteered. Not a job for a newbie. Jo didn't take her eyes off the couple. But none of them were prepared for Rhiannon's answer. "I'm a certified lifeguard. Are any of you?" They all looked at her now. With a small shrug, she continued, "I'm specifically trained in open water rescue. I'm scuba certified too, though I know that doesn't apply here. I'm trained in saves against rip currents and deep, fast water." Rex must have looked at her oddly. She was from Colorado, and he was pretty sure they didn't have oceans there. It didn't faze the probie. "My family are almost all first responders." The argument was solid. She was the least likely to make a mistake in rushing water, given her training. And she was the most likely to be able to save the couple on her own, given the scenario. He didn't like it. Clearly, neither did Jo. "Oh, screw me," she muttered. But she reluctantly agreed to put the harness on Rhiannon, then clipped her to the line. All four of them were harnessed, ready to bolt themselves to the nearest solid object if needed, their waders hopefully higher than the top of the water. Either way, it was a wet, dangerous job. As Rhiannon took her first tentative steps away and they slowly let the line out, Jo uttered, "Taggart is going to kill us if we lose the newbie."
Chapter 25. What a crap day. Talia sighed as she slowly pushed her footrests out of the way and stepped down onto the tile floor. The pressure on the soles of her feet always felt good and weird, but right now the squish of the water underneath was all that Talia needed. It was only little, tiny puddles tracked in from people outside. Tracked behind the counter by first Kelly then Marcy as they worked. But Talia couldn't avoid it. Some of the water was in her store. She stood at the counter, hands flat, shoulder width apart, back sagging. She looked first left at Jim, then to her right at Marcy. Kelly had only worked the morning shift, then gone home. It was just the three of them in an otherwise empty store. No one had come in at all for over an hour. They'd only sold a few cupcakes all day. Now, as she really assessed the day, Talia was actually surprised that 3 people had been out in this crap. One had beelined across the street, as if a cupcake could make her whole day better. She arrived drenched and dripping, probably the cause of some of the water now beneath Talia's sneakers. She'd enthusiastically bought her favorite maple pecan and darted off to wherever she was headed. The other 2 seemed to have ducked into her store to avoid the rain for just a few moments. They had each looked around, seen the store empty as they looked out the large glass front windows and tried to figure out when they could go, and bought a cupcake out of pity as if renting the dry space for a while. But it wasn't dry anymore. Everyone had brought water in with them. Though the sandbags seemed to be holding back the inches getting deeper on the street, they wouldn't much longer. Using towels on the floor, she'd tried all day to keep out the water. It hadn't worked. Looking down at the slim tablet that served as her cash register, so unlike the old behemoths she'd used as a teen, she knew it would tell her the same thing she already knew. Nothing. There was less than $20 intake for the whole day. Gray and dull and stealing her dreams, the water was going to win, at least for today. It's supposed to let up in a few hours, Jim offered as if reading her mind. Though she probably wasn't difficult to read right now. Are you suggesting I don't call it? Talia looked across at him once more. No. I don't believe this day is salvageable. No one can come in here that will make it worth the cost of staying open. Also, I do believe that if we're going to get home tonight, we have to go now. Jim made sense. Jim had also showed up with sandbags and told her to call the Mercers for extra. He'd already saved her ass once today. She shivered at the thought of the 2 inches of water that would cover the whole store floor if not for those sandbags. And the street? It would be mid-calf height if she stepped into it. Probably already far too fast and heavy to be safe. But Jim wasn't done. I'm also not convinced your car's going to make it. That had her eyebrows going up. It was a special model. If she left it here, the water would kill it. It would be a total loss. She couldn't just get a rental to replace it. She wasn't willing to abandon it. I'll take the back roads and stay high, she told him. The look on Jim's face told her that in redemption there was really no high. But he also didn't stop her, which meant he believed there were roads between here and her house that she could make the drive safely on. She'd never been so grateful that her little craftsman home was set several feet off the ground on a cinderblock foundation. She'd figured she'd not ever be in need of a crawl space, but now she was reconsidering how grateful she was to have it. Let the crawl space flood. The builder had at least realized that getting the houses up and out of the floodwaters would make for better outcomes. Let's close, Talia announced. Better to live to sell cupcakes another day. Come on, Marcy. Jim tapped her on the shoulder. I'll drive you home. But the young woman just stared out the front window, making Talia think back to earlier that morning. Mrs. Mercer had burst into tears at Talia's harsh words. Talia had been so afraid the woman was going to take her daughter and march right out the door. If Mrs. Mercer said anything to the people of Redemption about Talia being an asshole, baby cakes might very well just go under. But it hadn't quite happened that way. After a few minutes of gulping and sobbing on Mrs. Mercer's part, and sheer terror and shame on Talia's, Talia was beyond ready to apologize. She shouldn't have said it that way, but she couldn't apologize for what she'd said. Mrs. Mercer had eventually gulped and sniffed and said, "You know what? You're right. I do see her the way she was. I always fought to keep her up to speed with everyone else." She paused and took another wet breath. Talia didn't interrupt. I fought to have people give her what she needs and give her opportunities that they normally wouldn't, because she can succeed if she gets that. Talia had started crying too then. Partly in sheer relief and partly because though she and Marcy were not the same, she understood that struggle deep in her bones. She hadn't had it from birth the way Marcy and the Mercer family had dealt with it. But she knew what it was to be underestimated and to not be given a fair chance. It was part of why she had hired Marcy. Also, part of why she'd hired Derek, the football player. No one expected him to do a good job in a cupcake shop. Her thoughts weren't even about giving an advantage to the underdog, it was about opportunity for the unexpected. Though her own voice was wet now too, she said, "Do you know in my business classes they taught us that the only thing that truly sparks innovation is diversity. So I hired a team of different ages and backgrounds and..." Susan was a grandmother and thrilled to give recipes to Talia. It was a version of her grandmother's red velvet cake that they sold in the shop now. Jim was a young father. Derek was a high schooler. Talia loved her crew. Mrs. Mercer reached across the desk, grabbing Talia's hands in a knuckle-wrenching grip before Talia could even react. "Thank you. Because you're right." Why did that make her cry more right along with the woman? Was it all because she'd been up all night with Rex? Talia pushed out the words she was trying to say. "You're such a good mother, always fighting for her. On top of that, I remember you brought her to the interview, and you whispered to me that it was her first interview on her own. But you let her do it on her own. Talia had had to stop and sniff. You're a good mom. You succeeded. She has her own job and she's earning money. But she earns just as much as any other employee here. It's not charity. Mrs. Mercer had cried even harder at that. This time Talia managed to get her wits together. Still holding the folded wad of money, she pushed it back into Mrs. Mercer's hands. Give it to a charity. Marcy isn't one. Though she wouldn't have thought it possible, Mrs. Mercer burst into tears again. The woman nodded and squeezed out the words, "It's time for me to back off and let Marcy do more on her own." Isn't that what every parent has to learn? But now Talia looked at Marcy. Still here just like any other employee, but circumstances changed. Marcy wouldn't be the employee she needed in an emergency. Kelly wouldn't either. She could have used Derek. He was a quick thinker and fast worker. But he wasn't here now. "Marcy, can Jim give you a ride home?" she pushed. This time the young woman responded, but her eyes didn't leave the water pouring down outside. She shook her head. "No. I want my dad to come get me." Though Talia nodded, she looked to Jim as if to ask if that were okay. This was her first go-round with undrivable streets and closing the shop early for weather. The last time the storms had rolled in and dumped water, they had rolled out just as fast. Now it seemed the clouds had stopped right over Redemption and weren't moving. Jim whispered the words, "They have a truck." Talia told Marcy, "Okay. Let's call your dad now though." She wanted Marcy out of here sooner rather than later. The promise seemed enough to make Marcy finally look away from the rain. But what if someone comes in? "We're closing now," Talia said. "This is definitely a special circumstance. Do you want to go flip the sign?" That moved Marcy into action. The kitchen was empty. They'd stopped baking quite some time ago, cutting their usual fulfillment and thinking they wouldn't even be able to sell the few they'd made while they were still fresh. Now Talia was wondering if the cupcakes they'd made were going to be a complete loss. What was this insurance claim going to look like? Because even as Marcy stood at the front door and happily flipped the sign, Talia said, "Do the lock too, please. Then take those towels and push them up to the edge of the door." Talia would have done it with her foot, but Marcy leaned down, rolled them carefully and jammed them into place. It was a better job than she would have done, Talia thought. But maybe that didn't matter. Because as she looked through the glass front door beyond Marcy, the water was creeping past the top of the sandbags.
Chapter 26. Rex's gloves were wet, but that was the least of his worries. The water had sloshed up and over the top of his waders. Or else it had simply rained its way inside. Now it rolled around in his boots. All his gear was soaked, at least in certain spots if not all the way through, and he was getting wetter by the minute as the water poured from the sky. He'd be great in a fire, not that a fire was a likely problem today. But his brain didn't feel any of that. It felt the heavy tension of the rope through his hands as the water tried to pull the newbie away. He was glad they'd done the water rescue practice with the flags not that long ago. They weren't rappelling down into the river this time, but he was grateful for the refresher now when it counted. He was grateful for warm gear and the brim on his helmet that kept the majority of the water out of his eyes. He and Joe let the rope out, and Rhiannon moved slowly farther and farther away from them. The distance, tethered only by the nylon webbing, was longer than he felt comfortable with. Her training level with the fire station was lower than any of them felt comfortable with. And the fact was, they were operating on what information the newbie had simply told them was concerning too. What if she'd lied? They'd not had a chance to double-check any of her credentials or find out if she'd ever been tested in a real rescue situation. But Rex found he trusted her. Joe trusted her. The three of them had voted to send her out at the end of the rope. Still, they would all three be in deep crap if they were wrong. What if she wanted to play the hero? Firefighting attracted a lot of those. But it didn't matter now. They'd sent her out to fetch the couple in the car, and they'd do fine or get written up. It was already done. So his eyes stayed on the rope. The tension was concerning, as the water tugged harder and harder at her. She did manage to keep her feet, but it was getting more difficult to keep eyes on her through the rain. The dark sky didn't help. Periodically, Rhiannon would lift one hand and give them a gloved thumbs up. At least that's what it had been the first few times. Rex couldn't quite see well enough now to be certain. Jordan remained behind them, not holding the tie. He had the inglorious job of staying on the phone with the people in the car, explaining to them why the going was so slow, and that they should try to find anything they could to break out the moonroof or make it slide back. The two had given up on that a while ago, in favor of panicked hysterics. Rex knew it was a standard human response, and there wasn't anything they could do about it, but he was still frustrated. If Rhiannon had one less step to do, they could be rescued faster. If they could break the window outward, rather than her having to break it inward, it would be safer. He tried not to think about Hannah. He dropped her at daycare, thinking that would be the best place. Mrs. Miller planned to pick her up at 5. But it had been raining at 8, and it was still pelting him now. How was the daycare faring? Was the ground high enough? Had they already called him to come get her? Or had they called Mrs. Miller? It didn't matter. His focus needed to stay on Rhiannon and the couple in the car. This was the job. Everything else had to be left behind when he walked through the door. But he wasn't doing a good job of that today. Were any of them? He imagined that Talia and Baby Cakes might be closed already. There would be no moment to duck out and get her flowers. The water was already running through the main part of town. He'd seen the shelter. So, unless somebody had opened a lock downstream or the watershed had changed, Baby Cakes was probably starting to get water inside the store by now. He forced his thoughts away. He couldn't think about last night or the things he'd wanted to say. He couldn't think about how she'd kicked him out of her bed in the wee hours. The line tugged at him and Joe growled out, "Move it, Roma." Damn. His thoughts had wandered too far. Joe was letting out line, but he hadn't been. He was bearing the brunt of what should have been shared weight, and it was his own fault. He quickly let the line out, giving the probie more lead. She was so far away. In front of them, Rhiannon kept pushing forward. He watched both her and the guideline. The top of her waders were still well above where the water rushed. But it splashed and gurgled, eddied and buffeted her, and surely she too had water inside. Likely she had far more than he did. He instead focused on him and Joe operating in tandem. Between their 4 hands they only moved one at a time. When it was his turn, Rex moved, then listened with half an ear to Jordan behind him, continuing to give instructions to the couple who was abjectly not following them. In front of him, they pounded bare hands on the windows. It was a good thing they weren't trapped without oxygen. He knew Talia would keep a calmer head in a situation like this. Had she done that last night? Was she just keeping a calm head? Had she made an adult and informed decision to kick him out? Or maybe she just wanted him to leave. Maybe she regretted what they'd done and was being polite about it. And here he was, trying to make it into something that he could salvage. "Roma," the voice growled in his ear again. "Joe. You good?" Hell no, he wasn't. But that didn't matter. Joe and Jordan shouldn't have to do this by themselves because he was stuck in his own head reworking last night's conversations. Though Joe and Jordan could absolutely handle Rhiannon and the rescue themselves, it would not be ideal. And Rex was supposed to be their second-ranking officer. Even worse, not being on his game could screw up the operation more than help. He shook his wayward thoughts away. No, he wasn't good, but he needed to get real damn good real damn soon. This time, he forcibly kept his gaze on the webbing as it rolled out in front of him. He was splashed with water, the tension in the line putting force on the carabiners that hooked the harness onto Rhiannon. He mentally walked through their double check of every screw lock. So far, the newbie seemed to have held up fine. If she was cracking out there, it wasn't showing. Her reports were calm and competent. He could only hope they'd chosen well. The last few feet were agonizing, and it seemed all three of them held their breath until Rhiannon's gloved hand finally pressed against the side of the car. This time Joe was speaking into the system, moving quickly with the next phase of instructions. Check the door handles just in case. Rhiannon did, but sure enough, the doors couldn't be opened against the force of the water. "All right, can you get on top?" Joe asked. Once again, the newbie proved herself. Slowly, but sure-footed, she made her way through the rushing, muddy brown water to the back of the car. Maybe she found the bumper or something else stable enough to stand on, because she was up on the trunk of the car, out of the water. Then she slowly moved toward the roof. Twice Joe gasped and Rex felt his muscles clench as Rhiannon slipped on the wet smooth metal, but both times she saved herself. Flattening out to stop the slide, she then slowly picked herself up and started over each time. Behind him, he could hear through the phone Jordan still held. The couple inside the car remained frantic. "She's here. Why isn't she moving faster? We're going to die. Oh my God, is she okay?" None of it was helpful. Jordan tried to calm them down, but nothing he said worked. Once she was on top of the car, Rhiannon motioned the couple to stay back, as Jordan gave them the same instructions over the phone. Beside him, Rex watched as Joe carefully removed one hand from the webbing to once again operate her comm. Only this time, she radioed back to the chief, letting him know the state of their operation. But Taggart didn't update them on anyone else. He didn't tell them if there was a team at the daycare, or anyone at Baby Cakes. He didn't give updates about any of the firefighters' homes. What about Maggie? Was she okay? Rex had dated her for a few months when she had first moved to town. Honestly, he had been a pretty crappy boyfriend, and she'd done better with Sebastian, who thought the sun rose and set on her. Rex should have been better with everyone in his life. He should have been there for Maggie when she needed someone, and he hadn't been. But he still thought of her as a friend. He still worried about her in this flood. And he wondered if Sebastian was as worried about Maggie as he was about Talia and Hannah. Then again, Maggie had proved she could take care of herself. So could Talia, he told himself and aimed his gaze back at the flooded car. Could he do a better job with Talia? Could he be a better man now? Make better choices? He should be watching Rhiannon. Kneeling on top of the car as the rain pelted her, and the water threatened to wash the whole thing away, she calmly pulled out her tool and gave a good swing. The moonroof cracked with the first swipe, and Rex almost chuckled. It was just like a probie, constantly working hard to impress her superiors. Almost immediately, the couple began climbing up and through. Though Rhiannon was motioning them to wait, they ignored her completely. All four firefighters watched in abject fear as the man tried to slide down the car and into the water with no safety harness.
Chapter 27. Talia pressed her phone to her ear, hoping that would make the conversation better or keep Marcy from hearing it. "It's very slow going," Mr. Mercer said. She'd called to check on his progress. She'd expected him to pick up Marcy, and the time was worrying her. Every second they sat here waiting, it would be harder for all of them to get home. Talia felt her chest constrict. "Things are flooded where I am." But where was he? There was a pause, and then she heard a whispered prayer and a swear. Talia didn't say anything, not wanting to interrupt whatever needed his attention. She could hear water rushing in the background, and could only begin to imagine what he must be driving through. "Can you hunker down there at the store?" he asked when he came back online. Not a good sign. He was supposed to come and get his daughter. Was he tapping out? As fierce as Mrs. Mercer was about making sure that Marcy had all the opportunities life could afford, Mr. Mercer was just as fierce about protecting his family physically. He had the big truck. He pulled people out of the mud when he could. His was one of those friendly faces you always wanted to see. Talia hadn't lived in redemption for long, but she couldn't think of a story or an incident where Doug Mercer had ever tapped out before. "I don't think we can," Talia replied. It was the truth, but probably not the right answer. If he thought he needed to stop and turn around, then he needed to not go any further. If he was willing to leave Marcy here with Talia, then things were definitely worse wherever he was. Talia tried to fill in the gap and make her answer less concerning. "But I have my car. And it's not so bad here. Maybe I can get Marcy to you." "I don't think you can." She almost smacked her forehead. Of course she couldn't. She didn't have magical other roads that he didn't. If he couldn't make it in his souped-up truck, she couldn't make it in the tiny chair-mobile. He was telling her the polite version of her own reasoning. "There's too much fast-moving water between you and our place." She heard a gear shift in the background. Probably not a good sign. Would he even be able to get back home? She didn't know, but she knew Doug Mercer was the one most likely to make it happen. He had a lot more experience in this weather than she did. She thought of her own tiny car, the only one still in the lot behind Baby Cakes. "My house is on the other side of town from you. I think it will be drier there. I'll take Marcy with me." "Do you think you can do that?" His concern came through clearly, but she didn't think he had other options. Besides, she and Marcy needed to leave now. Everyone in town knew what she was driving, so the question was reasonable, not rude. She didn't answer though. "All right. Take her to your place, and do me a favor and give us a call when you get in." "I will. You get yourself back home safe," then she added. "Marcy and I will be fine. We're going out to get in my car now." "Before it gets worse," he didn't finish. There was just enough tone to let her know it wasn't going to be easy. "Here, I'll let you talk to Marcy." Talia handed the phone to her employee, glad she wouldn't have to explain that plans had changed. Marcy was getting much better about change, but it still wasn't exactly her forte. She heard Doug Mercer tell her, "You listen to Talia. You two are a team." It sounded like something the family said often, and she felt her heart warm. She would love a team of her own right now, and her thoughts flitted back to Rex and the way she'd screamed his name last night. The way he'd made her feel so good that she'd opted for round 2, rather than the sleep she absolutely knew she needed. Marcy handed the phone back, and Talia was just grateful the woman didn't ask why she looked flush. 5 minutes later they had on their gear, raincoats, boots, bags, and held all the keys. Talia had some low lightweight rubber waders that just stretched on over her shoes. She simply didn't walk that much in the water. The ultralight could handle it. But Marcy had traded out her shoes for knee-high pink boots with black bows at the back. She looked like a cross between an anime character and a fashion model. Talia vowed to order something prettier than her own serviceable models once she was dry. She slid her arms into the plastic rain gear. How much time had they wasted waiting for Mr. Mercer to show up? If they'd known he wasn't going to make it, they could have left an hour ago. Talia reminded herself it didn't matter. Wasn't she the queen of moving forward? Hadn't she learned from her therapist that what could have been isn't an option? Her life had changed. She developed an illness. Her reality now involved her joints basically disintegrating the smallest fraction every time she walked on them. She'd already had surgery to correct what could be corrected, and she would need another in the future. But it didn't matter. The hour they had waited for Doug Mercer didn't matter. This was where she was now. She could be mad about it, or she could move forward. She reminded herself she was a master at moving forward. She came from a long line of forward movers. The metal plate across the back of her chair read Lee. It wasn't vanity. Talia understood Mrs. Mercer, maybe better than anyone knew. She could have told the woman that her father was an engineer, that he'd invented a computer system for a car engine and sold it to the highest bidder. And just as the family had celebrated their riches, Talia had been wallowing in a new diagnosis. Her father, wondering what to invent next, had sunk all the money into a store that dealt in medical devices. So yes, she understood about dedicated parents. She understood her privilege. And she knew how to move forward. "Come on, Marcy." Talia faced the back door, Marcy standing quietly behind her. She reached out for the doorknob. But she flipped up one footrest and reached out with her now rubber-covered toe and scooted the towel they'd shoved there aside. Immediately, water began seeping under the door. Not a good sign. But as she pulled the door open, more came flooding in. At least it wasn't high. She pushed outside into the driving rain, as the water buffeted her exposed face despite the cute little bill on her raincoat hood. It wasn't working against this torrential downpour. There was so much water everywhere it splashed up and onto her. She wanted to reach out and hold Marcy's hand, but she needed both of hers for the wheels. As she pushed, she waited to feel the threshold under her wheels. Normally the small drop was nothing, but now she couldn't see it. After she cleared that, she moved slowly, knowing she would bump the sandbags. This morning, Jim had lifted her up and over the buffer. That wouldn't happen now. But she'd learned some trick moves for stairs. She hadn't been willing to use it this morning, thinking it would be easier to get up and walk over. But right now she needed speed, even if it cost her a bit. But once she was in the car, she'd be able to drive. That wouldn't be so bad. She considered abandoning the chair altogether and just putting in the effort to walk to the car. But she could be exhausted by that. The water wasn't going to make things easy. And there was the issue that her chair was the driver's seat. Aside from breaking several laws, going without it would be horribly unsafe, especially if the driving got tough. So she butted up against the sandbags, popped the front wheels up and managed to wedge herself over the bags. As she began the arduous push to get the bulk of her weight up and over the barrier, she felt the chair lift. "I've got you," Marcy said. Talia almost cried. People underestimated this woman. She saw what needed to be done, and she wanted to be helpful. Talia was not one much for letting anyone move her chair. It was generally considered incredibly rude to touch someone's chair without permission. An offer of "I'm just helping" didn't change it. But Marcy didn't know that. In fact, most wheelchair users, Talia definitely included, lived in fear of someone trying to help and suddenly grabbing the chair and steering wherever they thought you needed to go. But Marcy didn't know, and interestingly enough, Talia felt the lift, heard the words, and then immediately felt the change as Marcy let go as soon as she was over the bump. Hell, Marcy handled that better than most everybody else. But her smile was short-lived. On the other side of the sandbags, the water came up and over her feet. She looked out over the flooded lot. There were potholes waiting. Did she have them all memorized? How deep would they take her? Beside her, Marcy stepped up. Only then did Talia take account of the speed with which the water was flowing. It was a parking lot. The flood here wasn't much, at least that's what she told herself. But it was definitely more than just a few inches deep. Marcy's balance faltered and she grabbed onto Talia's wheelchair for balance. "I'm sorry," she said right away. "No. It's okay." Talia reached up and grabbed at Marcy's hand. It was a smart move. "We're good. It's a good idea to hold on to me." Then slowly, painstakingly, she pushed forward. The water rushed by, getting higher with every minute. Dark and muddy, it made it impossible to see what was in front of them. Mentally, Talia made a mark on her boots, and she watched as with every foot forward the water climbed a little bit higher. When should she call it quits? If the water threatened to splash over the top of her boots, how deep would that be? A foot of water? More? Her car would be okay in that, though. Wouldn't it? Driving out of here was the best option she knew. But their going was slow, and she told herself they would make it. But halfway there, something changed. A dam broke or sandbag somewhere gave way. Maybe some reservoir had overflowed. Because suddenly the water began bubbling up around her ankles, even though she wasn't moving. It rose and rose. Marcy clung to the back of the chair as the water tried to push them apart. Talia held on to Marcy's wrist, only occasionally letting go to push the chair. Right now she couldn't push. She didn't move. They just tried to hold still and not get knocked over as the water tried to carry them away. Chapter 28. They weren't going to make it. Talia couldn't quite make her fingers unlock from around the rims on the wheels. She considered putting on the brakes. But then would she just be stuck here? "Aren't we going to the car?" Marcy asked. "No. There's too much water," Talia told her. "We have to go back. We'll be better off inside baby cakes." She'd never thought she'd utter the name of her beloved store with such dread. Nor that she would be trying to disguise that dread with a false cheer. Okay. The always sunny Marcy now sounded a little defeated herself. Talia tried to reason through the best-case scenario. But that was hard to do while the rain pelted her. Was it somehow coming down harder than it had been? Was there only a small window in which to get back inside? While it might have been nice to have someone like Rex here, someone who had better ideas than she had, who could estimate better if they could make it to the car and if the car could make it through the water, Talia had only herself and anything Marcy could add. She was pretty confident that her car wasn't going to go anywhere in this. Whereas previously she thought they'd be able to forge through the water if they picked their routes carefully, now she saw the folly of that idea. She'd not been prepared for the speed of a Nebraska flood. She watched as the water licked the undercarriage of the car. And this was just in the parking lot. She could have flooded the engine somewhere out on the road, and they'd be stuck there, just the two of them. One of them in a wheelchair. Not good. All right, Marcy. Back we go. Talia paused and made a decision. I'm going to back up. Watch your toes? I can't see my toes. That was true. Step a little bit away from the chair. You can still hold on but keep your feet clear. Slowly Talia turned herself around, her eyes watching for where she expected Marcy's toes to be. When she faced the back of the building again, she felt a new level of dread. How wide was this parking lot? How had they gotten so far away from the back door? There was nothing out here to hold on to. No posts, no other cars, nothing to protect them from the rush of the water that was making its way up Marcy's boots and nearing the top of Talia's. They were much closer to the car than the store. Damn. It didn't matter how far it was, they had to get back. Staying out here would surely get them washed away. So she put her muscles into it. Despite the fatigue that often took her over, despite the fact that she only had so many standing hours per day, and they were barely single digits, Talia told herself she could do this. This time she worried less about potholes, less about getting wet, less about slow and steady. It took positively forever. Every time she looked up it seemed she'd made no progress. Marcy, still proving herself to be better than scores of humanity, asked, "Should I help push?" "Thank you. But no. I can see you better if I do it myself." She was soaked to the bone. Marcy had to be too. Were they going to die of hypothermia? It didn't matter. That was a question for once they got inside. She pushed at the rims of the chair again, and it felt as if the chair was now 1,000 pounds, not the ultralight model designed for speed and easy use. There was nothing fast or easy about any of this. Should she send Marcy ahead of her, at least get one of them to safety? Or was it better to stick together? Talia glanced back over her shoulder. Though Marcy looked about as soaked as she felt, Talia thought she looked more like she wanted to hold on. What if Marcy tripped or the water toppled her? Talia would never reach her in time. Stay together. One decision down. There would be more. And their lives likely depended on each one being right. "Can I hang on?" Marcy asked a moment later. "Yes, please do." Talia wished then she'd brought a rope to tie them together. The water was still rising. It was definitely stronger. She almost wished she hadn't made mental marks on her boots. Her feet were wet from the sloshing and splashing, and Marcy's had to be too. The bows on the backs of Marcy's boots hung like limp pasta, no longer cute. Talia pushed forward. This time she had to cover the same distance, but do it against the force of the water. It had been low enough before on the way out that she hadn't quite noticed, but now she fought it with every move. She wasn't just pushing her own body weight, she was moving the weight of the world, the weight of Marcy's expectations. And holding the door shut to keep out the fears that were starting to creep in. What if they didn't make it back? Had she locked the door behind them? Hell. If she had, then she'd need to dig out her keys. No, Talia told herself, she hadn't locked it. She'd had a brief and shining thought that if anyone needed to take shelter inside baby cakes, they should be able to. She wouldn't even be mad if they ate all the cupcakes. But it looked like she was the one who was going to need that mercy. She said the better part out loud, over the sound of the falling rain, the rush in the distance that told her this was by far not the worst of what was to come. I have energy bars in my desk, and we have lots of cupcakes and plenty of drinks. Not really a party, Marcy commented, and Talia could hear the shrug in her voice. Damn straight. A real crappy party, Talia thought, but she didn't say that part out loud either. At last her front wheels bumped against the sandbags. She'd been waiting for it for what seemed like yards. She'd been trying to remember how far out Jim had made the ring. But she hoped this was the sandbags. Looking up, she saw the doorknob almost appeared to be in reach, as if she should stand up, walk through the water and reach for it. But she couldn't abandon the chair. Would it be better to lift it and carry it? Too much work? Talia only had so much energy during a given day. Some days were better than others. But no matter how much she had, if she pushed too hard, the fatigue would eventually hit. She would pass out like she had last night. Though she was working at a deficit today because of how she'd spent last night, she still wasn't ready to trade it away. She'd made a bad call trying to get to the car. But they would get back inside and get warm and eat cupcakes. That motivated her to lift the front wheels and push the front of the chair up and over the sandbags. But she hadn't exactly come into this day with an abundance of energy. There was none to spare, and she was definitely going to need every drop. So this time she asked Marcy for a lift. Then she was there, facing the door once again. When she turned the knob, it didn't want to swing in. She'd almost lost sensation in her hands. Had the knob slipped and she hadn't turned it? More rain pounded down on them. That had become normal now, and she hadn't noticed just how wet and cold she was until her hand had closed on the doorknob. Until she felt that getting inside and maybe beginning to get dry was in reach. She grabbed the door again, watched the knob turn in her hand, but again the door didn't want to open. Marcy, help me. We need to put our weight into it. But even with the other woman pushing, the door just wouldn't swing open. What was back there that was stopping them from getting inside?
Chapter 29. The three senior firefighters had watched as Rhiannon reached down and expertly grabbed the fleeing man by the back of his jacket. She didn't quite manage to haul him up on top of the car herself, but she held him in check. She'd also opened her comm line so they all heard her say, "Listen up. I'm in charge here. You do what I say. Or maybe you die." The woman had remained quiet. Even though the rain obscured his vision, Rex could see her on top of the car as she huddled quietly and didn't move. "Do you understand?" Rhiannon pressed. There was no answer. But the second time she demanded it, Rex heard both the people reply, "Yes, ma'am." Though she probably shouldn't have looked away, Jo turned to Rex, her eyebrows sky-high as if to say, "Well, damn." Rex was thinking the same thing. Maybe of the three, he had gotten the best probie. It took almost half an hour to get the two back to the truck. Rhiannon had to put on and double-check their harnesses, link the three of them together, and tether them to lines she'd carried out with her. They came back slowly, each with a firefighter on the other end of their line, ready to act if they went into the drink. Rhiannon had proved herself. When they arrived in front of the remaining group, they finally fell into the arms of the waiting firefighters. The woman hugged Rex as if he were her long-lost brother. It shouldn't have startled him. But it did. The closer the pair had gotten to safety, the more his thoughts had wandered to Hannah, to Talia, to what he really should have said before he left last night. And what he should do once they got out of this. Because this was getting bad. Really, really bad. The rain was pelting them. Not just coming down as if it had fallen, it more felt as if the sky were actually trying to hit them with the water. Also, the height and speed of the water at his feet had all gotten worse. He'd mentally noted that the water was just under the door handle of the car when Rhiannon had started out to get the couple. The door handles had long since disappeared beneath the surface. These two were lucky. The car would be underwater or dislodged and carried away within the next hour likely. Though none of the firefighters or first responders had said it, they all knew there would be a death toll with this flood. Rex could not for 1 second begin to let himself imagine that Hannah or Talia might be included. Surely Talia had closed baby cakes early enough to have made it home. Even if she couldn't tell this was going to get bad, her workers were redemption natives. They would tell her. Her house was on a slight rise, so the land was a little higher itself, only a little. Nebraska didn't do a lot higher, but it was also built up on a raised foundation. She had several more feet to go before she would be on his rescue list. He rested easier at that thought. The team loaded back into the engine, buckling the couple into the empty seats. It wasn't made for transporting guests, but they didn't complain. The team dropped them off at the high school, where they were herding now homeless residents into the upper-story classrooms. Surely the second floor would be high enough, Rex told himself, though he was beginning to doubt it. He hadn't lived here long enough to have seen this before. But he'd seen flooding, and he knew the stories about the 100-year disasters. He also knew they were getting 100-year floods every handful of years now. But he had absolutely no way to gauge just how high this one was going to get. He couldn't ask Jo either. She too was new to the area, and even Rhiannon was an import. Cranking his bulky and now drenched self around, he looked into the back of the rig at Jordan. The other firefighter was shoving an energy bar into his face, as was the probie. They all chugged sports drink from massive bottles. Rex asked, "In your experience, how bad is this one?" Between bites, Jordan told him, "It's been a long time since we've seen this. We had a massive one when I was a kid. Left people stranded on their rooftops and everything." "What?" Rex asked. He'd seen pictures like that, but here. The rooftops were up high, and while Nebraska didn't offer much high ground for safety, it also didn't afford many low ones to pool the water. Mostly it was flat. How did the water get that high? Speed and volume? But Jordan kept going. Rescue teams and inflatables had to come out and get them. Some firefighters, and national park guys, and even the guard. A lot of the cabins, up where. Rex knew. The ones up where Maggie had been held hostage. He nodded for his friend to go on. "Those are the replacements," Jordan told them. "The originals washed away in that flood." Rex tried to absorb all of it, but his thoughts were interrupted by a new directive coming over the comms. Taggart once again was moving his team like chess pieces, trying to complete the greatest number of rescues in the fastest time. Normally, firefighting was about protecting property. A life save was a rare day indeed. It got rarer the more time went on, instead of better. It was counterintuitive. Older homes, which luckily a lot of them around here were, gave the occupants approximately 17 minutes of escape time in a fire. But due to new materials and changes in construction, residents of newer homes had barely 3 minutes to make it out of a burning home alive. The newer homes were normally a worry, but today it would be horrendously difficult for something to catch on fire. However, in a flood, there was no way to save the property. They couldn't douse one house and protect the place next door. No. It was all about people, and occasionally animals, in a flood like this. Taggart already had them aimed to their next call. This one was a combo of people and animals. "It's Ash Cooper again." Jordan must have managed to shove all of his food into his face faster than anyone else. Rex was still trying to chew and digest properly, not an easy task as he drove the rig and tried to stay calm between harrowing bouts with the waters. "I thought he went with his already rescued animals." Taggart was still on the line, and he answered. "Seems he got a call. The family was on vacation. There are 4 large dogs trapped in their kennels at the back of the property. The neighbors called the owners about the flooding. Ash went over to get the dogs." Not good, Rex thought. The man might be an excellent veterinarian. He might know animals, but he probably didn't know flood rescue. Sure enough, the more Taggart talked, the more it sounded like that was the case. "We're on it, Chief," Jo told him and had Rex change direction in the rig. Ash was new to town, apparently staying for a while to help his old friend Zadie set up her shelter and clinic, and then he was headed off on some other grand adventure that Zadie was always trying to tell them about. Their new job was to be sure he made it to the next adventure. Joe told them the address, and Rex took an immediate left, but instantly recognized the neighborhood. It wasn't too far out of the way, was it? He would definitely have to leave the main road. He couldn't check without the crew catching on. So he didn't ask. "I'm checking on Talia." "She's home?" Joe asked. "Just call her." He wasn't supposed to call during shift. In this job, they couldn't even say, "But it's an emergency." Everything was an emergency. But with Joe's permission, he was pulling his phone out of the pocket in the dash where he'd stashed it. Joe plucked it from his hand. He shouldn't call while driving a vehicle that could roll over something and not even feel it. She called Talia, holding up the phone while it rang and no one answered. "Okay," she said. "Let's swing by." It was no longer something Rex wanted to do. It was a team effort. But her home was so close, and he would feel so much better once he saw she was safe. He pulled up in front of her little Craftsman, with the wide front door. The tires rocked onto the curb because he couldn't quite see where it was with the water sloshing and pouring through the street. Still, it was better here than where they'd just come from. Without asking if he should go, he flung open the door and jumped down, making a massive splash. Then he was bounding through the yard, water pelting him from above as his feet sank under the muddy silt that was making its way across her front lawn and into the saturated dirt below. At the front door, he tried knocking, then looked around as he waited. Would she even have a spare key with the lock system she had? Pulling out his phone, he called again, but still got no response. The rains reached in under the awning that should have kept him dry. But dry had left a long time ago. As he banged on the doors and the windows, he realized the house was completely dark. She wasn't here. Talia had left for work this morning, and she had still not made it home.
Chapter 30. The water greeted them as Talia and Marcy pushed against the door, finally shoving it open. There seemed to be as much flooding inside Baby Cakes as outside, and Talia felt each drop hit her like a personal attack. Not only was her precious store flooded now, but she'd been counting on it being dry enough. If she was crying, she couldn't tell. Her chair rolled backward, finally moving of its own accord until she bumped against something. The sandbags. They were doing nothing now but preventing her from getting in and out. How long would they last inside? They couldn't even splash their way around safely. Several things already floated aimlessly. They would have to perch up on the counters or on her desk to stay dry. Having rolled back out of shock, Talia looked up along the metal staircase that rose to her left. There was an apartment upstairs. She'd almost begun to ignore the rain beating down again, but as she lifted her face, it hit her anew. The renter used the steps to get in and out of the apartment. There was a window overlooking Main Street, but the entrance was back over the parking lot. Talia had seen the woman a few times, but her car wasn't back here now. If she were home, she might let them in. Hell, she'd practically have to. If you closed the door on somebody in need around here, you would lose your Nebraska nice status. She could only hope the woman curled up in front of her TV and had no idea they were out here in the parking lot. "Come on, Marcy." Talia called the other woman out from where she stood just inside the door, water pooling around the bottoms of her boots. "We should go upstairs. See if we can stay with the neighbor." Marcy nodded and was immediately at her side. But the problem was the chair wouldn't make it. The upstairs apartment was absolutely not ADA compliant. Talia had considered renting it for a few moments when she'd first moved here and found the shop. How easy would it be to live right over her work? But it wasn't an option with the chair, and she decided maybe she didn't want to hear the mixers at 4 a.m. when she was taking a morning off. She didn't want her employees knocking on her door if they couldn't find the red food coloring. So she'd actually never been up in the unit. She'd have to abandon the chair. Maybe if the woman let them in and they stayed up there, Marcy or the neighbor could quickly dash back down and grab it. But right now there was no other option. Talia put the brakes on and left it. She was afraid the water would topple it and wash it away, but she had to get up the stairs. It was not going to be easy, but she wasn't of the mind to send Marcy by herself. They started to climb. Talia moved slowly, planting her feet softly, doing the best she could. With each step she began to understand just how cold she actually was. The soles of her feet didn't quite feel right, as if all the sensations weren't getting through. While she was trying to be gentle, she was actually moving relatively flat-footed. A quick glance at Marcy, already a few steps ahead, revealed the same thing. The young, vibrant and bouncy woman looked just a little unsteady. Oh crap! 3 steps later for Talia, 6 more for Marcy. The young woman turned around and looked at her. You stay there. I've got this. But what if the renter wasn't home? What if the door didn't swing open when they knocked? But following Marcy up the stairs for a long shot wasn't the best use of the limited mobility Talia had. She considered going back down for the chair and waiting. But if the door did open, she'd have to repeat the steps. She couldn't afford to make the climb once really, let alone twice. Who knew what else she might have to do today? With all her might she hoped it was just this one staircase. Then they'd get inside and there'd be dry clothes and hot soup. For a moment, she imagined the sheer beauty of it. But the moment was quickly cut short because Marcy was already at the door, turning back. No one's home. Of course not. She'd expected nothing less. Move forward. Try the knob. No. It's locked. Look under the mat for a key. Again Marcy said no. Under the windowsill. But as Marcy leaned out, Talia realized the window was farther away than she thought. No. She took a gulped breath, feeling small droplets go down her throat. Everything was wet. What she wouldn't give for a roof. Don't lean out like that. I shouldn't have said that. It was a sobering thought. Though there was a window on either side of the landing, they were too far away to be reached. She'd harbored a brief fantasy of breaking the glass and climbing in. But now she saw they'd fall. Which meant they had to get in through the door or not at all. Can you check over the door? Talia asked. Marcy put her hand flat against the brick, touching it in each place as though a key would magically pop out from behind a brick. Maybe Talia's brain was slowing down too. She knew that Marcy needed clear instructions. She tried again. Using her own hand to mimic the movement, Talia said, check above the doorframe. People sometimes set a key right up in that little space. Marcy's face lit up, as if to say what a wonderful idea. This time she patted her fingers over every inch of it. But then said again no. Talia stepped to the outside edge of the staircase, trying to get a better view. Not only was there a knob, there was a gold circle above it, a bolt. They couldn't likely open it with a credit card. Good for the renter. Bad for them. Neither Talia nor Marcy would have the force to kick the door down. She looked to the windows again, trying to think of some way to safely rig a harness or rope and get them in. But they had no rope. She only had jumper cables in the back of her car, which they'd just proven they couldn't get to. Though there were some supplies in baby cakes, there was not going to be a way to get into the upstairs unit. She looked down the stairs. Her chair waited at the bottom step. Deeper in the parking lot, but the little landing back here had been leveled to the same as the store. It wasn't as bad inside as out. The counters inside were higher, she told herself, promising they would both be safe. Come on back, Marcy. She heard the metal clunk and zing, as the young woman came down faster than Talia could ever hope to. Marcy flew past her, but as the woman hit the pavement, Talia watched as the water grabbed her chair and tipped it. Just as she feared, it was about to float away.
Chapter 31. He wasn't allowed to worry on the job. Still, Rex had found himself doing it more than once today. Most days he didn't, but most days the town wasn't flooding. In his concern for Hannah, he'd surreptitiously called Mrs. Miller when he got a moment. But even that didn't work easily. He'd only gotten through on the 3rd try. No, honey, I don't have her. She's at the daycare. They're safe. I called. That at least made him feel better. Of course she'd checked. The woman was a gift, and the news had relaxed at least one muscle in his heart. Now if he could get the others to unwind, he'd do much better. But Talia hadn't been home, and he didn't know where she was. Hopefully she'd taken a ride with someone from the store, and was enjoying heat and watching the rain from behind closed windows. He, on the other hand, was almost a river unto himself now. When the engine pulled up at the address Taggart had given them, he kept it on the street. He didn't want to block anyone's driveway, and he was pretty sure he knew what the backyard looked like. Redemption wasn't that big, there weren't many neighborhoods he hadn't been in. But they had a person and more large dogs to rescue. As he put the brakes on, he thought through the options. The yard sloped down away from the road, leading to first the house, then eventually a creek in the back. Right now, the creek would not be just a creek. As he stepped down out of the rig again, he thought he heard a voice calling, "Down here," but it was difficult to tell through the driving rain. The entire world was noisier. Rain and rushing water tried to drown out all other sounds. They sent Jordan around the house to check out the scene, while he, Joe, and Rhiannon flanked the engine. They made their way along the sides, opening doors and pulling out equipment, slinging it over their shoulders and holding tight. Though they knew the problem seemed to be the dogs were stuck in the kennels, they didn't know what exactly they would need. They took everything they guessed they could carry. Human life had to be saved first, but they would save every creature they could, and it seemed Ash Cooper had gotten himself stuck too. But as they rounded the side of the house, they saw two dogs on thick leashes tied to the posts that held up the back deck. They were in the clear, barking their mad heads off, but safe. Below them, where the yard sloped down, the water had come up. Two more dogs barked and struggled against the kennels they were locked into. The water was more than halfway up the one dog's body, and the smallest dog was in the lowest space and was beginning to swim. Rex's heart broke for the creature. "I got those too." Ash looked up and called to them through the winds, "But I can't break these locks. The keys are with the dog sitter." His hair was plastered to his head. He was still in his scrubs from earlier. A light jacket, that might have been water-resistant when it started the day, was soaked through. At least his eyes had looked clear, Rex thought. But they'd know more when they got there. Joe called down to him, even as Rex assessed the situation. "You're not stuck." "You wouldn't come if I wasn't." Ash had his head back down, and was once again bashing at the bolt with a rock in his bare hands. He wasn't wrong about that. Rex let Joe make the call. "We're already here. And he's not exactly safe about what he's doing." She pointed. The man was in thigh-high water, and not anchored to anything they could see. "We can call this a rescue." So, Rex turned back to Rhiannon and quizzed her on protocol while Joe and Jordan set up. The probie nailed it. "We get a line down to the kennels. Maybe throw the end to him since he's already there." Rex nodded. "And use that as a guide for all of us." She paused. "Does he have leashes for the other two dogs?" Joe was already getting Cooper's attention, and tossing him the weighted end of a line which he caught on the first try. Once he had it anchored per Joe's instructions, Rex called out, "Do you have leashes for the last two dogs?" Ash only pointed up, as he went back to bashing at the lock. Rex saw now the leads tossed over the tops of the chain link. Gray, they'd blended into the dreariness of the day. It looked like a job that should just take a minute. But of course, it didn't. The knee-deep, then thigh-deep running water from a flood was hard to push through. Steps had to be taken carefully. The going was not fast, not unless they wanted to add another victim to rescue. And they never did. The chain link of the kennels allowed the water to just rush through. The smallest dog was still relatively large, but he was losing his footing. Ash reached in, barely getting his fingers through the fencing but helping to hold the frantic dog. As Rex got closer, he heard the soothing tone the vet used. "Yeah." Rex wouldn't have been able to leave them either. Dogs swam okay, but who knew how long they'd make it without help. The firefighters held the line, making their way down into the water, hand over hand. They left Jordan on higher ground, trading info with Taggart as their central station. Behind them, the dogs that were already under the porch were howling about their friends. Ash turned and called up to them, "We've got rescue now. They'll be okay." Then, Rex and Ash and Joe and Rhiannon were all clinging to the chain link at the front of the kennels. The doors were bolted, but they swayed a little with the water, and every time a dog paw hit them in a frantic motion. Luckily, the locks were still above the water line. Joe was making her way to the end, reaching out for the bulky cutters ready to cut the thick metal. Though Joe tried to move Ash out of the way, Rex was close, and he could see the man was not as calm as he appeared. He tried to distract Ash, and let Joe and Rhiannon do the work. How did they get stuck? The dog sitter didn't make it out this morning because of the rains. He motioned around the backs of the neighboring houses. "She has the key." But then the neighbor called, because the owner is out of town. Rex nodded. "No worries. We'll get them all." Ash's shoulders relaxed just a fraction as he added, "I broke the locks on Taffy and Licorice's kennels. Dear Lord, these huge beasts were named after candy. But these last two won't budge." As the vet waved his hands around, Rex caught sight of the cuts on his hands. The rain must have been washing the blood away. "Let me look." "Later." Ash waved him off, but Rex held out one hand. He wasn't cutting the bolts. This was his job. The man was pretty bashed up. Behind the vet, Rex could see Joe and Rhiannon trying to cut the bolt. The dog's front legs pounded on the fence as he tried to keep his face out of the water. Next to him, his friend was still barking. Ash turned around. "You're next, Truffle." The issue with cutting the bolts wasn't the bolt cutters, it was getting everything lined up. It was the dog pounding on the gate the exact moment Joe tried to snip it, and Rhiannon making sure her fingers didn't get in the way. Once they got it lined up, the bolt cutters went through the metal like butter, and Ash pushed his way in, handling the big creature that was suddenly free. The women were already moving on to the next gate, where Rex was now trying to calm the last dog as he waited his turn. Rhiannon and Ash managed to get a leash on the third dog, as Joe and Rex finally managed to free the fourth. Then it was done. A few moments later they were up the hill, Joe pulling the line with her as she went. They surveyed the scene, double-checking everything, but Joe declared them finished as Ash wrangled all of the dogs out of the rain. From somewhere inside his coat, Rex felt a buzz. Reaching in, he pulled the phone out and checked the screen, even as water dotted the face of it. The daycare. "Oh no," Joe said. She must have taken a glance at his screen. Her face looked worried, too. He answered it, as they all ducked under the back deck. It wasn't dry, but it was drier. "Hello, Mr. Roma. Is everything okay? Is Hannah okay? The kids are fine right now, but..." "Crap." After a moment she said, "But the water is inside. We're up on the furniture. We can't drive our cars." Surely some of the parents hadn't brought their kids in today. But he had to ask, "How many kids do you have?" "2 teachers and 7 kids." "Did you call 911? Next to him, the others all watched. Despite the noise of the rain, everyone could hear every word of his call. "It's busy." The emphasis on every syllable told him that she was as concerned or frustrated or frightened as she could possibly be. This was a woman who worked with toddlers all day long. Rex had never known her to be anything but unflappable. Right now, she was not holding it together well. "Okay, I'll get someone to you as soon as possible." He was immediately on the comm to Taggart, who assured him an earlier call had gone through, and the daycare was on their list. "Where are they on that list?" Rex tried to stay calm. "At least 3 stops down." Silence filled his head worse than the buzzing of anger or fear. He simply went numb. Every single team had at least 3 places that were higher priority than a preschool full of children. How had his team been sent here? It just came in. No one is in the area. They have furniture to get up on, Taggart told him. Others don't. The only people in front of them are in cars, or in the water, and within minutes of drowning. There were that many people in that much danger? He looked up at the sky. Of course there were. He had to ask about Talia, too. Is Main Street on the list? No calls from Main Street. Was that good or bad? Rex didn't know. I want to go get my daughter. Interestingly, the chief didn't immediately say no. You've got 4 on your team. Are you good with 3? I am, Joe answered easily, but I've got no way to separate us. Another body sidled up to him. Ash looked at Joe. Can we put the dogs in the engine? Rex did not know how they would do that, but Joe quickly nodded. Ash held out his keys. Take my truck. It's good for this. Faster than he'd maybe ever moved in his life, Rex grabbed the webbing and harnesses Joe now held out to him. He clutched at the keys and reached out for the Halligan tool that Rhiannon held out. He'd be on his own, and the very act was reckless, but he wasn't going to be unsafe. Then he was running up the driveway to the truck that beeped when he clumsily hit the button with heavily gloved fingers. The ground grabbed at his feet. Wet and muddy, it tried to hold him back. The water had buffeted his legs, wanting to topple him. What might it do to a child much smaller than he? Or a woman in a wheelchair? He worried about Talia. But first he had to get Hannah.
Chapter 32. Talia and Marcy headed back inside Baby Cakes. Though the going was still slow, Talia was motivated by finally being out of the rain, and grateful that Marcy was fast and had saved her chair. Marcy swiveled her head, amazed by all the changes. The water didn't seem quite so muddy in here, but it wasn't clear either. Talia couldn't hide her utter dismay. She'd had business classes. She'd run this place for 10 months already. She could tally her insurance deductible in her head, but wondered how many separate claims there would be. At least Sandy Burrows could not blame this on her. Items from the lower shelves had been lifted and were carried around the room. Others she could see had simply soaked up water. The flour was an inch deep despite being up and off the floor, but the whole bag was worthless, having sponged up this sludge water. How much would she have to replace, and how long would it take? The things that could float were floating along the surface like discarded bathtub toys. A set of mixing bowls perfectly nested inside each other bumped her in the leg, then drifted by. The inside of them looked clean, at least they should be salvageable. Marcy trudged over to hit the light switch, but Talia called out, "Don't leave them off." She normally left the light on in her office, so no one ever had to walk into a dark building at 4 a.m. There was enough light to see. They'd turned off the other lights when they went out, thinking they weren't coming back. What a joke that had turned out to be. She figured the wiring should be above where the water was, but she didn't know that for a fact. It probably wasn't the smartest move to turn the lights on. She wheeled her way further in, pushing her now very heavy-feeling self through the water. Just a little bit changed a lot. Could she swim in here? She could swim better than she could walk. Talia had gone swimming for a long time as part of her daily exercise routine, and she'd promised herself when Baby Cakes hit a certain profit margin, she'd take it up again. Now she wished she hadn't let it go. Too late, she was realizing she needed to stay healthy for more reasons than just her store. Was she ever going to come back from this? Was Baby Cakes finished? Looking around, it seemed that was a distinct possibility. The muscles in her face pulled and she let herself cry. Her face was already wet enough, who would even be able to tell? "What do we do?" Marcy asked, breaking her bout of despair. "I think there's enough space for us up on the counter." Was there a way to tie the chair to something? Something bumped against her wheel, and Talia had another thought. Marcy was already scrambling up onto the only dry space, seeming to realize that the nothing but food on the counters rule was clearly null and void by now. She was sitting cross-legged with an agility that Talia was jealous of. "Do you need a hand?" Marcy leaned, reaching out. "It probably wouldn't hurt." "Hold on." She pulled her soaked backpack off her chair and began scrounging through. She needed to know. Sure enough, in a moment she found the phone charger. I've got it. They needed to keep the phones charged. They had to call people and get through to 911, or at least someone to come fetch them. They weren't getting out by themselves. Talia stood up, setting her small backpack onto the counter. She'd been pleasantly surprised that some of the things in the middle were still dry, like the charger. Small blessings. Move forward. But as her hand twined with Marcy's, she had a sudden thought. No, wait. We need to get out front. Marcy tipped her head, her brows knitting together, wondering at the sudden change. If someone comes by, they need to see us. We need to be sitting on the tables. Then she had another thought. We need to write on the window. She could do this. Also, that's where all the food is. Okay. Marcy, ever agreeable, hopped down with a giant splash. Talia watched as the water jumped up and almost directly inside of her boots. But it didn't seem to bother Marcy, and her own feet were already wet as hell. Marcy was dragging her way out to the front. Talia had to think. Should she sit back in the chair or walk? Marcy turned to check on her. Yeah, there was probably no one better to be stuck with. Except maybe Rex. But she'd never be stuck with Rex. She had a feeling Rex didn't get stuck. I should walk. She forced her attention back to her coworker. It would overall be less effort, though she'd be accelerating the damage to her knees. Still, right now, she needed to accelerate her likelihood of living through this. I'll get your chair. Marcy sloshed her way back to grab it. It took a few moments for Talia to explain where to click it, so it folded and was easy to carry. She was grateful now for a well-designed ultralight chair, and a capable friend to carry it. When they made it out to the front, Marcy asked where to set the chair. Talia had her put it up on a table by the door, hopefully easy to grab when they were rescued. But as soon as the chair was put away, Marcy turned. Do I get a cupcake? Yeah, you do. Whichever one you want. The counter lights were still on out here, the cupcakes glowing in their displays, though the ones in the bottom were about to get swept away. She fought the urge to save them. Keeping one hand on the wall for balance, she reminded Marcy to do the same. And grab me a maple walnut? You got it, boss. Marcy did not sound like they were stuck in a flood in the middle of the business being destroyed. She sounded like when Talia opened up the display at the end of shift and told them to each take a few. They had to sit on the tables up close to the window. They couldn't afford for anyone to pass by and not see them. 30 minutes later, their phones were charging at the small counter on one side of the door. They sat on tables on the other side. Talia's heart was sinking. This didn't look good. They'd written help too inside in blue frosting across the glass. She'd called 911 multiple times but only gotten a busy signal. How bad did it have to be that 911 was busy for 30 minutes? They'd try again at regular intervals, she told herself. She'd called Rex and Jim and Mr. Mercer, but all the lines had rung and rung. None had even gone to voicemail, which made Talia pretty sure none of the calls were going through. No one was ignoring them, they simply didn't know she'd called. They tried Marcy's phone too. Talia had wondered if she was a recognized number or such and could break through, but it hadn't happened. Do we want to try to call again? Marcy asked solemnly, sitting cross-legged on the table, facing out the window. Talia sat on a second table Marcy had pushed together for them. The tables weren't quite big enough for both of them. But for the first time, Talia was grateful she'd paid for the aesthetic of the white iron tables. Right now, they were worth every penny. Anything else would be floating away, dumping them into the drink. The water was still low enough they could have sat in the chairs with their legs up, but it was high enough to make Talia worry about that choice. When they'd been outside, she'd seen how it could change suddenly. Do you want to go get the phone and bring it back? Marcy had to do all the waiting back and forth. As the water got higher, Talia worried about the water knocking her friend over and Marcy hitting her head. Not yet. Marcy sighed. Was the situation finally getting to her? Marcy turned her attention out the window again. Talia had tasked her with watching for people going by. It was a wonderful thing that Marcy was very good when given a singular task, because Talia was fading. She hadn't had enough sleep last night. She was cold and wet, and she'd used far more than her share of energy for the day. No one was passing by outside. Main Street was disturbingly empty. It seemed all the other store owners had cleared out before Baby Cakes had. Talia had to tap out. "Marcy, I need to take a nap. Can you stay awake and watch for people?" Of course. The chipper attitude was back. But what if Marcy failed? Talia just had to have faith that she wouldn't. An irresistible pull to curl up and put her head down on the table had her drawing into the fetal position. She used her arms as a pillow, the side of her face feeling the wetness of the raincoat she still wore. She'd kept it on to preserve her body heat. But they hadn't gotten warm yet, just less cold. She was once again grateful that the rain was no longer actively coming down on them. But beyond the window, it was still pouring outside. Thinking ahead, planning anything, even just staying awake, was a Herculean effort. Talia forced her eyes open one more time, trying to gauge how dark the evening might get. It wasn't pitch black outside, just grayer than anything she'd seen before. But the force of her body shutting down on her was too much. Her eyes closed. And just as they did, she could have sworn she saw the counterlights go out.
Chapter 33. He'd thought getting to the daycare would be a one-man operation. He was wrong. Rex was surprised the truck had done as well as it did. Between his offensive and defensive driving classes during his post-training for police work, and then learning how to drive the rig as a firefighter, the truck handled quite well despite the horrible weather. There was no time to think about how he might thank the veterinarian. Had it been a clean swap? Someone's random 4 dogs for Rex's daughter? Maybe to Ash Cooper it was. It was a funny image, the idea of 3 firefighters squished into the rig with Ash and those 4 big dogs. Rex didn't even know how they'd fit, just that Joe would make it happen. And that Rhiannon was having a hell of an official first day. He passed a thought that Rhiannon might quit after this, but she seemed to be made of sterner stuff. He took his next left turn, thinking how this little road had a small bridge that spanned the creek. But he calculated the water level, and figured it would still be intact. Quickly he realized he'd once again been wrong. He might have tried to plow through, if not for the SUV in front of him. They had clearly tried and failed. Though their car wasn't quite as high as Ash's, it was big enough to be a warning. "Hey!" The man stuck his head out the window and waved at Rex. "I've got you," he called back. "Give me a minute." He had to get out the ropes and anchor the line to the front of the truck, not the bumper. He knew better than that. But then he was letting the line out as he moved slowly along the road, his feet sinking a little deeper with each step. The couple in the truck was a little bit older, but clearly in good shape. They must not have been there long. Unlike the couple the team had rescued earlier, these 2 were calm and carefully planning their way through the situation. They already had their windows down, even though it was letting the rain in. "Well, aren't you a miracle?" the wife called out. "How long have you been here?" he asked. 15, maybe 30 minutes. "You called 911? If they had, he could take them out of the queue and free up a team to get someone else. Like maybe his daughter. Or Talia. Where was Talia? "Yes, but the lines are busy." Didn't he know that? "I can haul you out," he offered, but as he stood there, he checked the depth and realized if he could get through fast, the truck would likely make it. Hannah was on the other side. He looked back and forth, assessing the situation. The tow knob was, of course, on the back of the truck. He shouldn't tow any other way. It wasn't his truck, and using it creatively wouldn't be kind. So he put his hand on the driver's window and leaned in. Before he could say anything, the wife said, "You're that new firefighter guy, Rex Roma." He nodded, though he would hardly call himself new. He'd lived here for a number of years now, but he understood some of these families had been here for several generations. "Are they sending you out alone now just to find people?" she asked. "No, ma'am. Technically, I'm off duty." He realized that the very fact that he was in his uniform meant he shouldn't say that, but he didn't have anything else to change into. At least people might listen, given what he was wearing. "I can haul you out backwards," he told them. "Or I can try to make it through and haul you out in the direction you were going." He paced off the area. The bridge had low walls and the water was fast, so he moved slowly and carefully. Each pause kept him alive, and it made it longer until he got to Hannah. The man turned around, hands on the steering wheel, forcing his body to twist as he checked out the truck. "I think you'll make it." "Where were you headed?" Rex tried not to let the emotion show. "My daughter's daycare. The kids and 2 teachers are stuck, and they're not high priority." "They're not high priority?" The woman would have clutched pearls if she had them. "Because they're safe. Just maybe not for long." Rex didn't like the way that sounded either. The 3 of them agreed it was worth the risk to try to tow them forward. These 2 had a granddaughter in the same daycare. Small town. Heading back to his truck, he cranked the engine and slowly plowed his way through the water. There was more than one moment where he believed he'd made the wrong decision. Little bridges like this, at least, didn't seem to get potholes. The fact that none of his tires had dipped was possibly the only thing that saved him. The water was already getting higher. When he was out the other side, all 4 wheels on solid ground, he heard cheering behind him and almost laughed. Then it was just a matter of taking the time to wade back in, hook up the SUV and tow it out. Though once he had them onto high ground, it still wouldn't start. He motioned them into the truck. "This is a good truck you've got for this." "It's not mine. It's the new vet's. Ash Cooper." Nobody questioned that another person in redemption would simply hand over the keys to their truck. It was above and beyond what Rex considered the sticky surface coating of Nebraska nice. There were, however, a lot of genuinely helpful people. That would save a lot of lives today. He didn't even give them an option. But they were happy to come to the daycare with him. They wanted to grab their granddaughter if they could. Still, it was taking longer and longer to get anywhere. Sure enough, 4 turns later they found another stranded young woman. Her car had been rocked by the water and pushed up against a hedge that was going to give way at any moment. Was he ever going to get to Hannah? As bad as it might get, he consoled himself that the daycare was still on the list. When it was their turn, they would have an entire team of firefighters come and get them. And he was incapable of driving right past the struggling woman. For a moment his heart lurched. Her dark curls made him hope against hope that it was Talia. But it wasn't her car. When she turned to look frantically at the truck, he recognized her as one of the checkers from the grocery. But what if it had been Talia, and somebody else refused to help? So he stepped out, watching the relief on her face as she saw his uniform, and he once again tied himself to the truck. Chapter 34. Rex arrived at the daycare almost 2 hours later. He'd done 4 rescues along the way. The older couple had come along with him. The woman in her car had happily gone back into her own home, deciding that her attempt to leave had been a mistake. She'd taken her wet self and her very angry cat in the carrier back inside. He'd pulled another car out of the water, a little 2-door sedan that had no business being out in this. Then there had been 2 people trapped in a gas station. He'd not seen nor heard from Talia. Each time he checked in, he found no one else had either. His heart pounded a little heavier. There was something about her that told him this might be the first time he'd not made an epic mistake. Would the mistake be losing her before he could even tell her the truth? The gas station clerk and the customer who had ducked inside as the waters got high flagged them down when they saw the truck go by. Previously, the older couple had helped Rex with the rescues, following instructions like pros. But here, the 2 just waded their way out and happily wedged themselves into the truck. They were happy to share the chips, sodas, granola bars, and more they had shoved into their pockets before leaving. There were now 3 across the back seat, probably covered in dog hair, and definitely all different stages of wet to soaked. But no one was picky, and everyone was happy to eat chips and drink sodas. It wasn't the fare he would have eaten if someone had cooked at the fire station, or even if they'd gone to Jose's. But Rex knew to eat now, because there was no telling what was coming. The sturdy truck splashed through more than one disturbingly high section of water. At one point he'd stalled it out, but the older man and the gas station clerk had told him it was no problem, as they hopped out into the rain to push. Rex didn't like it. It wasn't safe to have anyone standing in moving water. He knew that things could change. Locks could be opened. Reservoirs could spill over. The water could rise, drop, or suddenly pick up speed at any moment in a situation like this. If something went wrong, someone would have to come rescue him. Rex was not taking that from Hannah. But they managed to push the truck out of the water, and it restarted. With a sigh of relief, he managed to make it to the daycare without running into anyone else. As he pulled up, he saw the teacher jump up, waving her hands at him from the large window. Even from the end of the driveway, it was clear she was splashing around inside. Though it always felt like painfully slow going, it was worse this time. He told his new crew to stay in the truck, as he once again anchored himself and slowly sloshed to the front door. One teacher, he couldn't for the life of him remember her name, even though he knew it, had shoved and shoved at the door until it was open. She was clutching the frame, ignoring the incoming rain as they all waited for him to arrive. Beyond her, he could see into the room. The power was out, but the children were brightly dressed. Several were sitting on the back of the couch, some crying, some calm. A few were perched on the table. One was happily playing with blocks. So, the world wasn't disintegrating around him. But Rex couldn't quite remember what he'd dressed Hannah in this morning. He was racking his brain as he scanned the room. At last he found her, perched on the table, close to the door. She was okay. Daddy. Hi, honey. Could the entire world hear his relief? Immediately, he checked his watch. The day was so dark, the passage of time had been hard to tell. Afternoon. How had it been that long? How had it only been that long? He spotted the second teacher on the other side of the table. Hannah's okay, she told him. Thank you. He needed a moment. He thought he needed to just breathe, because he wasn't sure what it would matter if he saved anyone else, if he lost Hannah in this flood. And it was only now sinking in that it had been a possibility. Talia was still missing. He had to shove that aside, along with all the many things he'd left unsaid. There were so many options. Maybe she didn't want him like he wanted her. Still, it was #1 priority on his list to tell her. They both just had to survive for him to say it. If Talia wanted him, he was going to go full steam ahead. He made a vow that he would listen if she told him he was making bad decisions. But right now, he had 7 kids to get out of a daycare. Hannah seemed ready to launch herself into his arms from the tabletop where she was now standing up. He held his hand out. You stay there, Hannah Bean. I'm coming to you. Okay, Daddy. Jesus, she sounded remarkably fine given the circumstances. Maybe this wouldn't leave a lasting scar on her. It would on him. He waded over and picked her up, and then grabbed the other kid who had been sharing a game with her. There was a third, but Rex didn't think he could carry that kid too. He was too big. But wait. He turned around. Can you climb onto my back? Put your hands around my neck. Not protocol, he knew. In the next moment, he remembered why. The child did exactly as instructed, clasping his small fists together right in front of Rex's windpipe. As he stepped off the table and the weight dangled from Rex's back, pressure tightened across his neck. For a moment, he had to fight the urge to throw all 3 kids off. He couldn't breathe. With a single conscientious thought, he turned his head to the side to catch a breath. But now the kid's fist was pushing on his carotid. Rex leaned forward and Hannah giggled. He could not do this for every child, but he would make one trip this way. As he headed back to the door, he saw one of the teachers had positioned herself there. Beyond her, the older man stood. A post had been inserted on either side of the front door, making Rex wonder if someone had plowed through it once before. But the old man had anchored himself to it like a pro. Beyond him, out in the rain, the rescues from the car lined themselves up along the tether line Rex had run when he'd waited out here. The pressure on his neck didn't feel so bad as he watched the clerk and the gas station customer discuss undoing their belts to tie themselves to the line. The wife waited near the truck, braced and ready. They'd set up a handoff line on their own. His throat was threatening to close, and it had nothing to do with the kid around his neck. The teacher held out her hands, and he passed Hannah over first. She waited Hannah out several steps and handed her to the older man, then came back for the next kid. Seeing the pressure on Rex to breathe, she motioned him to turn around. The moment she lifted the kid off his back, he gulped in huge breaths. But it was done. 2 kids safe. Then she came back. 3. He watched as Hannah was handed into the back seat of the truck. 4 more kids inside. He waded back in. Those were good people out there. His daughter would be okay. The teacher, who was still inside, stood in the middle of the space. She tried to look around, but the water buffeted her back and forth, trying to take her feet out from under her. Floating toys seemed to move with an invisible tide that ran through the main room. Carrying 3 children was too many. There were 4 left. 2 and 2, Rex decided. He went in and plucked the kids from the back of the couch, then waded his way back to the doorway where he handed the first one over. It was slow going, working in heavy gear, now sodden with water. Each time he went back and forth seemed to take exponentially longer. He'd made a mental note on the way in, where the water was on the doorframe. It was now noticeably higher. Son of a bitch. Would the truck even be able to get out of here now? But that didn't matter, because as he handed over the second child, the teacher behind him called out. Her voice was frantic. Sterling. Sterling? One of the other kids. Turning around, Rex caught her petrified gaze. She confessed, I can't find Sterling. Everyone bolted into motion. Rex, the teacher from the doorway, who miraculously managed to keep a calm head enough to grab the last child. The second teacher was wading her way through the room. Arms pumping, legs grinding as if she were slow-motion running, she pushed through the water. Miss Wendy, he thought, suddenly remembering their names. She pointed and yelled, and Rex couldn't see the child. He wasn't on the couch anymore. Nor on any of the surfaces. That meant he was in the water. Why wasn't he yelling? There were too many colorful toys to find a small, colorful child. But then he spotted the toddler, face down in the water. Chapter 35. He couldn't move fast enough. Rex felt as if he was in a nightmare, where he could run and get nowhere. When he would punch, there was no power behind it. No matter that he'd given it everything, the bad guy would win anyway. Only now, he couldn't just wake up and tell himself it was a bad dream. There was a child, face down in the water. He wasn't moving. The water was too much like a real-world version of that nightmare, as Rex tried to run to get to the toddler. He was less than 8 feet away, but he wasn't moving fast enough. When had the boy fallen? When had Rex last seen the child on the table? When he picked up Hannah. He'd turned around, leaving the 2 remaining children as they were, assuming that the teacher had her eyes on them. Maybe she'd assumed that he did. God. Don't let it be a fatal mistake. He could not handle a loss like this today. Lifting his feet up and out of the water, could have made him run faster. But it didn't work because his boots were too heavy, too full of water already. His waders were not keeping him dry, just segregating the water from what was inside his uniform and what was out. At last he was close enough, and with one arm, Rex reached under the child's belly and lifted him up. But the boy didn't fight. Didn't breathe. Didn't move. Rex's training rolled into place. The flat surface of the table was nearby. The kid had maybe drifted, or swum a little way away. Hopefully that meant he wasn't in the drink too long. Thoughts rolled through Rex's brain. How many hours and hours of training did he have in this? How much CPR and first aid as a police officer? Then how much more of the paramedic training he'd gone back and done for this job now? He was still working his way up the ranks, not yet paramedic 2. Though he'd been allowed to progress a little faster because of his years as a first responder, he was still well behind the guys who'd come straight to this profession. But now, he needed every inch of that training. The rest didn't matter. He was the only one here. He peeled his gloves, dropping them. The slap of wet fabric on the plastic table surface rang too hollow in his ears. Everything seemed amplified. Beside him, the teacher was screaming, and Rex had had enough of it. It was her job to be calm in a situation around children. Get her. Rex jabbed his finger at the other child, still sitting on the table, and attempting to come over closer and watch the proceedings. Laying the motionless little boy down, he swept the child's throat and tilted his head back. Would he need CPR? A press on his chest moved water, but 2 fingers at his neck revealed a pulse. He opened the airway. It was the longest few moments of his life. When at last the kid coughed and spluttered, Rex breathed such a sigh of relief that he would have sworn he could feel the pressure in the room drop. Thank God. Thank God, the teacher screamed. Rex looked at the kid one more time, examining him. The boy was starting to cry, a good sign even if he was horribly unhappy about it. Any other day, they would call 911 and get him to the hospital for a thorough examination. But as Rex looked around, he saw the mental mark he'd made on the door the second time had already been surpassed. The water was still climbing. Come on, he motioned to the teacher as he picked the boy up, still checking him for signs of distress. The 3 of them were the last ones in the room. The teacher at the door had moved in, then hung back watching, and was now obviously relieved. Rex hadn't noticed before, but he was glad for the backup. The teacher clung to the little girl she held, and seemed more than anxious to get out. Rex motioned her forward, reaching out and steadying her as she picked her way by, her jeans sucked to her legs, her tears making streaks down her face. At the last minute, he remembered to grab his soggy gloves and shove them into a pocket. Then he exited the door, child in hand. As he passed by, the old man asked, "Everyone okay?" "We are now." Rex handed over the small child and surveyed the scene before him through the rain that was somehow still coming out of the heavy sky. Only then did he realize he had one flatbed truck and far too many people to put inside it.
Chapter 36. Talia slowly woke up. Her head was stuck, and it took a moment to realize it was the plastic material of her raincoat clinging to her face. She hadn't thought of that when she laid her head down on her arms. It appeared she was still in the same position, she hadn't moved at all while she slept. Her body felt heavy and lifeless, almost as if something were weighing her down. This was not the way she wanted to wake up. She'd be better in a little bit, she knew. Naps like these could be 1 hour or 10. Only as she thought that did she jolt. How long had it been? Managing to push herself up, she put her hands flat on the table, one hip bearing the brunt of her weight. "You're awake," Marcy said, still cheerful. For a brief moment, Talia thought everything was okay. But it didn't take more than that one moment to see beyond Marcy that the water was almost to the bottom edge of the table. Another hour, or maybe less, and it would be over the top. She turned. The counter was higher, but not enough higher to believe that it would be a safe place until someone could rescue them. Has anyone come by? Talia asked, noticing that Marcy still sat in the same position she'd left her in. The young woman was still sitting cross-legged on her own tabletop, still square to the front window, not hiding behind the blue frosting letters. She answered softly, "No one. I've been watching." Talia didn't doubt that for 1 second. In fact, she was now concerned that Marcy might be stiff or have muscle aches from having been left in that one position for far too long. Should she have set an alarm? Should she have known? The answer was probably yes. She should have done those things, but there was nothing she could do about it now. She couldn't go back. She could only move forward. But which way was forward? Outside, the sky was getting darker. The phones. They had to try the phones again. The charger at the counter was just a little too far away, despite the fact that Marcy had pulled the tables over. Stretching, Talia reached out, managing to get her fingertips on it. Curling her fingers carefully, she dragged the phone 1 inch closer and then another until she could grab it. The short charger cord she always carried popped out the other side. 67% power. Good. The building power had gone out while she slept, or maybe right as she fell asleep. So she would have to take this as it was. She next reached for Marcy's phone, only then realizing the cord was empty. There was a faint glow around the young woman as she held the device in her lap. Hell. Talia hadn't been awake to tell her to conserve the battery. Then the light went out as Marcy hit something. The room dimmed considerably without it. It was darker outside than she'd thought. The clouds blocking so much of the sun. It was almost 5 p.m. In the summer, the sun should still be out now. Talia blinked a few more times, realizing it wasn't quite as dark as she thought. But the fact that her eyes needed to adjust in the late afternoon was still concerning. How much power do you have, Marcy? 42%. Okay. They could work with that. Talia began assessing. They would need the phones for light as the day got darker. And to communicate. There was no question that they needed to get out of here. If no one had come by during the daylight hours, then the two of them couldn't count on anyone coming by later. Even if someone did, the day would get darker and the possibility that someone would miss seeing them grew worse. So no, they couldn't stay. As she sat on the table and looked around, she realized she didn't know what to do. Could they open the front door? If not, if the force of the water was too great, they might have to break the glass. Could they even do that? They needed to go out into the street, but the water was even deeper than in here. Inside Baby Cakes, the water was almost waist-height. Where had it all come from? Talia didn't like the fact that she couldn't see through it, only the mud and the dirt that swirled in it. It had changed from brownish to grayish in the time she'd been asleep. Or maybe she was remembering it wrong. Floods were clearly not her forte, but at least in here she felt confident enough to step down into the water. Her boots were long past keeping her feet dry. Now she was just counting on the rubber to help the water not suck the shoes right off her feet. Even before she stepped into it, she realized she was still plenty damp from the last time she'd been in the water. Looking over at Marcy, she saw that the young woman hadn't quite fully dried off either. Which way to go then? Was the back door easier to open? Probably. But if they went out the back, they would be in the parking lot, and who would even begin to look for them there? Next, they needed light. She asked Marcy, "Can you turn off your phone? We need to work now with whatever remaining natural light we can, and save the phones for later." She should call 911. She should reach out to everyone. Call Rex to come get them. Call Marcy's parents to let them know their daughter was still alive. Call the professionals. But when she looked, there was no signal whatsoever. When she tapped the buttons, her fears were confirmed. She couldn't reach emergency services in dispatch. She couldn't reach anyone. The water had gotten too high to stay here, and she and Marcy were on their own. Chapter 37. With too much trepidation but knowing that she had no other option, Talia held her phone high in one hand. She didn't have a pocket she could use that was high enough to safely keep it dry. She lowered one foot then the other, holding onto the table behind her, waiting for her feet to touch the tile. When at last they did, she stood carefully. Even inside the store, the force of the water was strong, a lot like being in a pool. There was subtle movement in here. Obviously, water was coming in from somewhere. But she couldn't tell where, and she couldn't do anything about it anyway. Slowly, trying not to expend too much energy, but knowing that if she took too long it could prove fatal, Talia started around toward the counter. Hopping lively down into the dirty water, Marcy trailed behind her. "Can I have another cupcake?" Of course. It was a good idea to eat more. But now the bottom 2 racks were completely full of brown-drenched sweets. The water had snuck inside the case. It made Talia wonder about the quality of the cupcakes that had been sitting in the case above. The water hadn't gotten to them, but had it somehow contaminated them? Another question she couldn't answer. It was the food they had. She couldn't put cupcakes in her pockets and take them with her, so they would eat the confections now. She'd grab granola bars from her desk. There were water bottles in the back fridge for staff. Even if they were already underwater, those were at least sealed. Her brain rolled as she tried to think of everything. The first thing she realized was that she couldn't leave Marcy out here alone. The 2 of them were plausibly the only 2 people left in the world. Though Talia didn't actually believe that, it was possible they were the only 2 humans on the block. And she didn't want to be found face down in the water several days from now. So they could not afford to get separated. Even inside baby cakes. Turning around, she held out her hand. "Come on, Marcy. We'll go together. You can pick one of the clean cupcakes." She told herself they might be full of sugar, but they were full of eggs and flour too. Marcy was behind her in a heartbeat, making a ripple in the water that Talia could feel. That might not be smart either. "Wait. You don't have to go fast," Talia cautioned. "I'm going to be slow and careful. You should be too. We don't want to bump a chair or anything." She motioned to the white iron back of one, just the top now peeking above the water near Marcy. She watched as her coworker put the pieces together and slowed down. "We'll get our cupcakes and go into my office to gather supplies. Then I think we're going to go out the front door. Best to lay everything out first." "We're leaving?" Marcy sounded startled. When Talia nodded, the young woman asked, "Is my dad out there?" "I don't think so. I think you and I need to find our way to higher ground." Talia felt a flash of a dream of the apartment above her again. The water wasn't high enough to get them in through one of the windows though. Thank God. And if it did get that high, then the apartment wouldn't be habitable anyway. She couldn't get them onto a nearby roof either. That could mean someone could spot them, but she didn't have a ladder. The firefighters had brought one with them last week, and they'd packed it up and taken it with them. Talia never thought she'd dream of having a ladder. Slowly she pushed her way through the thigh-high water, thinking again of the rains coming down outside, and how she was going to get infinitely wetter than she already was. But she turned and looked over her shoulder out the front window as she made her way around the end of the counter. At least the rain seemed to have let up. Why couldn't the floodwaters? Behind the case, she opened the door once again. Marcy reached in and grabbed a chocolate chip cupcake and handed it to her. "It's your second favorite," Marcy said. "You always have a maple walnut early in the morning, and then later you have a chocolate chip one." Of course, Marcy had been paying attention. Talia accepted the cupcake with a smile and took a bite, letting the rich sweet sugar melt on her tongue, a little bite of heaven in the midst of all the chaos. Damn, she made good cupcakes. She just hoped there was a future where she could make more of them. When she took the second bite, she wondered if maybe she was eating the last baby cake ever. But she pushed the thought aside. She could be sad later. There was too much to do now if she didn't want this to be the last place she'd been seen. Marcy sank her teeth into a double fudge, happily devouring the large cupcake. With a quick thought, Talia reached in and grabbed 2 of the red velvet, then a third, and set them up on top of the case. "You're going to eat 3? Marcy asked, her teeth full of chocolate frosting. Talia almost grinned. "No. Let's each pick out 1 more to eat. Those are for writing on the window. They would need to leave a note that they were no longer here." Marcy picked out an Oreo cupcake to save for after they'd scrounged through the office and back room for any supplies. Talia was trying to take a mental inventory. Did she have rope? No. Still, she hoped for something they could tie themselves together with. Maybe tape. What about a hat? Could they tape a cell phone to a hat? That could keep a light on, make them easier to find. She discarded the idea, as they could lose a hat too easily. Still, she definitely had duct tape and clear tape, though she didn't think that would hold up too well in this situation. With her phone held high in one hand, and the last bit of her cupcake in the other, she took another bite, smearing frosting on the tip of her nose. She was a mess. But no one but Marcy was here to see. They slowly pushed their way back through the heavy water, and into the kitchen. The mixing bowls, still pristinely nested together, drifted by her one more time. But now, there were so many more items in the water. Colorful spatulas and whisks, the attachments for the huge stand mixers, anything plastic was on the surface. The others, the ones that were missing, were likely sunk to the floor. Sure enough, the thought seemed to make one of those things magnetic, and she stubbed something with her toe. No idea what it was. Not the counter, she thought, looking around and getting her bearings. This was supposed to be a clear walkway. But it wasn't anymore. Her wheelchair was folded up and set on its side, still on one of the iron tables out front. It had become basically useless. If the water were just a little higher, swimming would be her better option. But there was no time to wait and do that. She was draining her energy fast. Between the stress and all the work of wading through the water, she'd be out soon again. Shoving the last bite of cupcake into her mouth, she faced her office door and used the flat of her hand to push it open. It didn't budge. She tried again. This time she did manage to move it, but only a little. It had bumped against something that wasn't letting her push it all the way, and the opening wasn't big enough to get her head in and look. Pushing again, she felt whatever was behind it give way, just a little bit. But then whatever it was seemed to bump into something else, and the movement stopped. Why couldn't she get into her own damn office? There were granola bars in there. A box cutter. She wanted to take that with her. They needed the portable food or they wouldn't have anything. Tears pressed at the backs of her eyes, telling her just how frustrated she was getting. It had snuck up on her. But she couldn't let Marcy see her break down. She pushed again. And again. Whatever was behind the door was moving a little. Each time she got the door open just a bit further. When at last it was wide enough to peek in, she saw the office crowded with cardboard boxes and she sucked in a breath. Maybe that was her answer.
Chapter 38. Rex looked at everyone gathered around the truck, and was grateful he'd brought them along. They each now stood in the rain, holding a toddler, some of them more than one. Even the slightly larger kids weren't big enough to stand in the water that was rushing by. The gas station clerk and the woman that had been inside with him were still belted to the guideline. Rex smiled. Safety first. Everyone seemed to realize Rex's dilemma, and in fact, it seemed they'd figured it out before he had. There were too many people for the seats in the truck. He couldn't afford the time to make 2 runs. Plus, now that he had Hannah, he needed to find Talia. No one had heard from her. Here, the older man gestured. The teachers and kids in the truck. The rest of us will stay in the flatbed. That's not safe, Rex protested. None of this is safe. The older man shrugged. It's much safer than other options. Was it possible to put everybody inside and just hold kids on their laps? Rex didn't think so. He didn't like any of this. Again, the older man turned away, nodding to his wife, who was standing by the truck. Put Jessica in the front seat with you. She can hold 2 of the kids. Rex sighed. He didn't have a better option, or the time to come up with one. All right. Let's do this. They needed to get out fast. He was thanking God the driveway sloped, and the truck was higher and therefore a bit drier than he was. Every slope was welcome right now. Every chance to find the slightest bit of safe ground. It was what would save them. He watched as the kids were handed into the roomy back seat. Once again, Rex silently thanked Ash Cooper. Had he known what he was doing when he tossed the keys? The last teacher, Miss Wendy, still clutched the little boy Sterling, who looked very wet and very confused. She was waiting for her chance to put him in the car and get in. Even this was time-consuming, as one by one they led themselves down the guideline and unhooked themselves from whatever makeshift straps they'd come up with. But Miss Wendy and Sterling hovered at the back of the line that was slower than airplane boarding. "Does he need to go to the hospital?" she asked. "Yes, he does." Rex sighed again. "Nothing could function as it should right now. On any normal day, we'd be going directly there. But they'll have to take him later when it's safe." He surveyed the land beyond the driveway. Holding on to the post by the door, he still reached out and grabbed Miss Wendy as she swayed with the changes in the water. The rain still came down on them, but maybe not as hard. Small blessings. Miss Wendy nodded. "He'll be okay until later?" "I think so. It's my understanding he mostly needs to be checked out for infection because of the water. God willing, this," he motioned to the sky that seemed to hate him and all of them, "will clear up before that becomes a real issue." Though Rex tried to monitor everyone, his eyes stayed on Hannah. Her hair and her clothing were getting wet as raindrops came down. He had to wait out Miss Wendy and Sterling before he could unhook the line. He waited in the doorway as the makeshift rescue team shuffled around. Jessica, the older man's wife, climbed into the back with Miss Sarah, motioning Wendy and the revived boy into the front. He was grateful to remember her name. The 6 kids across the back definitely exceeded the safety belts. And the vet had 0 car seats. Miss Wendy climbed into the front, working hard to calm Sterling down. Rex unhooked the line, pulling himself unsteadily back toward the truck. He had to keep the line with him. There was no telling who else might need a rescue, but he was running out of room. As he watched, the others made their way around back to the bumper and one by one climbed into the bed. Even Greg, Jessica's husband, did it relatively nimbly. When at last he was in the driver's seat, Rex started the engine, hoping no one was noticing his fervent prayers that it would start. But it did, and he backed out of the driveway wondering which way to turn. He'd been through this town, inside so many houses. He'd helped put out fires. He'd helped hunt down an arsonist just the year before. He'd rescued babies out of windows and cats out of trees, but he hadn't been through a flood like this before. Maybe they had. "What's the best route to the high school?" Then he immediately added, "Is the high school the safest place?" It was Jessica who spoke up from the back seat. "Greg and I live about 3 blocks over. Our house is up high, and we have a 2nd story. We've got food to feed everyone, even if we don't have power." "Was that a good risk? I'd hate to have to see you all get rescued from the rooftop later." He was thinking of pictures of Nebraska floods from the last time. But he could only go by images he'd seen in articles. "It would have to get a hell of a lot higher for that to happen," Jessica countered. "Maybe by then, something else will have been done." Wendy piped up. "The high school's where we're supposed to go to get counted." True. But was stressing the high school and rescue staff with more people, when there was a safe alternative, the right thing to do? If there was no cell service, their families wouldn't be able to contact the high school to know if they had made it. "We have a ham radio," Jessica added. "It's Greg's toy, but damn is it handy now." Rex's eyes flicked up to the rear view. Jessica's grandchild had still been at the daycare. They hadn't known for sure until they saw her. Now, the little girl rested in Jessica's lap, making herself comfortable as Rex went over a bump. He wanted to curse but held his tongue, due to the cab full of small kids. He'd not been able to see it, or avoid it given the cover of water. He could only hope everyone in the back weathered it well. They were getting wetter and wetter by the minute, not that anyone had started out dry. Making a decision, he looked over his shoulder quickly. "I don't know if we can make it to the high school, and they're going to be crowded. They may be struggling to get enough food for everybody." The word was, they'd already moved into the upper-level classrooms, because the ground floor was flooded. "So we'll go to your place, Jessica. Can you tell me where you live?" Though he was steering as carefully as he could, he was still running on the side of the road, trying to stay where the pavement was just a few extra inches higher, hoping that that would be enough to make it work. Almost 30 minutes later, long enough that he should have been at their house well before this, they were barely halfway there. He crested the top of a small rise and sat, tilted, nose just a little bit down, as he looked at the small bridge. It was lower than the road, dipping down to follow the landscape and high enough to run over the water, on a normal day. Not today. He couldn't see the road, only the side barriers and not even all of them. Rex tried to assess the depth of the water, but his assessment didn't matter, because as he watched, the water level picked up and a wave rolled across the road in front of him.
Chapter 39. Talia leaned on the door, letting her weight slowly push it open. Behind it, the boxes shuffled themselves around, floating awkwardly and creating a jam. She remembered all the boxes now. But there seemed to be so many when she peeked in. It took a moment to understand they were more crowded now, as the open space of the room had diminished considerably with the water rising. Still, the error just might be her saving grace. Talia waded into the room, hating that it took so much effort. She was burning her precious energy. Swimming still wasn't an option, certainly not with these boxes. She tried to take it slow, and not check every 5 seconds to see if the water was getting higher. Marcy started to follow her in, but Talia motioned her hand behind her as she said, "No! Don't come in." Then she had a better idea. "I want you to go carefully, hold on to things, okay? But can you get the duct tape?" "On it," Marcy said, not yet needing an explanation. Talia opened her drawer and spotted a marker and the small handful of the granola bars she'd been coming in here to get. Shoving it all into her pocket, she thought through whether that would be okay. They were wrapped tightly in plastic, so they'd at least stay dry and edible if everything got wet. The food itself should stay clean in the dirty water. Next, she grabbed the box cutter and turned around, picking up one of the lightweight boxes and putting it on her desk. She sliced the tape, hoping against hope that her memory was right. Sure enough, all the barcodes were the same. It was all the bad delivery, styrofoam inserts for when she sent cupcakes with ice packs. There were far more than she had ordered. But she thought as she surveyed the room there were enough. She pulled the first piece out. Insanely light, it looked like an 8 by 8 inch tile almost an inch and a half thick. What could she do with it? She could tape it to her chest and that would help her float. She should tape several more to her back. What did a life vest look like? Could she build a life vest? No. A life vest could come off in the water, certainly one she built from styrofoam blocks could. Did she have anything in the store? Of course not, she'd never expected to have to swim out of here. Marcy, much quicker than she was, had come right back with the tape. Crap. Can you grab another roll? Talia should have thought of that at first. She didn't have energy to spare. She didn't know how much Marcy had to burn. Sending her back twice was a mistake, hopefully nothing went wrong. Bring 2 more if you can. Okay. Marcy somehow still sounded cheerful, as if she simply believed Talia could save them both. Talia hoped she was right, and pulled more styrofoam pieces out of the box, then held them up on her front. Maybe she should think more like floaties, something around their upper chest or around their arms. Something that would keep their heads up and out of the water if they passed out or got too tired. Talia was in danger of that. She was okay right now, but when she gave out, she would be dead to the world. She had to figure out how to not get actually dead in the flood when that happened. She kept cutting open boxes and stacking the tiles of styrofoam. She tossed each empty box back into the debris and picked up another one, grateful the work was lightweight. She repeated this until she had stacks of the stuff on her desk. Marcy was back by the time she was holding a tile up to her arm, trying to figure out how to make this 8 by 8 chunk into an arm floaty. Should she just leave it square? She held it in place and moved her arm back and forth and realized it was too big. It would severely limit her range of motion. No. She picked up the box cutter and scored 2 lines on a tile before snapping it into 3 bars. The cut was ugly and left little styrofoam pellets all over everything. On a normal day it would have driven her nuts, but right now she absolutely did not care. Okay, Marcy. She turned to the other woman, "You're my guinea pig." "What do I do?" Put your arms out. She checked Marcy over first. You're wearing all your clothes, right? You don't have another rain jacket or anything? No, just my umbrella. Interesting, maybe they should keep the umbrellas. But those were in another room, and a problem for later. She held up 2 blocks to Marcy's back, one higher and one lower. She was about to start taping them together when she realized that would be bad. That much buoyancy on Marcy's back would put her face down into the water if she passed out or just got turned the wrong way. Only one on the back, or 2. Side by side? Yes. Maybe 2 on the front. When she had a plan, she motioned a length to Marcy. Can you cut me this much tape? Then she taped the first block to her co-worker's back, and then another and third in between for extra buoyancy at the last minute. Tip your head back. Does that work? Marcy's head bumped into the top block, but she could still look upright. Maybe that would be a good thing. Talia left it. I think it's okay, Marcy said, like floaties. It will be. Talia told her, more tape. She motioned again. Hold out your arm. It took far more of the cut bars to go around Marcy's arm than Talia had expected. She found herself scoring and snapping. As tall as Marcy was. The 8-inch length only worked on the top of her arm. So it took more work than she expected to fashion the sizes she needed. She cut more of them in half. She couldn't have Marcy stuck with her arms straight out from her sides the whole time with no range of motion. By the time she was done outfitting her friend, the water was higher. Talia stepped back to admire the work. Marcy had 2 styrofoam blocks taped across her front and 3 across the back. More smaller bars ringed her arms, hopefully to help her stay upright. Talia was no engineer, but she hoped she'd gotten the design right and that it would keep Marcy's face out of the water. What about you? Marcy asked. I'm next. Marcy smiled and began cutting tape, though the move became more and more awkward with the amount of styrofoam Talia had packed on her. This time, with a better idea what she was doing, Talia worked quicker. She built the whole back piece and turned to her new friend. Tape it like this? Though they'd made good progress, it had taken so long. But hopefully with this, they could actually float. When they were completely outfitted, she grabbed another stack of the squares and shoved them into a plastic bag. They could hold them, use them as pillows, hell, maybe even keep the stupid cell phones up and out of the water. But that sparked another thought. There wasn't time for much more, they had to get out of here before dark. Quickly she crafted a small square of duct tape fabric like she'd seen once at a craft fair by putting the sticky sides together. In her next step, she stuck it to the front of her own chunk of styrofoam that sat over her collarbone, making a pocket for the phone. Then she made another for Marcy. Hopefully that would work. The whole thing was based as much on prayer as fact, but it was all they had. Let's get the umbrellas, she said, not quite ready to trudge out front. We'll grab them on the way. Marcy's umbrella was a brilliant, colorful thing, Talia remembered. It looked like a slice of watermelon. But Talia's was navy blue. What had she been thinking? She could have gotten a rainbow-colored one. But no, navy blue to match her car and all the blues she liked. As they trudged past the counter, a red velvet cupcake floated by. They hadn't gotten the cabinet all the way closed, and the water had helped a few escape. She grabbed it and pushed her umbrella open, even though she'd heard it was bad luck to open it indoors. But really, could she have worse luck than this? With a deep breath, she opened the bell of the umbrella, and didn't like the way her knees were already feeling the stress despite the buoyancy of the water. Hopefully soon she would be floating along, and she could rest. Using the cupcake, she smeared a red icing stripe down one pane, then she got even smarter and wrote the word help on the other side. She wrote SOS and their names. Marcy's umbrella would catch an eye, hers would tell their rescuers what they needed. Making her way slowly to the window with the blue cupcakes in hand, she tried to use the top as a marker, but it didn't work. She had to write with her fingers. Plunging her fingers into the icing, she crossed out where they'd written to inside, and added "we left" with an arrow the way the water was flowing. They certainly couldn't go any other way. She asked Marcy for the time before noting that on the window too. Taking one last look around her beloved store, she let it sink in that it was already gone. There might be no salvaging this. Her only job now was to keep herself and Marcy alive. The water was kissing the tabletops. They put their phones in the little makeshift pockets, hopefully up high enough to keep them safe. If the cell towers came back, they could communicate. If it got too dark, the phones might provide some light. She'd unlocked the front door hours ago in hopes that someone would need to come in. Now the two women pulled it slowly open, getting it far enough to push their umbrellas and styrofoam-covered bulk through the gap. Holding hands tightly in the dark gray afternoon, Talia and Marcy stepped together into the rushing water of the street. Chapter 40. Talia stepped carefully in the deep, fast water. The umbrella kept the rain from falling directly on her, but as far as keeping her dry, it was a farce. Things bumped into her legs and the water knocked them around. She fought to stay where she was, but it was likely going to be a losing battle. Marcy clung tightly to her, her fingers pinching Talia's in panic. But Talia was holding on just as hard. They had to move with the flow of the water. As she looked down the sidewalk, Talia thought of the little cafe and the tables. The tips of the sweetheart chairs poked out of the water in a few spots. How many had already been washed away? How many were tipped over under the water, waiting to snag them? If they stayed close to the storefronts, they might run into one of those chairs. Dangerous. Holding tightly to Marcy, Talia said, "Let's move out a little further into the middle." The rain was still coming down on them. If not for the water almost up to their waists, she would have considered it gentle. A good day to stay inside, sip hot cocoa, pet the cat she didn't have. But out here, even this little bit falling from the sky was deadly. Feeling her way with each step, her toe found the edge of the curb. If she stepped down into the street part, would they get sucked down into the sewer? Or was the system already so flooded that it wouldn't matter? The street was a little higher in the middle, so that rain would run off to the sides. What a joke that was now. This time Talia turned awkwardly and looked upstream. Why was she thinking of Main Street in terms of upstream and downstream? But she had to. She couldn't go back to the idea that she could drive on it. She wondered if her car was even still in the parking lot, or if it had been picked up and buoyed away. It didn't matter. She told herself move forward. Though now forward was no longer her choice. Forward was whichever direction the water took them. They stepped out a little further. Talia tightened her grip on Marcy's hand as she spotted a car floating down. The middle of the street wasn't safe either. How long could she sustain this? She was already cold and wet and approaching exhaustion. Could she walk through the water constantly trying to push her over? She didn't think she could. She would pass out from effort soon enough. There were no safe answers. Should they sit down in the soup and let the styrofoam do its job? Talia debated every option. But in the end, the choice wasn't hers. Next to her, Marcy screamed and tugged on her hand. Her feet flailed out from under her as the water hit from behind and she wasn't ready. Her friend went down, taking Talia with her.
Chapter 41. It took an hour to get to Greg and Jessica's house. It should have taken less than 10 minutes, and Rex was a mess. It was an hour that he hadn't been able to look for Talia. An hour that he didn't know if maybe she was already safe. But now that he was here, now that his crew was unloading, what was his next move? Find the chief and check in, or try to find Talia himself? What should he do with Hannah? At the crossing, it had taken so long to get out of the truck and get down into the water safely to measure the height. Only after all that had they been able to determine that they believed the truck would pass cleanly over it. Then they'd splashed through so slowly and so carefully. Rex couldn't have been the only one praying that the water didn't rise again while they took so long. But plowing through wasn't safe. They had made it, but he wasn't done. He couldn't be done. The day was dark, and it still hadn't stopped raining as he stood in front of Greg and Jessica's home. It was a 2-story, pale blue, almost colonial-looking house on a slight rise. Though the waters were definitely creeping along the yard, they hadn't reached the base of the house yet. It was a good, safe place. Or as safe as any could be right now. Around him, Rex watched everybody jump out of the truck. Even those in the back, who had been sitting in the driving rain this entire time, made sure to take care of the children first. They each grabbed a kid and sloshed through the wet grass toward the porch, seeking whatever small amount of relief the overhang would offer. The ground sucked at their feet with each step, Greg and Jessica offered promises of dry clothes, and one of the preschool teachers had commented, "I don't think I'm your size." Jessica had only offered the assurance, "I'm confident we'll have something." The other teacher had replied with an elbow to the ribs, "Do you really care?" It was good point. They both stood in the driving rain, waiting to get inside to food and shelter and hopefully heat. The children on their hips squirmed. One option was to stay here with Hannah. He could stay safe, provide whatever help these people needed if the water got higher. But did they need him? They could just go upstairs, wait for the power to come back on, and huddle together in one room to stay warm. Hannah needs her dad. He knew that. Staying with her was absolutely the best model for her. Or was it? Because Hannah also needed a dad who didn't spend his whole life racked by the guilt that he had not gone back out when he could. He couldn't live with himself if others died because he hadn't been there. Not when he had the training and the means. Not if it was Talia. When had she come to mean so much? He didn't know, but somewhere along the way she'd become a beacon. Solid, steady, smart. Building her own business and doing it despite obstacles. Staying on her path. Knowing who she was, but still managing to roll with life's punches. He could learn more than a thing or two from her. And it didn't matter, because he wanted her. He missed her. Had it just been last night? It felt so long ago, and he was afraid she was so far away. He had a truck and keys. There was still plenty of gas. Cooper had handed him a nearly full tank. And Talia was still out there. He told himself Hannah wasn't with strangers. She had the other kids she knew, and she loved and trusted her daycare teachers. So he stood in the rain, as it came down directly onto his head. He'd left his helmet in the middle of the front seat, but maybe he should have brought it. For a moment he closed his eyes and just listened. Around him they all shuffled, moving to where it was dry. Greg made it to the porch and pushed through the few who'd beaten him there. Rex opened his eyes to see the man expertly open the door with a toddler on his hip and a key in his other hand, clearly a parent himself. Hannah still waited in the back seat for him. Reaching in, he scooped her out, holding her one last time as Jessica walked up to him. "Are you coming?" She seemed to sense his dilemma. He sucked in a deep breath. The heavy air felt like it was as much water as oxygen. It felt as dirty and silty as what sloshed at his feet. And so did his decision. "I don't think I can." Jessica nodded, understanding. She held out her arms for Hannah, but Rex hugged his daughter tighter. He believed she would be safe here, he had to. But he also understood that in a flood, anything could change. She needed a father who could live with himself. He couldn't let anything happen to Talia. But for his daughter, he couldn't let anything happen to himself either. "I love you, Hannah Bean." Her little arms didn't make it around his neck with all the bulk of his gear. "I love you too, Daddy." Jesus, how many short years ago was it that he could never have imagined this? He didn't know how long he stayed like that. He couldn't even tell by the rain. As long as he stood here, he didn't have to let go, but Hannah began to shiver in his arms. That was all the cue he needed. It was time to get her inside, past time. "We'll get her warm," Jessica said warmly. Luckily, Hannah leaned out toward the older woman's arms with no qualms whatsoever. Jessica gave him a knowing smile. "Whoever she is, I hope you find her." He'd needed those words to break the spell. As Jessica turned and walked up the hill, he moved back toward the truck, his mind working through the problem of getting down to Main Street. He had to see if Talia was still there. She hadn't been home when they'd checked, but that had been a while ago. Climbing in the cab, he watched as Jessica disappeared inside the house, Hannah in her arms. He wondered if it was the last time he would ever see his daughter.
Chapter 42. Everything flashed before Talia's eyes. She could imagine the Mercers crying. She could see everyone grieving, knowing Marcy Mercer had been lost in the flood. But what about her? She hadn't been born and raised here the way Marcy was. Would they remember her, or would they remember her cupcakes? In a few years, probably all the random memories of when we had that cupcake shop would be gone. As petrified as she was, and as much as she'd been surprised by the water yanking at Marcy, they'd still managed to hold on to each other. Fingers gripped too tight to be comfortable, but Marcy didn't complain, and neither did Talia. She would easily take a broken finger over losing hold of Marcy. And her head didn't go under the water. She'd just been yanked around. Though the water had tried to pull her down, Talia had felt the jacket lift and push, her head had stayed up. Marcy called out for help, and tugged on Talia's arm as she began to get her bearings, though it was difficult to do because she was moving so swiftly. Turning to Marcy, Talia saw that her styrofoam had worked too. Holy hell, and thank God. Then, though this time only in her mind, she swore a blue streak that she even had to be here. She shouldn't have to pray that Ms. delivered styrofoam would be what kept their heads above the deadly water. As swift and awful as it wasn't too deep. She could have put her feet down to stop them from getting pulled along, if the current hadn't been so strong. Each time she did that, it knocked one or both of them over. Going with it was definitely the easier thing to do, until they found an anchor of some kind. She prayed she didn't slam into something that would hurt her, though she felt bruised and battered from the few short minutes they'd been out here. She regretted this already. They should have gone out the back door and climbed the stairs as the water rose, and prayed someone found them in the empty parking lot that bordered on nothing. Marcy jerked, yanking on Talia's arm and making a sharp bark of surprise. Was she getting rammed into the sidewalk chairs that Talia was certain were there, but they couldn't see? Maybe it was something else. It wasn't clear like a pool or anything. Hold on, Marcy. I am. The words were frustrated, desperate, and exhausted already. Talia understood. They might be better in the middle of the road, but she was no longer certain that she would get to choose. She'd thought they could chart their path better than this. They were simply trying to stay upright. She'd been surprised that it didn't take as much water as she had thought to lift a car. Or else, maybe the water was much deeper than she estimated. But every time she tried to put her feet down or stand upright, the water bowled her over. Marcy did the same. They curled into little balls, held together by their grip, dragging each other along. It was a miracle they were still holding on to each other. Marcy. Talia called out, trying to get the other woman's attention. Marcy was frantic, but Talia couldn't blame her. So was she was just holding it together a little better. The rain was coming down. Every little individual plop might have been just the slightest sound, but they added up to a cacophony that had her yelling, just to be heard by the woman holding her hand. We have to float. She shook her arm, still holding Marcy's hand, hoping to rattle the young woman. Could she startle Marcy out of her panic? She'd done it a little when Marcy dropped the cake, but that was nothing like this. Marcy. Let's float. Sure enough, Marcy looked over at her at last. Keep your feet up. Don't put them down. Talia lifted her own feet, trying to get them out of the water, wondering if it'd be better to take any hits on her butt rather than on her shins. She could already feel bruises and wondered if there was blood. She wondered about Marcy. But right now they just had to get stable. Bending her arm, she pulled Marcy in close. Like me. Come on. Marcy nodded and watched for a moment before following along. They stabilized, their arms locked together, becoming their own little human raft. Talia managed to look to either side, and holy hell. They were already past the end of the businesses. The water was moving them as fast as it could. Where did it go? She'd never seen Main Street act like a creek or a river before. But it had to dump them out somewhere. Would they tumble over a high wall? How dangerous could it be? The sky had quickly grown darker and darker, and she couldn't see ahead. She didn't want to think about it. Are you okay, Marcy? Marcy nodded tightly. It was difficult to think, getting pulled along the way that they were, petrified for where she was going. But somehow she glanced down, surprised to find her phone was still in that stupid little pocket she duct-taped to the styrofoam on her chest. She looked over at Marcy, finding hers in place too. We still have our phones. Talia hoped they were dry enough. It looked like maybe the styrofoam had done its job and kept them from being dunked. On her arm she found the plastic bag of styrofoam tiles was still looped around her wrist, tugging at her. The bag was full of water, but the tiles stayed afloat. Should she dump it? Not until she had to, she decided, trying to keep her eyes in front of them and see where they were headed. Just as she looked to her left, she felt her right arm pull, the tendons stretching suddenly and painfully as Marcy crashed into something. Her legs buckled up and she was caught against something. "Can you push off?" Talia asked, hoping to get them out of this predicament before Marcy got fully entangled in something. Talia was pulled farther along, putting more pressure on their hold and threatening to break them apart. She didn't want to think what kind of damage it was doing to either of them. Luckily, Marcy was tall and strong. She shoved with her legs and got loose. Though Talia was grateful her friend wasn't caught, the move pushed them out into the middle of the street, right into the fastest-moving current.
Chapter 43. Rex got the truck as close as he could to Main Street. But it wasn't close at all. He was a block and a half away, and the water was lapping at the road here. The day was now too dark to see much in any direction. On either side of him, streets peeled away at right angles, leading to rows of little houses giving way to some bigger ones. But the water didn't discriminate. It came up toward the doorsteps. He watched as one intrepid soul stepped out onto his porch to check the weather. He didn't see Rex or his truck, and so he turned around, heading back inside and closing the door behind him. How many people were here on this street? How many of them were safe? What could Rex even do if they weren't? He was alone. From here, it looked like Baby Cakes was under several feet of water, maybe more. He had to get down there. But he knew he couldn't go by himself. That was a recipe to get stuck, or tossed about and wind up needing rescued himself. He couldn't do it for someone that he wasn't even certain was there. But it broke his heart, because Baby Cakes was the last place anyone had known Talia was. Maybe she was somewhere else by now. Maybe she was safe, and the phones were down so she couldn't tell anyone. She was smart, she would do what she could. Pulling his phone out, he checked again, but found no signal, only the draining battery. At the edge of the water, his boots were kissed by the small tide lapping at his feet. As he tried to make a decision, all around him the rain poured down. It spattered against his head, rolled through his hair, down his scalp, and dripped into the back of his jacket. The water reminding him that he could not control any of this. Firefighting turnout gear was designed to protect against heat and flame. The rescue gear he was in now was designed for ease of movement, for quick, efficient work. None of it was designed for waist-high water, and he could feel that he was getting colder. Still, he wasn't ready to turn back around. The sound of the rain now seemed almost like static in the background for him, as if someone had left an old TV on an empty station. He surveyed the area, trying to remember if there were other roads that would get him closer to the back of Baby Cakes, closer to the back of the row of shops on Main Street. Maybe to where he might feel safe enough to anchor the line to the truck and try to get down to her. As he tried and discarded ideas, Rex heard another noise, a soft one that blended into the continuous sound of the rain. It took a while to believe it was real. But once he realized it was, he did something stupid. He splashed his way down into the water, deeper and deeper, as the street sloped down further and further under. He waved his hands and he yelled. He pulled his flashlight out, putting it on a flashing mode, alternating between white and red light. He only had a narrow view of the street, only what he could see in the dark between the two buildings. He splashed down, swinging the flashlight, making as much ruckus as he could. Hello. Hello. Sure enough, a small inflatable came into view. Two men sat inside it alone with a very wet dog that looked like they'd just pulled it out of the drink. Do you need help? One of them asked. No, I'm a firefighter, Rex called back. Wanting to see their faces, he'd shined his light directly at them. Now he moved it to the side so they could see. It occurred to him then just how dark the day had actually gotten. The little raft was turning, the motor chugging as they came closer to him. He called out again. "I have a friend who was last seen in one of the shops here. I've been trying to figure out how to check on her." The younger man steering the engine pulled the boat up close, the inflated rubber edge almost bumping against Rex's shin. The older man lifted himself a bit from the front, his hand out in greeting. "Luis Salazar. This is my son, Ricky. We decided to come out and see if anyone needed us. We already found this girl." He grinned and pointed to the soaked golden retriever. "Rex Roma. Can I join you?" He shook the man's hand happily and loved the answer. "Hop on in." Bracing his knees wide across the bottom of the flexible boat, Luis reached out to help pull Rex in. Rex stumbled his way into the boat. The FD didn't use inflatables. If that was necessary, search and rescue came out or the National Park System. Then, faster than anything else that had happened today, he and his wet boots were in the boat, giving the dog a run for his money on who was the grossest. "Where are we headed?" Luis asked as Ricky slowly worked the little engine at the back, steering them down toward the main channel of the street. "I'm trying to find Talia Lin. She's the owner of Baby Cakes." "Oh, those are some good cupcakes," Luis grinned just as Ricky added, "I know Talia. Is she stuck there?" "I don't know." Rex situated himself in the boat, one hand braced on the inflated side. At least he provided adequate ballast to balance Luis. "It's the last place anyone saw her, and she isn't at home." He didn't add that it was possible she'd somehow made her way back since he'd checked. "We should check every store," Luis commented. "The whole street's without power." Rex agreed. In the store windows they motored past, he saw little signs closed or heading home. A few must have lived through the previous flood, because a paper taped to the window said, "Everyone got out safe." They motored back and forth, up to each door. But as they got to Baby Cakes, the red and blue splashed across the glass grabbed his attention. Rex leaned forward, his heart gripping as tightly as his fingers did. The largest blue word was the easiest to read. "Help." His throat closed. He wasn't the only one who understood, though. The little skiff turned and began to idle right up to the front. He saw the words "to" inside had been scratched out in red, and after that, he saw the time when they had left. One of them had to be Talia. Noting the time they had left, he pulled back his sleeve. Thank the gods that his watch was waterproof. He'd missed them by a mere 20 minutes, but the little boat was already being pulled away from the window, the force of the water strong enough to move them. He wondered how far it could carry 2 bakers in 20 minutes, and he didn't like the answer he came up with.
Chapter 44. They lost the umbrellas first. When they weren't able to hold them over their heads, the water tugged at them. Talia felt the water pool in the bell of the umbrella, doing its best to pull it away. Marcy let go of hers quickly, maybe not wanting to try to win the battle. Or maybe she was simply smarter than Talia and knew that it was unwinnable. Talia held onto hers longer, fighting the good fight, thinking she needed it. It had their names written in frosting of all things. Hell, she couldn't see the top side of it, and any message was probably already washed away. She finally let go, hoping that she and Marcy might stand a better chance if she wasn't fighting the damn thing. Without the extra trouble, though the bag with the extra tiles was enough of a hindrance, they managed to get themselves oriented facing the same way as the current was carrying them. "Lift your feet up," Talia ordered again, over the rush of water. Rain fell into her mouth with each word. It splashed into her eyes, or maybe that was the flood water. She squeezed them shut as if that would wash it all away. But she had to look. Her eyes stung as she watched Marcy try to comply. She had no idea if this was the right decision. It could be exactly the wrong one. But with their feet down they ran into all kinds of things. Marcy had gotten her boot tangled. In the course of getting disengaged, she'd lost the boot. Not that it was keeping her feet dry, Talia consoled herself. "Look, Marcy said, still gripping tightly to Talia's hand as one boot toe peeked out of the surface and another striped sock appeared next to it. That exposed foot was going to get colder faster. Hold on. Reaching over and switching which hand she held onto Marcy with, Talia looped her arm, this time engaging them at the elbow. Hopefully it would be a more flexible, stronger hold. But now, with their feet up, not getting caught on anything, they were racing along even faster. Her makeshift life vests worked, which was maybe the only upside to all of this, but because it tipped them face up, the rain splashed into her face, making it hard to see. What she wouldn't give for a good big pair of glasses right now. Still, sunglasses would only make the dark day darker. Something bumped her butt and she twisted, sending the two spinning as a unit for a moment. Her heart squeezed with terror, and she paddled frantically with one hand. Her pulse raced as she tried to stop their mad twirl. They couldn't keep this up, this constant insane level of fear and panicked reactions. But she had no option. There was no way to find any zen in this life-threatening mess. Keep moving forward. She was moving forward all right, whether she wanted to or not. Main Street businesses had long since disappeared, and they were now whizzing by houses that lined the street further down. Ahead, she remembered a gully that became a creek when it rained. Talia wanted to say she remembered that correctly, that she knew this town well. But with the water everywhere, it was so hard to be sure where she was. The creek should go under a bridge up ahead. If it was that creek, if she was right, it was likely now over the bridge. Didn't it run out to the big blue river? They couldn't let that happen. Paddle, she yelled to Marcy. This way. They had to get to the side. If they could get stuck on something, then someone could find them. But if they got pulled into the creek and dumped down the river, where would they go? How far would they have to travel before anyone would even see them? What if they got bumped on the head? Separated. It was already too cold, and there were too many deadly options that way. Kick, she told Marcy, remembering her early days in the pool with the kickboard behind her head and her feet paddling. Their arms stayed linked, but they were in no shape to truly fight the current. Though they did pretty well, the water was faster, and they were much further downstream before they got to the side of the road. But once there was nothing to hold on to. It was a struggle not to get swept back into the main current. Looking around, Talia spied the top of a car jutting out of the water, and she tried to get them positioned to brace against it. Maybe they could hold themselves in place. But despite their frantic kicking, they were past it before they even got close. She aimed for the next car. It was a little bit taller, but not tall enough. Though they actually managed to line up and get their feet out in front of them, a miracle, she thought, the car was smooth. They stopped only for a moment, then the water lifted them right up and over like a slide. The tree. Talia hollered out, wondering how much longer she would have a voice to call to Marcy or to anyone who would find them. Let's see if we can get to the fallen tree. As they got closer, Talia began to lose hope. It all happened so fast. If she could see far enough ahead, maybe she could make a move for some big object, but she couldn't see. She could hear the rushing water that waited for them, even over the constant drumming of the rain pounding down around her. Her hair was plastered to her head. Her clothing sucked against her. There was nothing to keep them warm. They would need to be rescued, and fast. When they were almost to the small bridge that the creek was now definitely crossing over, she saw branches sticking up on the right, another downed tree. Paddle, she yelled again to Marcy. Somehow the young woman trusted her. She could have lost her cool, she could have panicked, but she simply did what Talia told her. For that Talia was supremely grateful. She was glad to have another person with her, and not be out in this alone. Even so, she wished Marcy's dad would have made it to pick her up. Kicking frantically and scooping at the water with one free hand each, they made it to the side. Marcy's jacket or something snagged a branch sticking out of the water. The now sideways tree was rerouting the water and acting almost like a dam. Smaller branches, trash, and even a stray bicycle helped to form the barrier. Grab on, she yelled to Marcy, though her throat was starting to feel as if it would give out. Marcy held on tightly to a branch and Talia held on to Marcy, even as she tried to use her free hand to grab hold of something else, something sturdier. Passing her hand under the water and praying she didn't find anything sharp, she eventually snagged a branch of her own. Her fingers wrapped tightly around it, grateful it was sizable. Talia finally loosened her death grip on Marcy, breathing for the first time since they'd stepped out the door into this chaos. She sucked in a few unfettered gulps before she began thinking again. They were stopped, but for how long? It was so much work just to hold on. Could they wedge themselves in? Because this was a constant fight. The water buffeted them from three sides, trying to steal them away and drag them further down. She was breathing heavily from the effort of just staying put. She felt her energy draining. She should eat. So should Marcy, but how was she even supposed to get to one of the granola bars? How was she supposed to feed herself when the water kept trying to drag her away? They grappled for different branches, trying to keep their arms hooked together. At last they worked their way a little further up the tree, or down it. Here the branches were thicker, sturdier. "The water should go around us now," Talia told Marcy, hoping she wasn't lying. "The leaves should help slow the current." She reached out and grabbed onto another thicker branch, watching as Marcy first got herself positioned. Talia gave her directions while she looked for a suitable spot for herself. She wanted to be close enough to hold on to each other, but it was more important to be safe. "I'm going right here," she told Marcy, pointing just a little way over. Using the branch she'd first gripped, Talia pushed herself forward and reached out for a bigger, sturdier one. But just as her fingers got close, an audible crack sounded as the branch snapped. Before she could figure out what was happening, she was 3 feet away, then 5, then 10. Her arms flailed out, trying to grab anything she passed along the way. Though she managed to grab a branch, the leaves stripped off into her hand and it was pointless. "Talia!" Marcy screamed. The sound ripped Talia's heart out, knowing she was leaving her friend alone. "Talia!" But all Talia could do was watch as Marcy got smaller and smaller in the distance, as the creek swallowed her and stole her away.
Chapter 45. What is that? Ricky shouted above the noise of the rain and the motor. He pointed to something pink in the distance. They hadn't seen anyone else, and Rex had to admit he was grateful both that no one else seemed to be stuck here, and also that they hadn't had to stop. He'd already spent so much time rescuing other people. It wasn't wasted time, but it meant that he was finally out here, looking for Talia in the dark. It was almost fully night. In the front of the boat, Luis spotted the shape and pointed again. Rex didn't shout back. He already trusted Ricky to steer the craft well. The current was aiming them toward it anyway. Whatever it was stuck on something, because it bobbed in place. In a few minutes, they were close enough to recognize that it was an umbrella, pink in the middle and green at the edge. Was it Talia's? He didn't think so. He didn't remember what she carried, but he would have remembered if it was this. Hers was a normal, staid color. "I think it's Marcy's," Ricky called out. He'd already confessed to a love of cupcakes, and Rex could not have been happier to have the kid recognize the umbrella. Talia would not have left Marcy, but somehow the woman's umbrella was out here on its own. He told himself it didn't mean that they were. Where were the women? The 3 men scanned the water, cupping their hands around their mouths and calling out. The window at Baby Cakes had said, 2 inside. Marcy and Talia. Rex tried to make it work some other way. Susan. Maybe, or Jim. But Talia had told him she had to go to work today, and she wouldn't have left anyone behind. His chest felt like it was crushing, as he put all the pieces together, and admitted that the umbrella almost definitely meant that Talia and Marcy were in the water. As the boat pulled closer, Rex hoped for someone hiding under it. The handle had caught on the rack on top of a car, keeping it in place. But no one waited. Luis and Ricky looked to him, but if the women had come through here. Baby Cakes was several blocks behind them. Main Street businesses had changed to houses flanking either side of the street. It made a perfect channel for the water. "We keep going forward," he said far more confidently than he felt. "They're probably ahead of us. And hopefully, together." Reminding himself that he was usually good at separating himself from the situation, he tried to do it here, work the emergency. Do what was needed. Save anyone who could be saved. But today his insides were in knots. He wondered if he was making sound decisions, because it seemed any time he'd made an emotional one, he'd made the wrong one. Marcy and Talia couldn't afford that now. Further down, they found a dark umbrella, also open, also caught on something. It bobbed and swayed, streaks of red and blue beckoned him, looking like words. Rex motioned Ricky to head closer. Though most of it had washed away, there were parts of words left. He almost laughed, it was frosting. He didn't need the faint remnants of the names Marcy and Talia to tell him who had done this. They were on the right track, and hopefully both women were still alive and safe. Motioning to Ricky once again to cut the motor, the three men began hollering out. They all called Talia together in three separate directions and waited for a response. Then when nothing came back, Rex gave the cue and they yelled, "Marcy?" They called out again and again until he lost count. But then on one last try, a tiny voice came from the distance. Chapter 46. They'd alternated turning the engine on and off, getting closer, then stopping to listen for a reply. It came again, just a tiny single, "Hey." As they got closer and closer, they found it was a very young, orange tabby in a tree, answering to the names they called. "It's just a cat," Luis was obviously disappointed. "Head over," Rex told him. "We already have a dog," Ricky pointed out. "Is this a good idea?" The soaked collar around the dog's neck read Daisy. She looked calm enough. "They'll be fine." But Rex knew nothing of the sort. Here they were, taking time to do another rescue instead of heading toward Talia. But he didn't have it in him to leave the cat. The small thing was obviously petrified, and Rex would be quick. They wedged the boat up against the tree using the engine to hold it in place, and he pulled out the line from where it still sat tangled in his pocket, almost forgotten since finding the two men with the boat. He tossed it, looping it up and over a branch. The cat, an older kitten, seemed to see what was going on and made his way down toward his rescuers. Rex was grateful for his sturdy gear, as the creature dug its claws into his shoulder, holding on like a frightened baby. Pulling the line down, he stepped backwards into the base of the boat, his foot squishing on the rubber floor. Nothing was stable until he sat down. He tried to pet and calm the thing, but it didn't work. Nothing like petting a wet cat. "Now what?" Luis asked. "Can we keep going?" It only occurred to Rex to ask the other two now. They'd been asking him. Luis turned to Ricky. It seemed the decision would be about the amount of gas they had. Then, motioning with two fingers, Luis sent them forward. Again, Rex breathed a sigh of relief. In the distance, he could hear more rushing water, and he figured it had to be the gully. Main Street crossed it with a small bridge. During part of the year, water ran through. He'd brought Hannah to see the tadpoles in the spring. Late fall and part of winter, it was dry. Now though, it rushed and boiled. It had covered the bridge, if not taken it out entirely. It led to Cub Creek, and Cub Creek flowed into the Big Blue River. And Rex didn't like where those thoughts led him. Though he knew the small gully would be full, he was astonished by how high the water was. It had taken down large trees and toppled fences. Cars showed above the surface, some almost halfway out, some nearly completely covered. Some just showing the back bumper, and making Rex wonder how they had turned that way. The answer was always the same, the water. Still, the rain came down. It sloshed in the boat, making Daisy and the cat both too restless to sit. It kept Rex alert with the tiny drops splashing against him, and the knowledge that the water was still rising. This was horrifying. He tried to keep his thoughts in the right direction. "What's that?" Ricky pointed, seeming to have the best eyes of the three of them. A pop of color was wedged into a tree up ahead. They waved and called out. All three jolted when the object moved. Could it be Talia? The closer they got, the more human the color looked, but it didn't move again. He strained his eyes, leaning forward to see better. It was definitely a person, wedged in between the branches of the fallen trees. They wore a raincoat of soft pink. He didn't remember Talia having that, and he hated that it disappointed him. Along the raincoat, spots of silver and white marred the swath of color. He frowned. Turning the engine to full speed, Ricky skimmed the craft across the choppy water as both Rex and Louise held on tight, hoping not to be tossed out. At least it wouldn't be any worse than what had happened to this person. As they got closer, Rex saw who it was. Marcy. Marcy. He wanted to ask, "Where's Talia?" hoping that Talia had simply worn darker colors and was wedged safely behind the other woman. But why wasn't she calling out? Why couldn't he see her? They pulled the skiff up, Ricky expertly using the engine against the current to help keep them in place. Digging into his pocket again, Rex pulled out the webbing. It took a moment too long to untangle it. He and Louise leaned forward as Ricky held them in place while Rex tried to anchor them to the batch of trees. Sadly, the branches had been buffeted by water, and they just didn't look stable enough. Reaching out, he grabbed onto Marcy, finding an arm and then a hand. Though he tugged at her, the young woman's head stayed bowed forward. Was she unconscious? What could have done this to her? Then she jolted awake, her head rolling to the side. "Rex!" She whispered his name with a soft smile, and he continued to gently maneuver her into a position where he could lift her out from where she'd wedged herself. "Rex, it's so good to see you." As if they were greeting each other, inside the store. He felt the grin split his face even as his heart clenched. Marcy was here, but Talia wasn't. Louise grabbed her other side, and it took several tries to get her into the boat. A few branches came with her, but Ricky quickly tossed them overboard as Daisy greeted the newcomer with licks to the face. Marcy perked up immediately, but not as much as she should. Rex took in everything. Pale skin showed blue at her fingernail beds and gray lingered on her lips. It looked like bruising under her eyes. Though she smiled, Marcy's teeth chattered incessantly. "What's this?" Louise pointed to what looked like styrofoam blocks duct-taped around her upper torso. Through her chattering teeth, Marcy grinned and told them, "Talia made us life jackets." Holy hell! Talia had styrofoam, and she'd made them buoyant. Then he asked the question he both needed and dreaded the answer to. What happened to Talia? Chapter 47. In his dreams, Rex was running, feet planting surely on hard ground, Speed his friend. Rex could run when he needed to. But not tonight. Instead, he was slowly picking his way along wet ground that sucked at his boots with every step. The world did not want him to move fast, and he needed to be fast. He prayed for Hannah, but Greg and Jessica's house should be safe and dry. Hopefully, they'd all found warm clothes and had eaten. Rex prayed that Ricky and Louise got Marcy somewhere where she could safely and effectively be treated. And that they could somehow contact her parents and let them know their daughter was safe. He prayed that he found Talia, and that she was okay. All his worst fears had come true, as Marcy had told them that Talia was pulled away by the water. Somewhere up ahead. He'd been hoping she was curled up safe near someone's fireplace, drinking their hot cocoa. That was not at all what had happened. As he moved along, he reminded himself that Talia would be proud to know that she had saved her coworker. He'd asked Marcy if it was just the two of them, stuck at baby cakes. She'd readily said yes. But Rex couldn't turn around with the boat. He told himself that there was nothing he could do for Marcy that Luis and Ricky Salazar couldn't do. So he'd asked them to head to the other side of the water and leave him there. He was wading out the other side before they had even started back. They would get Marcy to safety. Now he was out here alone. So while he prayed everyone else was safe, he knew he wasn't. There was no backup for him, only the gear he carried and the drive to find her. He was figuring out that he couldn't live without the woman lost in the water in front of him. Somewhere. One date. They'd had one date and it had gone awry, or had it? It had gone very well for a while. He remembered how it had felt to tell her everything. How it had felt to touch her after he'd told her, and how it felt when she touched him. As he ran along the water where it overflowed the banks, he knew he'd made the right decision for once. He needed her, even if she didn't need him. Even if she didn't know where he would fit into her life or how. He knew he wanted to try. Rex hoped beyond all hope that she would want him too. But even if she didn't, even if she wanted nothing more to do with him, he had to find her. He had to make sure she was all right, because right now, everything was telling him Talia was anything but okay. The night settled around him like a blanket, slowly creeping in until he noticed he could no longer see his own feet. The rain poured down. Because the water had spilled over everything, there were no clear boundaries to the river beside him, no edges of where the water was and where it wasn't. He was trying to stay close where he could see, but he wound up splashing into deep pockets more than once. He nearly twisted an ankle. He almost toppled into the drink himself, though that would have changed nothing except maybe that the water rushing by him wasn't as clean as the water coming down. He'd pulled out his flashlight a while ago, and alternated between scanning the ground in front of him in an attempt to not stumble, and stopping to check all the water rushing by. He let the light linger on branches sticking out of the water. He looked between cars and more than one unidentifiable object that had washed through. Was he already at Cub Creek? How far had he come? The current was so fast that Talia could be almost on the other side of Nebraska by now. He'd never be able to catch up to her, on foot. Before he'd left Marcy with Ricky and Luis, she'd told him that she and Talia were trying to wedge themselves into the tree. They'd succeeded with Marcy, but Talia's branch had broken off and the water had stolen her away. He knew that Talia would try to find something to hold onto, and find an anchor point to keep herself safe. If she could. But what if she couldn't? What if she passed out before she found safety? Talia, bold and brave and strong, didn't have the reserves that most people had. He'd seen her, had it been just last night. She had been completely exhausted. He had seen people like that on EMT runs. He hadn't even made her leave the bed to lock the front door behind him. And he knew that no matter how she felt about him, or what she thought of their evening together, the notion that she had to get to sleep had been absolutely true. He'd been paying attention long enough to know she ran on that clock even if he didn't. Pressure formed behind his eyes and the edges of his mouth tensed. Was it his fault? Should he have simply gone home earlier and let her get a good night's rest? Because he knew she hadn't gotten enough for today. As he surveyed the cold, dark land around him, watching the water rushing by, the heavy thought hit him that it probably wasn't survivable. There would be a death toll from today. And as he looked down the river and saw nothing, his heart grew heavier and heavier with the cutting fear that Talia would be among the counted. Twice he thought he'd seen something, but upon getting close, it was only a flash of clothing or the bright color of a child's plastic play fort, wedged up against something. It was never Talia. It wasn't even human. He came to the very disturbing conclusion that he was probably the only one out here. If he didn't find her soon, how much further could he go? How much longer could he look? Or would he become one of the counted, too? Chapter 48. Rex walked for hours as the night grew later and darker and wetter. It was well past the time when he'd left Talia the night before, since he'd last seen her alive. The word alive whispered in his head, but he squashed it and kept going. He trekked past all kinds of things, toys, jackets, more than one umbrella, things he couldn't identify. He'd probably passed more that he hadn't even seen. It was the bright and colorful things that caught his eye in the murky water. Somehow, the rain still came down out of the sky. He was used to the storms. He'd even told Talia several weeks ago that Nebraska was flat. The storms rolled right in, dumping buckets of water. The good thing was that they rolled out just as fast as they came in. But whatever this storm system was, it had rolled right over them and stopped. Had the heavy clouds snagged on something? Some unseen force was holding the rain and all its damage right here over Redemption. There was no telling when it would run out of water or move on. In the boat, Ricky had updated him with news of the surrounding counties. He told of places he knew that were underwater. He shared radio alerts. There were now 2 high schools and an elementary in the surrounding areas, trying to gather people and act as emergency sites. They were trying to record names of the missing and the found. When Luis managed to get someone on the radio, Talia's name had not been in either list. So Rex still walked onward. He could feel he was slowing down, his own energy faltering. How much longer until 8 a.m.? He would have technically been off shift then. Not that any of them would be. Taggart had to have called in every available firefighter. His friend Leo was a park ranger, and they had to be up to their necks in rescues too. Whoever could get to the rescue team likely became part of it. How many had been able to make it into the schools? And how many others were doing what he was doing, going off on their own, helping their neighborhoods or whoever they found? It was a brief fantasy to just be the friendly helper in his neighborhood, not responsible for the uniform or the training. But he didn't know how to live that life. He'd been a good police officer, but he wasn't cut out for the politics of it. Firefighting was where he'd settled, but soon found it was where he belonged. Through all his training, it had been drilled into him that he couldn't help anyone else until he kept himself safe. He could hear Chief Taggart's voice in his head. "We don't trade lives for lives." So here he was, because somehow he'd figured it out this time. He needed Talia, needed what she brought to his world. He needed everything she had, and no one knew where she was. Even though he felt his eyes growing heavy, he told himself to stay awake. He worked 24-hour shifts all the time. He even did it often on the lack of sleep that he'd gotten the night before. While Talia may have been out cold before he made it to the sidewalk, he'd gone home and stayed wide awake. He investigated the ceiling paint in his bedroom, wondering if he should redo it, if he'd just made a colossal mistake, or the best decision of his life. The mistake wasn't sleeping with Talia. It might have been going there too soon, pushing her. So he kept walking. He couldn't have them end like this. The monumental effort of picking up his foot each time and dragging it away from the wet earth sapped his energy. He swept his flashlight on the ground in front of him, seeing that somehow here the water had pooled more, the river was still getting higher. He moved to his right, seeking higher ground, then swept the light to the left over the water rushing by. A flash of color grabbed his eye, and he did his usual investigation, though he had no hopes at this point. Plopping both boots into the water, he stared harder at the color, training the beam of light onto it. But it was only a toy, mocking him. Rex swung the light back the other direction, to a cluster of tree branches that had a pink jacket draped on them, almost like it was on display. The shadows twisted it, but he kept his eyes on it as he walked farther along the side of the water. Closer, he realized it wasn't shadows he was seeing, but lines. The jacket wasn't just washed up against the tree branches, but hung there. In thin black marker across the back was the word HELP. Rex started running. Chapter 49. He knew it in his heart before he even got close. It's Talia. That wasn't her raincoat, but he believed that she'd snagged it and somehow managed to write the word across the back. As he got closer, he noticed pieces of the letters were missing, as if the marker had stopped working, or the jacket didn't want to be written on. But it didn't matter, she'd done it. "Talia," he yelled, pushing the sound from his diaphragm and wishing that he had a bullhorn. It took him grabbing the base of the tree and using it to steady himself as he stepped deeper into the water to see someone was there. Partially behind the jacket, curled up into the tree branches, someone waited but didn't stir. Talia. No answer. He stepped closer, ignoring the blindness caused by the falling rain and the push of the water trying to topple him and carry him away. He swept the light back and forth. Flashes of white and silver caught his eye. It was her. It was Talia and her styrofoam, duct-taped on life jacket. Talia. Her name gushed from him in relief, but she still didn't answer back. She didn't even move. His heart squeezed and his jaw pulled. His teeth hurt. Was she already gone? No. He couldn't let himself think that way. He heard Taggart in his head again. We don't trade lives for lives. But he would. It likely wasn't even a possibility. If he didn't stay safe, if he got washed away, how would he get her out of the water? Just like Marcy, she'd found a toppled tree and taken advantage of the debris that had built up against it, forming a dam. She'd wedged herself in between the thickest, sturdiest branches, keeping herself in place even if she couldn't hold on. Even if she fell asleep like she had. Rex didn't let himself even think that she'd maybe passed out, or worse. She was very smart. Even to the point where she'd found the jacket and put it up like a sign. Talia herself was not in bright colors. She was hard to spot even as he'd gotten close. Terror closed around him at the very thought that he might have walked right by her. It clung like spiderwebs, but he fought it off. She was still ahead of him, out of his reach, the tree sticking out into the water. He'd hated studying fluids in training, but now he was grateful that he understood the danger of the faster water created by the dam of the tree. He stepped on a rock and rolled his ankle yet another time. He almost didn't feel it at all, just a sharp stab of pain as he took the next step. Rex didn't care. Fighting not to go down with the current, not to injure himself when Talia might need everything he had, he let go with one hand and swept the flashlight again. He slid the light back over Talia. She was still there. He could see her dark hair plastered to one side. Her eyes were closed. He pulled himself closer, stumbling as a branch broke under his grip and he flailed for another. When he was righted, he shined the light on her again and saw that her lips were gray. The ash tone of her skin petrified him. Maybe she was just cold. Maybe she was just cold. He repeated it to himself. How could she not be? Because while she'd found the tree and managed to make herself stationary, she had not gotten herself up and out of the water. Even as he slid his hand down into his pocket, grabbing for the line, he searched for something sturdy to tie it to. He had to anchor himself so he could safely move the last few yards to where she was. He'd have to climb among some of the branches of the fallen tree, and maybe even carry her back out through it. Even just finding a branch felt like an eternity. He anchored himself and double-checked his knot, reminding himself that errors could kill her. He didn't have Joe behind him to let the line out, to double-check the carabiners, to harness him. No, all he could do was tie it around his waist and pray that he himself was enough to make this happen. Turning around, he let out the line as he moved backwards into the deeper, faster water, one step at a time. He hated the painstaking process of making sure his boot was firmly planted before he lifted his other foot and moved the next step. The immense pressure of the water grew as he pushed further with each step. If it got him, he would be buffeted downstream, smacked around, maybe dashed against the trees and whatever cars, rocks, lawn mowers, and tractors might be hiding underneath the surface. So he stepped carefully, turning around each chance he got to check over his shoulder and see that she was still there. Closer now, he yelled out one more time, "Talia," but she still didn't answer. Chapter 50. He carried her in his arms, not sure if she was even breathing. Rex had checked once, leaning over her still form. She had been curled up tight, having wedged herself between the sturdiest branches, but he hadn't been able to tell if she was alive or not. Even now, he couldn't hear or feel if she was breathing. His own fingers were far too numb to feel the pulse under the cold, tender skin on her neck. Her skin tone was far too pale, far too ashy to be good. He lifted her, heavy, waterlogged and dripping, as he carried her. But even though he had her in his arms, he could tell there was no good luck here. The sky had somehow found even more water, the light patter of rain having kicked into yet another full dumping of what was no longer good for the crops, but just deadly. Splashing up the hillside, each step in shallower and shallower water, Rex ignored the sharp pain radiating up his left leg. It bored through the center of his shin each time he stepped. It was possible the tight lacings on his boot were the only thing keeping him upright right now. One more step. He could do one step. When he made that one, he told himself one more. Then one more. He planted his left foot, pulling himself up the slight slope that took them out of the rushing water, feeling the white-hot spike run through his bones. Quickly he tried to lift and plant his right leg, taking the painful pressure off. Favoring one foot was hard enough to do on a normal day, and harder still when carrying what he would not dare refer to as dead weight. It was harder still with the rain coming down, the night pitch black. If he hadn't known he was moving up the slope, taking them out of the sucking water, he would have no idea if he was going in circles or not. Pausing for a moment, Rex took a deep breath even as he told himself to move on one more step. He rested all of his weight on his right leg as he made a heaving motion, throwing his shoulders back, tightening the curve in his arm, and boosting Talia a little bit higher in his grip. He'd been carrying her like a lover, but as he stood there now, holding the weight and fighting his own injury, he realized he couldn't see a destination. The night was dark, except for the occasional crack of lightning. He'd ignored it while he was in the water, telling himself the universe simply didn't hate him enough to strike the water as he tried to save her. But if he didn't know where he was going, then he needed to prepare for a long haul. He didn't have a free hand for a flashlight, which was a problem. With another deep breath and a sigh, he moved Talia, hoping she would rouse and help him, but her body didn't respond to the movement. He told himself she was just passed out. That she'd maybe hit her head but would be fine. She was cold. That was all it was. Boosting her up and over his shoulder, he wanted to apologize for the rough hold of the fireman's carry, but it was a fireman's carry for a reason. It was easier. He placed her weight over his right shoulder, wrapping his arm around her thighs and praying once again that she was still alive. Beyond that, he begged whatever gods might be listening that she survive the next leg of this journey. With his now free left hand, he checked his pockets for the flashlight, grateful that the light turned on, even after hours of use, even when it had been soaked. He swept the beam in front of him, but could see only the most narrow patch of drowned grass. There was no way to see into the distance, as the falling water bounced the light right back to him before it could get further than a few feet. He knew uphill was good, so he headed that direction. One more step. One more step. He needed Talia to make it. And he needed to make it home to Hannah. She was warm and safe, he told himself this too, but if her father, her only parent, didn't come home, then she wasn't safe enough. He couldn't stop. If he gave up and sat down here, none of them would survive this.
Chapter 51. Her throat hurt. Her bones ached. Talia thought she could feel her knees deteriorating. Like they had before, starting from the long days of soccer when she damaged them far more than she should have from not knowing what she was doing. She'd thought she knew what it felt like to be in full body pain, but it hadn't compared to this. She was waking up but dreaming of still rocking on the ocean, of bright lights and stunning bursts of white. She tried to flex her fingers but they screamed at her. Her eyes refused to open. Did they not work? Talia wanted to believe that if she were dead, she wouldn't hurt this bad. She tried again. She couldn't flex her toes. Though she thought hard about curling her fingers, no sensation replied that she achieved any movement. The slightest flutter of her eyelids caused burning and scratching enough to make her want to scream. Except her vocal cords didn't work either. At last, she managed to flip her right hand over so she could feel the floor beneath the back of her hand. She'd done something. She'd moved. Her eyes flew open wide. She felt the floor. But she paid for the move with the sharp stabbing grit of having opened her eyes too suddenly. It didn't even help. Everything was a blur. Or was it all just too dark to see anything? But there was a floor. She could feel it. She was lying on her back. Pausing, Talia sucked in a deep breath and felt the stretch and pull of bruises along her ribs, but she did it again. Her mouth opened, sucked in air and not rain. Another good thing, nothing was falling on her. Straining to listen, she heard the rain outside. She was in a house. But where? Why was she alone? She breathed again, and this time she tried to get her bearings. She knew what it felt like to operate on next to nothing, and that's where she was. Whatever reserves she had, they were gone. Her energy was at zero, her blood sugar precariously low. It was something she'd never worried about in her younger days. Now it dictated what she could do and how much. Right now the answer was next to nothing. It felt like her blood was empty, almost the way sadness felt in her chest, the pulling ache of it, but all through her vessels. After 3 more gulping breaths, she assessed again. It didn't set her to rights, but did put a little more oxygen in her system. She blinked, the grit lessening slightly with the watering of her eyes. So she blinked again and again until it seemed to help. Could she roll over? Could she get to her feet? It was too soon to answer those questions. Moving her arms out to her side, she pushed her hand along what she now believed to be hardwood flooring. Her fingertips traced into a tiny puddle of water, not deep, so she pushed her hand further through it. Her arm traced an arc out toward her left, and when it was almost completely outstretched, she bumped something. Sodden, thick and cold, it made her yank her hand back. She gasped. It was human. With everything she had, Talia rolled up onto her side. Opening her eyes didn't help. How could it possibly be so dark? A flash of memory had her reaching up and checking the padding of styrofoam blocks. They were still there, still taped to her chest. The phone. The phone. She tapped her hand along until she could grab at it. Still wedged down into its little pocket, it sent relief pouring through her, giving her some semblance of strength to move and function. But when she tried to pull it from the pocket, her fingers slipped along the sides, her grip not even strong enough for this. But 3 tries later, she had it out. Shaking it to turn the flashlight on hurt every bone in her wrist. Outside, the drumming of the rain went on. She took a deep breath and tried again. Nothing. Fumbling for the power button, she found her fingers felt fat and swollen. The buttons were indistinguishable under her clumsy touch, but no matter what she did, she couldn't make it come on. It was dead. She set it down near her head and scooted herself closer to the person she had bumped. Reaching out, she ran her fingers up the odd fabric to the neck and strong jaw. She knew those sharp cheekbones intimately. Her heart flipped over, the only part of her that seemed to have any easy movement. Her lungs tightened down. Rex. Did he feel wrong beneath her fingers, or was the problem with her fingers? Her touch was cold and fat and clumsy. Maybe he felt wrong, because there was actually something wrong with him. Touching his face, she smiled and cried. This was the man who had warmed her bed such a short time, and yet an eternity before. This was the man who'd had her happily selling the last of her energy as she screamed his name. This was the man who'd left so politely when she said she was tired, that she couldn't tell if he'd gotten what he wanted and he was leaving, or if she was the one who kicked him out. Rex? It was not the forceful demand she expected, but a small, vapid croak that she wasn't even sure was recognizable as his name. She asked again and again as tears ran down her face. Not only did he not answer, he didn't even twitch. She tried to find his pulse. When that failed, she put her hand in front of his mouth to see if he was breathing. But she didn't have enough light. Didn't have a small mirror to hold up, and she was too cold to know if she was feeling anything. Grabbing his shoulder, she shook him. If he had something broken, she might have made it worse. Like he was fire himself, she let go. Somehow, she'd rocked up onto her elbow and was leaning over him. Rex? It came out whispered, a soft plea, but loud enough that he should have responded. The man she couldn't see, but could only feel beneath her clumsy fingertips, didn't respond at all. Chapter 52. Keep moving forward. The voice inside her head told her they were in a house and the house was dry. However, the last thing Talia remembered was being ripped away from Marcy. The back of her head throbbed. When she lifted her fingers to check, she winced at the lump she'd mistakenly pushed. Her fingers came away sticky. Blood? Something from the water? She couldn't tell. Her brain was working passably well, but the sickly feeling of her blood sugar being precariously low fought every move she made. If he was alive, she had to save him. And to save him, she had to move. With her breath soughing in and out of her lungs, she quit expending the energy required to stay propped up over him. When she rolled onto her back and looked upward, she became aware of more and more sensation. The water in her hair, the tiny puddles she dripped onto the floor beneath her. The cold of the air that somehow stole her heat even though nothing moved. A flash of light cut through the room, and for the briefest moment his features were illuminated. Dark Italian lashes lay boldly across his cheeks, his full lips rested closed as if waiting for a lover's kiss to wake a sleeping Cinderella. If only it were that easy. As fast as it had come, the light was gone. A crackling noise followed close on its heels. It took her brain a little too long to put together that it was lightning and thunder, and that something was open enough to let the light in. She needed food. Her head rolled to the side, and onto the bump she'd only just discovered on the back of her head. She winced again, feeling her own swollen flesh squishing with the move. Sharp pains radiated out in multiple directions, but she ignored them. Her hands moved frantically up and down her jacket. It was still soaked and heavy, but she needed her granola bars. Were they miraculously still there? Her fingers searched her pocket. Despite being clumsy and not fully functioning, she found the plastic. She could hear the slight foil-Y crinkle in the dark. She could hear. Talia held her own breath, listening for Rex's. But no sound came. Turning back to her own necessary task, she let her fingertips search her pocket, telling her the granola bars were still there but not intact. She pulled one out, struggling to open it, her fingers slipping from the wet plastic until at last she put it in her teeth. She spit out the small piece of plastic, then breathed a sigh of relief as sugar and fat bloomed on her tongue. Talia shoved what was now separate tiny chunks of granola bar into her mouth, piece by piece. She chewed methodically, then poured the crumbs in. Eating while lying on her back was not the smartest move, but she didn't yet have the energy to do anything different. She swallowed carefully, trying not to choke on the bits that went directly to the back of her throat. It was gone in record time. She didn't eat a second one. It was better to ration it. She lay there waiting. It could take anywhere from 5 to 20 minutes to feel the sugar bloom in her blood, and a granola bar was only a temporary fix. Another crack of lightning illuminated her world. This time she twisted her head quickly, spotting a fireplace, 2 armchairs, and the open front door. She saw the sky in the distance, or what she could make out of it for all the water. And for the first time she realized she was cold. So cold. The fireplace. Using the fresh energy before it dissipated, she rolled over onto her hands and knees. Her body fought the motion, her stomach wanting to vomit up what she'd just eaten. But it was sacred and she couldn't afford to lose what little food she had, so she fought the feeling down until she could crawl forward. When she bumped into the edge of the fireplace hearth, she stopped. Her fingers tapped along but found nothing. She sat back on her heels, this time hearing the squish of water ringing from her clothing as she moved. How long did she sit there waiting for the light? But she stayed ready, this time knowing what she was looking for. When it finally bloomed behind her again, she almost didn't hear the crack that indicated the storm was so much closer. Her gaze was focused, scanning quickly, and she found it. Though the room went dark as quickly as it had lit up, the images were seared onto her retinas. Now she worked by feel, knowing what she needed. It took only seconds to locate and grab the poker she'd seen. The box of long matches appeared under her fingers, as she knew where to reach for it now. She felt along the top and bottom, finding the rough edge for the strike. She had a limited supply of granola bars, which meant a limited supply of energy. She tried to conserve her actions. What if Rex needed her? Still, it took 5 failed tries and 2 broken matches. But on the 6th strike, the match head flared to life, bathing the room in a faint yellow glow that almost hurt her corneas. Someone had used this fireplace in the recent past. Still, the wood looked dry. Holding the match for light, she moved to the right, hoping her eyes hadn't deceived her in the quick burst of light. Praying that she found it before the match burned down, she moved around until her fingers closed over it. Now she knew there were more matches in the box. She knew she could light one. But then her fingers sank into the odd feeling of the collection of dryer lint. It would have felt squidgy on any other day, but her fingers closed over the globs of the remains of someone else's laundry and she sighed in relief. Dryer lint was excellent cheap fire starter. She shoved it into the center of the neatly formed woodpile and jammed the match into the bundle, watching it all catch fire. Chapter 53. Talia didn't know what to do. She could only hope the things she remembered were correct. She should get them closer to the fire for the warmth. She was already near the hearth and beginning to feel sharp needle pricks all over the tips of her fingers as she held them out to the heat. As the lint did its trick and burned bright and hot, the edges of the wood caught. The fire was only small glowing edges, not yet a full flame. It wasn't like turning on a space heater, and maybe that was good. The warmth hurt. It bit and poked, and she waited for Rex to react to the strange sensations too. But he didn't. Turning to face him, she couldn't feel the heat through all her wet clothes, but she sat as still as she could and watched the side of his uniform to see if it lifted and fell. Though she couldn't be completely confident, she knew this was a better test than putting her water-pruned fingers against his soaked skin and attempting to feel something through the deep cold. Once she convinced herself he was alive because he had to be, not because she saw him breathe, she decided there were other things she needed to do. Talia crawled the few paces toward him and reached out, tangling her fingers into the neck of his shirt and the waistband of the trousers he wore. Small amounts of water beaded up just from her gathering the fabric, they were so wet. With a tug, she hefted her weight backward to help slide him forward. He only moved a few inches. So she shuffled her knees back and did it again. Then again. In a sick version of rowing, she moved what she hoped was not a dead body. Hooking her fingers more tightly into his clothing, she grabbed by what she could see her hands doing rather than by what she could feel. Because she could hardly feel anything. She tugged until he was closer to the hearth. She had to save him. She had to find out if maybe he could love her too. He was not good, he wasn't even okay. Neither of them were. It hadn't taken her long to figure out that they were in the middle of nowhere. No one else was around, she heard no one and nothing coming for them. The only one who could have gotten her here was Rex. Whether he'd specifically come out looking for her or not, he'd saved her all on his own. There was no team, no emergency station where volunteers would check them in and give them proper materials and warm them up. No crew of paramedics. Only him and her. Looking around, she wondered, was there a way to reflect the heat to the back of him? With the fire gaining a little more strength with each minute, she could finally see into the room. It was an older home. The open front door sat at the end of a small foyer and the room he'd brought them into was huge. Furniture, more modern than the room itself, sat at the edges. A baby blue couch begged her to curl up and sleep. An old-fashioned upholstered chair sat at an angle, both facing the fireplace. But if she did that, she'd be too far away from the heat. Also, she'd ruin someone's very nice furniture with floodwater. Beyond that, through an arch was a dining room with a laptop open on the table. Without cell service and no internet or even power, that wouldn't help her. She tucked the knowledge away for later, knowing that she and Rex should keep to the floor near the fire. She didn't see a blanket or anything she could grab to keep them warm. There wasn't much she could do anyway. Moving him had cost so much when she'd had so little. Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out the second granola bar. There was no point in saving it to be found on her dead body. Her fingers fumbled with the wrapper until it ripped wide, sending crumbs flying. Talia gulped in a breath. She couldn't afford to lose food. But it had practically pulverized in her pocket, and the crumbs had gone everywhere. Reluctantly, she pulled the third and last bar from her pocket. Gingerly, she used her teeth to tear off a portion of the wrapper. She couldn't afford to lose this one too. Slowly, she picked the last bits of food out of the plastic, hoping it was enough, or that there was more in the kitchen beyond her if she could just get to it. Talia could feel the exhaustion sneaking up. The little she'd eaten would hold her for a short while. She had to pick the most important thing. If she remembered correctly, They shouldn't lie here in waterlogged clothing. Something about how it wicked the heat away. Neither of them could afford that. She tried first to remove her own navy blue raincoat, lamenting again that she should have worn something brighter. Lesson learned. But even with its huge buttons, they were still an ordeal. Her fingers fumbled and didn't follow instructions. Talia was grateful for the light from the fire. It had never occurred to her that she might not be able to work her own clothing. There were only 3 buttons, and she didn't want to guess how long it had taken her to undo them. When she was finished, exhausted from the effort, she sat in front of the fire, raincoat still on but open. She looked at her own hand, seeing the tips of her fingers were wrinkled and raw. She felt now that she wasn't the kind of wet that she could dry off with a towel, but more as if the rain and all the raging water had soaked completely into her. She would simply have to dry out. She looked again at Rex as her heart clawed its way upward. How would she get the tight polyfiber clothing off of him? It was specifically designed for these kinds of rescue operations. The shirt went right over his head, no zippers, no buttons. The man wasn't moving, so he couldn't help, and she wasn't strong enough to lift him. She wasn't a trained nurse, she was a damn cake decorator. And there was nothing here that needed frosting. As she sat there trying to think of what else she might do, Talia realized she was going to have to quit where she was. Almost as if she were the little light on her car dash of the orange-colored image of a gas tank, she could feel the levels in her slowly moving lower and lower and lower, until it was gone. She had no reserves left. Despite only being on her knees, she still swayed as the darkness crept in at the edges. She was close enough to the hearth that if she didn't control herself now, she might hit her head. She had been here a few times before, when her reserves were so low that she'd actually passed out. Though she knew how to control it, there was nothing left to control it with. Putting her right hand down by her side, Talia rolled gently down onto her hip. Then she watched as the floor got closer and closer, thinking how once again she didn't feel it. She didn't feel anything. Her head tapped against the hardwood, and she opened her eyes for one last look at that chiseled face. It had once looked so handsome and now looked like everything. The world was going to steal it all away. Her eyes closed and she sank into unconsciousness. Chapter 54. She dreamed of the gentle rocking of a boat. She dreamed of fishing, of catching large flaky white fish from the ocean and pulling them out right onto her plate, already filleted and cooked. She dreamed of the heat and the smell of food and of warmth flowing on the inside of her arms. She dreamed of light seeping in around the edges until she heard, "Mom? Mom? I think she's awake." Marcy, Talia's still-throttled brain made out the voice. Even the excited tone was true to form. She tried again to open her eyes, only succeeding in burning them with the light that made it in. But again the voice yelled, "She is? She is, Mom." There were footsteps and the click of a door. Then the same words yelled into the distance. When the steps came back closer, she heard the voice softer this time. "You're smiling." "I am." "Hi, Marcy." The words croaked out, not at all like she intended. How was she here with Marcy? Where was here? "You're in the hospital," Marcy told her. "They found you and Rex at the old Willis house." Willis? Then the memory kicked in. Maggie Willis's converted boarding house. Talia was trying to process that, and wondering if that explained the hardwood floors and the fire set and ready to go. Thoughts flooded through her brain, too slick to grasp. Maggie had clients come through the front of the house. Maybe that was why she kept the fireplace up, for appearances. Whatever the reason was, Talia was grateful. "Honey, let the doctors tell her what's going on." The hush came from a second voice, older Mrs. Mercer. Talia lifted her hand to wave, but maybe only succeeded in lifting her fingers. "No worries," she whispered through the burn in her throat that was somehow welcome. "She's doing good." "Oh, it's so good to hear you talking. We're going to call your parents." "Are they here?" Talia was suddenly struck with the idea of opening her eyes fully despite the pain. Sitting up. Her parents? What about Rex? Mrs. Mercer filled her in with a gentle pat to her arm. "They can't come yet. The National Guard isn't letting anyone into the area. But they know that you're okay, and they'll come as soon as they can." Talia nodded, the urgent need dimming like a hose had been turned off. This time she'd been smart enough to use a response that didn't require her to speak. When the thoughts in her brain began to gel back into a cohesive unit, she leaned back, once again insanely grateful. She still couldn't quite function at full capacity. Her body felt odd, her thoughts sometimes seemed solid, sometimes ephemeral. Maybe she was medicated or something more, but she could string a few pieces together, so she asked the question that she so desperately wanted the answer to. Rex?
Chapter 55. No, Rex answered Taggart's question about whether he knew where Ricky and Luis Salazar had wound up. His arm was still looped around Hannah as she played with a doll at his side, but he was still tethered to the hospital bed. It had been over a day he'd been here, in and out of consciousness yesterday, as the medication did its work. The nurses had told him his blood work wasn't out yet, and he couldn't leave until it was. He believed he was fine, but when he said so to the burly young man in the pale green scrubs, the nurse only tipped his head to the side and responded, "You only feel fine because you felt so bad just a while ago. Trust me, you are not close to fine. And you will stay right where you are." Rex was used to being the authority in many situations. Now he'd had the same card played against him. Though he was irritated about being stuck, he shuffled his butt in the squishy hospital bed, held onto his daughter, and stayed put. Though he did try to give the nurse the stink eye, it didn't faze the man. He'd gotten a visit from Rhiannon last night, but she wasn't much help for info. She'd been put through the system for dehydration, of all the irony. She swore that Joe and Jordan had tried to make her drink more, and she just hadn't wanted to stop and pee. "We've all been there," he told her. Though most of them didn't wind up needing hospital treatment for it, he didn't say that. When he pumped her for information about the state of things, she could only tell him about the cases she'd worked herself. First, she'd made sure she wasn't violating any confidentiality, and he liked her even more. Now, he was working Taggart for everything no one had been able to tell him for the almost 24 hours he'd been asking. "No one reported her missing?" Rex asked. Talia was supposedly a mere 3 doors down, and they expected her to recover fully. One of the nurses had slipped him the information, violating maybe more than a few laws, but he was grateful. The curtain through the middle of the room was drawn, clearly not shielding his hospital roommate from this conversation. But Leo was out cold. The park ranger had been brought in this morning for cuts and scrapes, and maybe a broken wrist. Rex nearly glared at Taggart as the man looked through his papers. The point of a small, tight community like Redemption was that everybody was supposed to stay close and watch out for everyone else. Talia wasn't the kind who stayed in her house and worked on the internet all day. She ran a business that most of the town patronized, and everyone knew was there. No one checked on her. "That's not true," Taggart countered, still not looking up from the pages. "We asked everyone, and always got the same answer." Finally, the chief looked at him. "Well, a lot of people got that answer, not just you, even for people that had been reported missing. The central system was down, so the names weren't getting distributed, and the lists were growing too fast to keep them up to date for the people handling the radios." Rex narrowed his eyes, feeling as if he were being placated. Taggart flipped through to one page in particular. "Now that it's all compiled, I can tell you that the Mercers reported her missing, but the only line they could get to report her and Marcy to was the Beatrice High School. They never made it through to 911. He paused. Talia's parents made it to a neighboring dispatch center and said they were unable to get a hold of their daughter by phone, which was not enough to generate a missing persons report. Jim also reported her missing, as did both Tierney and the Doyles. Rex was starting to simmer down as Taggart added, and several patrons sent in calls, saying they'd seen 3 staff members still at baby cakes as the water came up near the sandbags. They'd wanted to be sure they were checked on. Closing his eyes, he fought the squeeze of hot tears. It would be okay. The town hadn't neglected her. He'd believed that Talia, with her ever-present wheelchair and her brightly colored frosting, should have garnered more care than most. And she had. Finally, he nodded. Taking Taggart's advice, using it to soothe the blistering anger that had bothered him, he let it go. Because it wasn't true. That was good for his soul. Finally, he had to ask about the others. It wasn't as if he'd successfully hidden his feelings for Talia from anyone, so he'd simply pressed for that first. It wasn't like she had a phone he could call and get through to her. Lord knew he'd tried. Even the hospital phone lines were busy. His own phone was probably still in Ash Cooper's truck, if the water hadn't gotten high enough to wash it away. Hell, he might owe the man a whole truck. Who else? Taggart looked at him. Jordan is 2 doors down with a broken leg. Oh no. How bad is it? Bad enough, but no worse than your own. Rex had fractured 2 of the bones in his ankle, and managed to crack a line up his tibia. The whole lower leg was casted. Hannah already had figured out to crawl down to the end of the bed and knock on it. He'd have to give her markers to color it. His other ankle was apparently sprained as well, and he hadn't even noticed that. He and Jordan would both be a while before they got back to work. But Taggart was still going. Leslie's got a dislocated shoulder. She's in a sling in the waiting room. We'll take her home as soon as the roads are clear enough. Rex turned his head, looking out the window once again. The clouds had finally passed over. The sun was shining through like a gorgeous summer day, taunting them as though it hadn't simply caused all that destruction and death just a few short hours ago. Ronan and Patrick are stitched up, but both out with Leslie in the waiting room. I think Tierney's coming for them. What happened to them? Rex put a hand out when Hannah tried to hand him her doll, but then he handed it back. Tierney would probably visit Talia. That was good. They were bashed around, cut on something. They got stitches and tetanus shots. The usual. Just then the door opened wide, Jo bursting in her full firefighter uniform. She was at least dry. Hey! Rex looked up. Hannah squealed before it occurred to him that he was sitting here in a tiny gown, tied down the back. At least he wasn't standing up and flapping in the breeze. But Jo didn't even look at them, just pushed past Taggart and past the curtain. Leo. Rex tried not to listen in to what might likely be a private conversation. He wished Talia would burst in here like an avenging angel and need to see him. What's Leo got? He knew his friend was here, but not why. Bruised ribs, sprained wrist, and a sore hip. He'll be okay? Taggart grinned. Pretty sure he's higher than a kite right now. Rex couldn't suppress the slight smile at the almost cooing noise that Jo would make only for Leo. They'd seen worse, and they would get through this too. But what about him and Talia?
Chapter 56. Her heart kicked as she spotted Rex on the sidewalk in front of her house. His hands rested gingerly on the rims of his wheelchair. It was ironic his sitting there like this, getting a taste of the life she lived. His stay in the chair should be only temporary though. Jo stood next to him, as if waiting for him to make a move. She'd driven him here, and Talia had watched as the firefighter pulled the wheelchair out of the back seat and jammed it into the door next to him, so he could use his arms to move himself from one seat to the other. While Talia could walk a few steps, she guessed he was not allowed to. He had a break in the one leg and a sprained ankle on the other. Any weight would likely slow his progress. She watched him from inside the living room, confident the 2 firefighters couldn't see her through the shears. She should get herself together and go out. She'd invited him here after all. She finally made herself open the door and come out. Her heart pushed at the back of her throat. Here he was. Back at her home. But was there even anything between them anymore? Hey, she called out, feeling like a fool. Hey, he offered back, and it was only a little hope that maybe he was feeling as awkward as she was. She'd thought maybe only she could feel the crackle in the air. But beside him Jo said quickly, I'm going to go run an errand. I'll be back in half an hour. Rex's eyes didn't move from Talia, in case she didn't feel self-conscious enough doing this on the front lawn. But he didn't answer his friend. Joe was already waving goodbye and Talia waved back even as Rex seemed to toss a thank you over his shoulder, but it was unclear whether Joe caught it. She was already starting the engine and pulling out. She could only stare. Her brain couldn't even put together wishes of what she wanted. That seemed reserved for long nights in the hospital bed. She'd blamed it on the medication until she'd come home and hadn't shaken them at all. Her parents had come, they'd brought her home, fed her, and reassured themselves she'd be okay. They delivered the 2 cars and a new chair and left her to be her adult self. Now she was on her sidewalk, not adulting very well. Though she opened her mouth, she didn't know what to say to this man. They'd slept together. He'd saved her life. And she'd saved his. The hospital staff and other firefighters told them that if she hadn't built the fire, neither of them would have made it. Rex had been suffering from hypothermia, broken bones, and apparently blood loss. She tried again. My parents were in town for 2 days, and they wanted to give you a thank you gift for saving my life. That apparently went both ways. He was smiling, wheeling himself a little bit closer. Talia moved down to the sidewalk, close enough to smell the soap on him. It might have gone both ways, but I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for you. And you wouldn't be stuck in a wheelchair if it wasn't for me. It's only temporary, he confirmed her earlier thoughts. And that's why this is only temporary too. She motioned with her hand to the orange car at the curb behind him. I'm sorry, what? He looked too startled to form appropriate words. That at least made her smile. His confusion put her at ease. The red one is mine. My old one wasn't salvageable. Insurance totaled it. She paused. The orange one is yours. They were both just like her little vehicle that was equipped for chair users, ramp and everything. They got me a car? It's just like mine? Everything you need to drive is on the steering wheel. The back opens up and you can roll right in. Your chair will lock into place. She motioned and talked him through the safety systems. And you can? He interrupted. Are you damn well serious? Yes. This at least made her laugh. This she could handle. Asking him if he ever wanted to kiss her again, she couldn't. It's a car. I told you my father has a company that makes medical devices. She watched his eyes go wide. I thought you meant wheelchairs and leg braces. That too. Are you all insanely wealthy? She laughed. No. There's not a lot of money to be made in medical devices. Not unless you want to bilk people who don't have much to spare. She watched it settle in his expression. How much money had he spent in the last handful of days just getting what he now needed to live his life? For him it was just for the next few weeks. But she knew what it was like to be dependent on other people just to leave her house, to go to the grocery store, to navigate a space not made for wheels once you were in there. For him it would last only until the sprain healed. He rolled off the curb, the movement jolting and rough, but his voice was smooth. This is amazing. He ran a hand along the door and made his way around the vehicle. At the curb again he tried to pop back up gracefully, but curbs were chair stoppers and they took some serious tricks to get up them. Rex tried once, then twice, then seemed to realize he was making a fool out of himself. With a grin Talia said, Don't even come back up. Do you want a driving lesson? Seriously? She loved the look on his face. She didn't have the money for this. God bless her parents. Might as well. In a few minutes they were in the car. She'd showed him how to work the ramp in the back, how to lock himself in, and then she had popped up onto the curb cleanly and easily. Show off, he leaned over from the driver's seat. She swayed her hips as she stood up, showing off the other things she could do that he couldn't, for now. Folding the chair, she pushed it into the back seat before climbing into the passenger seat. Talking him through all the steps, she got them cleanly around the block twice with Rex at the wheel. He gushed about not only the generosity of the gift, but the ability to be free. I can drive myself home today. Joe can run her errands. Talia wasn't sure if there even were errands, or if Joe was just giving them a minute. But no, he wouldn't have to wait around each day until someone could come and get him. Then she added, If you return the car to my parents when you're done, my dad can sell it as used. Then someone else can get a very good discount on it. Maybe someone who couldn't otherwise afford it. That would be amazing. He folded the keys into his palm like a heavy, precious gift. She was reaching for the door handle when her mouth blurted out, "Do you want to come inside?"
Chapter 57. I can't reach the countertops. Rex hated that he was so frustrated. I feel like a toddler. I had to make Hannah a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in my lap. Talia sat there in her living room, listening patiently to him venting. But did she want to hear about his day? Was that enough to build something more on? Or was it just because of her chair? Because she had sympathy for what he was going through? But he couldn't stop. The bathroom is a nightmare. She laughed at him. They're awful. Even the handicap stalls that are supposed to be big enough. They're not. He was clearly so upset. It's like they made them just technically big enough. So they meet requirements, but you can't really do anything. That's it. The feeling of shame that washed over him suddenly made him realize what he was doing. He was taking advantage of her kindness. I'm sorry. I'm sitting here and whining like a stupid little baby about all these things that you've already conquered. She tipped her head at him, her eyes squinting a little. I had a lot longer to do it, not 4 days. And the world is not built for these chairs. I think it helps to remember that. You're not stupid or clumsy. You're living in a world that's designed for someone who doesn't look like you do now. She sighed. Though I don't think anybody is specifically designing things to hurt people in chairs, it seems to work that way sometimes, doesn't it? He nodded. Then he sat for a moment, not willing to share much else, not willing to make more of an idiot out of himself. Still, Talia prompted him. What else? The frustration poured out. She was so easy to tell everything to. So easy to trust with all the painful secrets. I didn't realize how high my bed was until I wasn't allowed to put my feet down. On that, I have an advantage on you. I'm allowed to stand a little. But for me, every time I put my feet down, it's another step that I lose. I have a finite number before I have to go back and have my surgery. The doctors told me you used up a lot of them getting out of this flood. That hurt his heart. She nodded, clearly not pleased at the prospect. I'm probably 2 years closer to surgery than I planned. Again, his heart twisted for her, but she countered the bad news by reaching out. She put her hand on his arm where it rested on his chair. Hey, I'm okay with that. It was a good trade, because the alternative was never needing surgery again. When she put it that way, it took a little of the pressure from his chest, but not all of it. Look, he tried to cover up his awkwardness by saying, one day I'm going to be as good at this as you. She laughed and her smile lit the whole room. It reached to her eyes and into the knot in his chest. She turned his hand over, stroking along his roughened palm, and out the length of his fingers. It shouldn't have turned him on quite so much. What could he even do about it from this chair? What was he going to do here, in the middle of her living room anyway? But his breath hitched as she did it again. I know you've got these big strong calloused firefighter hands, but you need some gloves to run that chair all the time. She held her own hand up, splayed out for reference in front of him, as though she were only talking about skin and gloves and not trying to turn him on. He couldn't concentrate on what she was saying, just the warm touch of her hand cradling his. He nodded along as she spoke. Your hands may be tough for other things, but you're going to be handling the rims of those tires, pushing yourself around all day long. He wasn't quite ready to pull his hand away. He should. He should thank her for the car and everything and leave. She tipped her head and looked as if she were thinking about something. He was stunned when she asked, "Do you want to move in here?" He couldn't answer for a moment. What was she even asking? They barely talked about the night they'd slept together. Move in? Part of his brain told him this kind of fast forward was par for the course for them. They'd tiptoed around everything, And then, the night that they'd finally gotten together, it combusted. Was it combusting again, in a good way? Her next words, however, were ice water. Disturbingly reasonable ice water. Is your front door even wide enough for your chair? Technically. Yes. She flipped his hand over, still not having let go. She easily spotted the tiny scrapes on his knuckles from the times he'd misestimated, or just told himself he would fit. She ran one soft fingertip across his bruised skin. Did she know she was doing it, to more than just his knuckles? You don't have counters designed for chairs. I do. I've also got a second bedroom. The pull in him to say yes was stronger than maybe anything he'd ever felt before. Rex wasn't quite sure how to respond. Mrs. Miller is living with us right now. He shrugged as if to brush it off, but this part had been so hard. I've got a toddler. I can't fully care for her. I can't make her a peanut butter sandwich. I can't put that on you. Did your mom or dad not volunteer to come help? That would make sense in a normal family. They had a trip planned. They called to make sure I was going to be okay. Or just maybe to make sure they hadn't suddenly become Hannah's guardians? Talia stared at him for a moment. Were they always like that? He'd not asked himself that question before, but the answer was yes. He nodded softly. Did you ever think maybe you didn't make good decisions because you'd never seen what good ones looked like? It couldn't have hit him harder if she'd smacked him with bricks. Was she right? He'd always thought his family was normal, just not like on TV. But Talia didn't let it sit too long. She turned his hand over and set it on the arm of his chair for him. Then she backed away a few feet before grabbing her own wheels. The front of her chair lifted, then with a flick of her wrists she showed off, doing a full 360, before setting the wheels back down with a calm precision he'd never have. Maybe you can't handle a toddler in a chair, but I can. I've been doing this a long time. And like I said, some of it's not on you. You could make her a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, if you had a counter you could reach. Here, the couch is the right size to get in and out. The beds are the right height for people in chairs. The faucet isn't so far away that you can't reach it. He noticed the odd faucet, and now he understood. He'd seen the mods when he was here before. Now he saw so many more that he'd missed the first time around. You don't owe me anything, Talia. I'll take care of it. He didn't want her to feel as if she needed to pay him back. It wasn't okay for people to try to pay firefighters or cops for their jobs. He certainly didn't want to blur the lines of what had been his job and what hadn't. I know you will, she countered softly. But you're having to pay a babysitter 24/7. Look, I'm not going to replace the babysitter. So she'll still need to be here some of the time. She'll likely still need to drive Hannah to and from daycare. But you don't have to crowd an extra person into your own home. And you can be in a house that works for you, instead of against you. He listened to the words, as she was offering to do exactly that for him. You saved my life, she whispered, and he hated it. He was about to add, and you saved mine, when she said, the least I can do is put you up for what? 4, maybe 6 weeks? Until your ankle heals and you can get onto crutches. His heart burst in slow motion, like the videos of arrows going through water balloons. She was just being helpful. But he looked down at his cut and scraped knuckles, and thought about Mrs. Miller and Hannah. For their sakes, he couldn't say no.
Chapter 58. Talia felt her breath slow as she leaned in closer to Rex. She watched his tongue move slowly across his lower lip and she felt every muscle freeze. 5 days he'd been here. 5 days she'd somehow managed not to say anything or lead over and just kiss him. It wasn't her place. But now he was pressed fully against her, the hard plastic of his cast a reminder of why he was here, of why he'd said yes, and ostensibly why she'd asked him to move in. Though she'd known her own motives weren't pure. Her heart hammered as he leaned closer. His hand moved slowly up along her neck, tracing the side of her jaw as the heat in his eyes flared. She couldn't tell if he was breathing either. Something had set fire to this ember that smoldered between them in the small house for days. Her mouth parted, her chest lifted, her eyes closed. "Daddy, I need a glass of milk." Talia yanked herself backwards, sucking in air as her eyes flew open enough to see Rex do the same. "What, honey?" he asked over Talia's shoulder. Hannah stood small and sleepy-eyed at the edge of the room. Her tiny nightgown with a classic Tweety bird on the front was rucked up to one side. "I'm thirsty." "Okay, honey." He breathed the words out. Talia couldn't tell if it was relief or frustration. He was a good dad, though. But then you have to go right back to bed. Rex now expertly moved, using only his arms keeping the weight off his feet, as he shifted from the couch to settle himself into the wheelchair. Hers sat empty now at the opposite end. The couch and her side felt cold from him leaving. But Rex grinned as he flexed his arms at her, as if to comment how buff he was getting. Mostly she figured he was complying with not putting his feet down because Taggart had put him on desk duty until he healed. If that wasn't incentive for him to treat his legs well and make them heal fast, she didn't know what was. He wheeled expertly through her kitchen, opening the fridge and taking care of Hannah himself with none of the struggles he described before. Her stupid move of having him here had solved his problems. It wasn't about her, she reminded herself. And she didn't want to be kissed because she was handy. In the morning, she had to call Sandy Burrows again. Though she tried to think through her own jobs for the next day, she watched Rex move with the lithe grace of a man who was used to being in control of his body. Baby Cakes had several different insurance claims going. The Burrows had a claim for the building, and Talia had another one for the contents of her store. At least it looked like they would be able to repair what was there, and she could open the shop again. But it was at least several months away. Rex had insisted on paying her rent. He liked to point out he was on medical leave and had income. She didn't. Still, she struggled to separate Rex the good man from Rex the man. And now she realized she also had to deal with Rex, Hannah's father. She couldn't sit here torturing herself any longer. "It's late," she announced. "I have to go to bed too, Hannah Bean." Hannah smiled back at Talia as she patted her way over closer to the kitchen, ready for her sippy cup of milk. Because Talia now had sippy cups in her home. Rolling herself into her bedroom, she closed the door behind her with a click. There was an empty space in the middle of her chest that she had been able to ignore until now. Tonight it had become completely unendurable. With the object of her desire just on the other side of the wall, he felt worlds away. And she realized he was going to stay there.
Chapter 59. She'd left. He'd been about to kiss her, or she'd been about to kiss him, then she'd just left. He loved his daughter, but that kid could not have worse timing. He tucked her back into bed, saying, "You need to stay in here until morning alarm this time." "Okay, Daddy." She rolled over and seemed to instantly pass out, not realizing she'd totally cock-blocked her dad. He almost laughed. Running his hand over his face, he headed back out into the now empty living room. It felt wrong. Talia should be here. She shouldn't have left. He felt stuck. He and Hannah needed this house, Talia's house, and all the benefits it brought. If he made a move and he was wrong, where would they go? The Ada suite, at the Holiday Inn? Because he hadn't found anything else. He heaved a breath. If he made a move, and he was overstepping, and he stayed, he would make Talia uncomfortable in her own home. He couldn't stomach that idea. They'd been so close. He'd made so many mistakes. But what was the mistake here? Not telling her, or telling her. Making a move, or not making one. The only good answer was the one where he ended up with Talia, and he wasn't psychic to know which path that was. Screw it. Talia was home. In her bedroom. The air had been steaming between them. He'd felt it, hadn't he? Hannah was in bed and should stay there, sleeping in a cool kid's inflatable traveling bed in the second room that she shared with him. Not an easy arrangement when he dreamed of Talia. His head popped up as the front door clicked. Talia had just set the locks for the night from her phone. She wasn't asleep yet. Full of bravado or stupidity, he didn't know which, he wheeled across the space and knocked on her door. "What?" Her voice sounded soft but not sleepy. Just wary. "Can I come in?" Sure." But as he pushed the door open and saw her sitting on the side of her bed, it hit him. He'd been in here before. It all came flooding back, the need, the sense of home, the desire. "Talia, I..." Closed the door. His heart stopped. He reached out and shoved it, waiting for the click that told him they were alone. But she didn't say anything else. He'd come in here to explain, and it had all made perfect sense. Now his tongue was in knots, and no words fit together for what he wanted to tell her. He stumbled. I'm sorry, Hannah interrupted us." Talia didn't say anything. "She did interrupt us, didn't she?" "I don't know." The words were soft, her voice like a caress he could feel. "I don't know anything. I want to tell you. I don't want to talk. I've gotten a taste of how short life can be, and don't have it in me. Go to bed or show me what you mean." He pushed the chair to the edge of the bed. Talia sat higher than him, her eyes wide in the dark of the room. In a smooth move, he boosted himself onto the bed. He couldn't put his feet down, but he wanted to. He wanted to stand, to lay her backwards, to be his whole self, but something about this seemed appropriate. "Talia, Shish." So he leaned in and kissed her, finally finishing what they'd started on the couch. But it wasn't an ending. It was an ember sparking to life, catching fire, and erasing his past mistakes. She wanted this. He breathed it in, his hands cradling her head, his fingers in her hair, his tongue tracing her lips until it met hers. He needed this. Needed the way she arched into him. Needed the small sounds of pleasure she made. Needed the flare and fire in him. His life had smoldered and turned to ash each place he went. Until now, he told himself. This wasn't going to burn out. They slowly peeled away the layers, until there was nothing left between them but unspoken promises. Afterward, Talia curled into his side, her breath evening out until she was asleep. She hadn't sent him away. In moments, he was fading. His arm around her holding her close, the rightness of the world drifted around him. But this time, she didn't have to send him away. He had to get up and leave. Talia didn't wake up, as he disentangled himself. He wished she had, he wanted to explain. But he dressed and rolled himself back into the second bedroom, so that Hannah wouldn't wake up alone. So that she wouldn't find him in Talia's bed, and ask him questions he didn't have the answers to.
Chapter 60. Talia saw Joe before the firefighter made it to the door. Being home all the time was not suiting her. She needed the business. But she could go back tomorrow and supervise the rebuilding. She had a dinner date with Marcy and the Mercer family the next night. Her thoughts churned. She'd not set her alarm last night. It hadn't been a necessity. But when she'd woken up, Rex and Hannah had been gone. It had been past time for him to start his shift pushing papers at the station. She would have believed he hadn't even been there if she hadn't smelled him on the sheets. But he was gone, and she was trying to handle her wayward thoughts today. She told herself she could handle surprise firefighter visits. She wheeled over and opened the front door. "Hi, Joe. Rex isn't home. Can I just come to visit you?" Joe grinned as though she meant it. "You can. But you came to check on Rex, right?" Could Joe tell what had happened? "Okay, I did. But..." Joe shrugged. "He's at work, right? I keep forgetting he's 9 to 5 until he's back on active duty. You're off today. Come on in." Talia could use the company too. As she closed the door behind Joe, she felt the air shift around the woman. The whole experience had been hard. So she softened her words. "Getting close to burnout?" Joe turned and looked at her, managing to somehow not seem that she was looking down. Then she slid slowly into one of the seats at the table. As Talia pulled into the spot next to her, Joe asked, "It shows?" "It's showing on everyone," Talia reassured her. "And you have Leo to take care of too." Joe nodded. He was more fun when he was high. Talia couldn't help the laugh that burst out of her. She'd needed this. She wasn't getting her usual interaction with the shop being closed. And she was 50 shades of confused with Rex, which was only her own fault. Joe showing up couldn't have happened at a better time. They took him off the good drugs? A few days ago. He's in pain and he's trying hard, but he's not as tough as he thinks he is. Not as tough as you. Ha! She almost barked it. But the compliment felt extra solid coming from someone like Joe. Not that tough. I have to rebuild the shop and I'm worried my staff will all find other jobs while I can't pay them. There. She'd said it out loud. She wanted Jim and Susan back. Even Derek and Kelly. She could handle the loss of one or two of them, but starting over. I know Marcy will come back. Her family would do anything for me now, but that feels a bit excessive. Joe shifted with the conversation, now asking the pertinent questions. Do you want Marcy back? Oh God, yes. Talia looked at Joe. People don't give her enough credit. She'll walk back in there and the things she took so long to work on, they'll all still be perfect. But I don't know if Jim and Susan will come back. They were adults who had to feed their families. The crew was small, so any loss was huge. They're coming back, Joe said confidently. I hope that you're right. Talia could only wish the universe would listen to Joe Houston. No. They are coming back. They talk about it. If any of them has to take another job to get through in the meantime, they'll leave it to come back to you. Joe was looking right at her, as if she were the ridiculous one. What? They said that? You heard them? They've told everyone. People look at your shop on Main Street, Talia knew that. She'd fielded questions about when she would open again. And everyone knows all your people are coming back to you. Tears pressed at the backs of her eyes. It was hard to take a breath. They are? Yes. Joe grinned at her. I guess you've been busy with the insurance claims and all, but they are all waiting for you. Talia's hand was at her mouth, as though that would hold back the tide of emotions Joe's words had unleashed. Tears pressed at the backs of her eyes. She couldn't breathe. I'm glad that helps, Joe grinned again. Do you want a puppy? I'm sorry, what? The conversation had probably turned normally, but Talia was still stuck on the last news. Zadie and Ash are trying to find homes for all the dogs and cats. It's not easy, the town's not that big. Talia was nodding along when Joe added, Leo took one of the larger dogs. Oh? Wasn't Leo living with Joe? Joe nodded. Yeah, I have a large dog now. And Leo's in no shape to walk him or... You got it. Joe's head dropped back. I mean, I love Yeti. His name is Yeti? Talia interrupted. He's a huge fluffy white thing owned by a park ranger. Sure as hell, his name is Yeti. I love it. She was laughing again, still fighting back the previous tears though. I love that dog. He does keep me sane. But... it's a lot. It's a lot. Joe nodded slowly, and Talia reached out and grabbed the other woman's hand as her face crumpled. I can list the names of the dead. She sucked in a breath, and Talia squeezed her fingers tighter. I see all the broken stores and the broken homes. I mean, we see that anyway. We go into homes and we put out fires or take people to the hospital and we see the worst days of their lives. Talia sucked in her own breath. She'd not thought of it that way before. Joe kept going. Now it's everyone, all at once. I could tell myself before, when the abused kid was taken out of his house, or the evil one started his third fire and killed the family cat, that the family 2 doors down was playing ball on the lawn. And the house across the street was having a party, that somehow it balanced. Talia caught on. There's no balance now. None. Tears were streaming down Joe's face, silent tears that belied the calm expression she wore again. You're always welcome here, Talia told her. Even though here is also different than it used to be. She waved one hand around at the blankie over the back of her couch, the toys Rex made sure were stacked in the corner each time Hannah finished playing. But they were still there. She still had sippy cups on her kitchen counter. "You're making quite the little family. That's one good thing." Joe grinned, the tears already stopped. "Oh no. It's not like that. He's paying rent and everything." "You're charging him rent?" "No." Talia almost laughed that Joe would think that. He insisted. "He's still getting paid and all." She shrugged away the excuse Rex had used. "He's getting half pay if that." Joe was still looking at her oddly. "What?" "No, he got hurt on the job, it was all covered." Talia felt her face scrunch up. "No. He wasn't on the job when he found you." The two women sat there looking at each other oddly, until Talia watched something shift in Joe's expression. "Look, I'm not meddling," Joe said, leaning back in the chair. "I'm just telling you facts." Talia waited, her chest clenched. Like Joe had pointed out, they were all at the ends of their ropes. She couldn't handle anything else, but it looked like it was coming anyway. "He left. He didn't get fired. Taggart gave him permission, but I think that might only have been because Rex would have left anyway." Talia frowned. "Think about it. He rescued you alone, but we always work in teams. He left us to go find Hannah and you."
Chapter 61. Had he waited too long? Rex sat patiently as the doctor cut the cast off his leg. It wasn't the end of it, just a change from the full polymer cast to a smaller one that gave him a little more mobility in his foot so he didn't lose it. "You'll be able to do crutches in another week. Then you can be back to your old self." The doctor grinned at him, as though being in the chair were the worst thing ever. It had been an education, that much was sure. One he'd sorely needed, especially if he wanted to have Talia in his life. "Thanks, Doc." He lowered himself down awkwardly, the bed table at such a terrible height for the chair. "You'll be out of that thing soon." The doctor winked. He was getting a new doctor. "You know, it's not the chair that's the problem. It's just a chair, it does its job." He'd heard that for many the chair was freedom, but to him it was just a thing he needed, like pants or a razor. "It's not the chair. It's everything else." "What do you mean?" "This bed table. Getting on and off it from a chair is awful. Why is it so high? That's not the chair's fault. Counters, stairs, high kitchen cabinets, he could list things for hours now. It's not about the chair, it's about everything else." The doctor just nodded at him like he was a little nuts. Rex wouldn't be coming back, and the specialist likely wouldn't be changing anything. Which was a shame, since his work obviously dealt with people in wheelchairs. But Rex had said his piece. He pulled in sideways to the elevator now, rather than leaning out to hit the button. Then he didn't block the people getting out, but two able-legged people ducked in front of him. Rude. He pushed his way in and considered rolling over their toes. He drove the little car back from Lincoln, his thoughts scrambling themselves as he went. He'd tried to tell Talia how he felt. He'd tried simply kissing her. And twice more, he'd found himself in her room at night, touching her softly, somehow without either of them saying a word. The few times he'd tried to bring it up, the phone had rung. Hannah had fallen and hurt herself. Mrs. Mercer had showed up with a damn casserole. Hannah was at daycare right now, and he was headed home. He would tell the next thing that interrupted him to go to hell. If Mrs. Miller showed up with Hannah, he just wasn't going to unlock the door. By the time he got home, because that's how he thought of Talia's now, he was too frustrated to do anything other than blurt it out and let the chips fall where they may. But the red car wasn't there, so of course neither was Talia. He waited. Mrs. Miller dropped Hannah off, he made his daughter dinner, put her in the bath, and Talia still hadn't shown up. He put Hannah to bed and texted Talia, growing worried and wondering again if he'd simply waited too long. What if she didn't come back? What if something had happened to her? He'd learned long ago that people didn't always come home. That any day could change your world. He'd seen it. Talia still didn't reply. Then the door clicked. She wielded that new phone like a badass, opening the lock before she was up the ramp. His heart lifted even before the door swung wide. "Hey." She was all sunny smiles, though he could tell they weren't for him. "I got your text on the way home. I got caught up with the architect. We're making a few changes to the layout of baby cakes. It took a while to get everything I wanted." She paused. "Also, there was a delivery of boxes. I'd scheduled it recurring, and though I called and turned it off, they sent it anyway." She rolled her wide, happy eyes. "Are you going to find another service for boxes?" She shrugged, as though it were all so ridiculous. "I feel like I should, but they maybe saved my life." He laughed at that, but as he opened his mouth she asked, "How was your doctor's appointment? Are you about to get out of the chair?" He stopped dead. The way she asked it sounded like she was ready for him to be done. Ready to get him out of her house? Another week at least, but not much longer after that. "That's good news." She smiled. Was it forced? He couldn't tell. "Anyway, I'm exhausted. I'm going to bed." With that she'd wheeled right past him, heading into her room, the door shutting behind her. Rex sat there, hands on the rims of the wheels, ready to roll, but to where? This was it. He'd worked up the courage to say something, and nothing had interrupted him, but still, he was sitting here in the living room by himself. The front door lock clicked. It shouldn't startle him anymore, but it spurred him into action. He rolled over and knocked on her bedroom door. He wasn't going to kiss her this time.
Chapter 62. "What?" she called out, leaving the door closed. Talia pulled on her nightshirt and sat on the edge of the bed. Medication waited on the bedside table. She was just going to take it and crawl under the covers and cry herself to sleep. "Can we talk?" Jesus did not want to talk. It was bad enough that Joe had told her last week that he'd come out to find her. That he was paying her rent when he didn't have it. He hadn't been honest, and he kept wanting to save her. But she'd been sleeping with him. Refusing to talk because who knew how that would turn out. She didn't want to be the object of his hero complex, even if he didn't know he was doing it. She had to quit screwing him, even if that wasn't the right word. But whatever he wanted to talk to her about, she didn't care. He and Hannah would move out in another week. Back to their own home, to their own lives. She would go back and build baby cakes, just like she had at the beginning. They'd cleared the water damage, replaced the lower parts of all the drywall. Paying her deductible was painful, but the machines were going to be delivered next week. She had a full life without Rex. "I'm really tired." "Then I'll just take a minute." She tried to find a polite way to say no, but he added, "Please." She sucked in a breath, pushing up onto her feet. Using some of her remaining steps and reminding herself she was strong, stronger than heartbreak. Talia opened the door. He sat there on the other side, almost as though he expected her to slam the door in his face. "Hannah and I are a package deal." She looked at him oddly. Was he high? She was tired. She moved back to the bed, sitting down. "Yes. Everyone knows that." "I didn't." He looked like he was confessing. "Not at first. I dated Maggie Willis and expected her to help with Hannah, and she did." He dated Maggie? Sebastian's Maggie? Maggie of the house that had saved their lives? But he was rambling about Hannah, and Talia tried to listen, not sure at all where this odd topic was going. "I didn't treat Maggie well, and we weren't meant to be anyway." "I didn't?" Whatever he was going to say was lost as he shifted. "I can't do anything that hurts Hannah." "Of course not. Could she go to bed now?" "You didn't plan on being a mother. And I've been trying really hard to make Hannah and me as small as possible, while you generously let us take over your house." Oh, it was a thank you, an odd, awkward one that she didn't need and could have waited until morning. "I had a good idea what I was getting into." "It's okay." Maybe he could sleep now that he knew he hadn't disrupted her life. Or really, that Hannah hadn't. It didn't seem he knew how much he'd disrupted. Could he see her heart twisting? "No. I mean, I asked you out before all the crap hit the fan. And we slept together. Yeah, she remembered. Too well. And if we are going to go any further, I can't date like a single man. Hannah has to be a consideration. If we? Was he asking her? She tried to yank her floating hope down to earth. She couldn't afford to crash if her wishful thinking was wrong. But then he took her breath away. We've been sleeping together and it's well past time I told you I'm in love with you. He sat there waiting. He looked her in the eyes, then over her shoulder, then back at her, then away again. What? He breathed in, almost gurgling, as if underwater. I'm in love with you. I live in this house, and I sneak out and sleep in the room next to you when I want to be in here. I'm mooching all the cool things you built here. I've moved my daughter in with me and we took over. I have to move out in another week when I can have crutches, but I don't want to. I don't want to leave here without knowing I can come back. I don't want to move out and not know if there's any chance that you love me too. Because I can't tell. Her eyes fluttered, a tired ache gone. Had he really said all that? He had. He had been ready to leave a job he loved to find Hannah and her, because he wasn't sure they'd be safe. He'd risked his own life to save her. Maybe he was a hero, her hero. Maybe she'd been a fool, moving in and out of her own home, unwilling to throw herself on the fire and take the chance. Unwilling to rock the delicate balance they'd found. Are we both idiots? She asked him. I am. He looked away. I tried to show you, and I tried to make it clear without making you uncomfortable. So I didn't push, but I sure took what you offered. I'm done not talking. You were right. It's what I grew up with and it doesn't work. I'll go live the next week of this in some ADA-compliant hotel room if you want me out, but… No. I've been an idiot too. She did what he couldn't, not yet. She stood up and walked the few steps between the bed and the doorway. Then she curled herself onto his lap. The steps would cost her, every step did. But not making them could cost her far more. She looped her arms around his neck. I don't know where we go next from here. But I want it to be together. His arms came around her. Strong as iron now from pushing that chair around. He held her loosely, but she could feel the steel in his hold. He wasn't letting go. He would be here for her. He'd proven already that he was a good man, and that he was a man who would walk the edge of death for her. You saved me. His next words were a mere whisper. He shook his head. You don't owe me anything. Please. It's part of why I didn't want to push you, and I still don't. I could not stand it if you thought you owed me this. She'd opened her home to him. Her family had loaned him a car when no one else even could. Okay. I don't owe you anything. We're square as of right now. And you need to damn well stop paying me rent. He laughed. So we're starting from zero, no debts. None. He grinned, his eyes a little wet. God, she loved him. Then this isn't owed to you. It's owed to me because I vowed to build myself a life I love, and I love you, Rex Roma. She would have leaned in to kiss him, but she was too late. His lips already caressed hers. Not sweet or gentle, it was possessive, owning, a declaration of all that could come.
Thank you for listening to From the Ashes by Savannah Cade. Get ready to listen to Beyond Redemption next. And please remember to like this video, leave a comment, and subscribe to this channel.
Afterward. One of the things I love the most about Savannah Cade's books is the way she incorporates real-life challenges into her stories. I love a steamy firefighter romance as much as anyone, but I find the story of Talia and Rex especially meaningful because Talia sometimes uses a wheelchair just like me. When my own health conditions got to a point where I needed to use a wheelchair, it was a huge adjustment. I quickly learned that not only is the world pretty unaccommodating to those of us in wheelchairs, but most people don't think about what it would be like to have such mobility impairment and, without meaning to, do things that make life harder for those of us with disabilities. Savannah's stories resonate because she brings great curiosity and compassion to her research into the lives of others, and translates what she learns into stories that are full of humanity as well as romance. I hope after you read this story you will not stop suddenly in front of a person in a wheelchair, or touch a wheelchair without asking first, and if you were inclined to advocate for a disabled person the way Rex does, that would be amazing. But most of all, I hope that you enjoy this story as much as I did because it's not a story about Talia, a disabled woman. It's a story about Talia, a really awesome, smart, creative, talented, kind, thoughtful, beautiful, sexy woman who happens to use a wheelchair. Helen Sabo.
Author's note. I must thank Helen Brenner Sabo for all her help with this book. A wheelchair user herself, she helped me shape Talia's needs and fears and how she would and can interact with Rex, and what his reactions might be. We need more diverse romance, and we need own voices authors writing it. So this isn't the story of a woman who uses a wheelchair, it's the story of a small business owner, a woman falling in love, a woman who is stretched to her limit and is brave and bold and who happens to use a wheelchair too. While I did everything I could to try to get this right, I apologize for any errors. They are mine and mine alone. Talia doesn't and can't represent everyone who uses a wheelchair. And I hope we'll see more and more stories featuring more and more differently abled characters, more neurodivergent characters, more characters from different cultures, and just more. I hope you love Talia and Rex as much as I do. Find me online at savannahcade.com. Please remember to subscribe to this channel to get all the new releases on audiobooks. Please also like and comment on the videos. I'll be releasing my entire catalog here for you in dual narration audio, but I need subscribers to know that it's worth the effort, that people are listening. Thank you so much for being here and listening. I'll keep writing more.